Buff Nation, what up? BWBs. That means all of my bandwagon buffs. What's happening? What's happening? Hope all is well. Hope y'all are doing great on this here Friday. It is Friday, September the 20th. I am going live at 1 p.m. That is an hour past the time that I usually go live because, like I've said, guys, life is lifing. My schedule is changing, and I have to adjust some things, and I got to go with the flow. So there are going to be times where I kind of pop up on you, and it may not be scheduled. I hope you rock with me. A lot of y'all been rocking with me anyway, and thank you for supporting me and, you know what I'm saying, holding me down while I get this whole thing situated. I believe in about a month or so, I'll have everything kind of like rocking and rolling, and for those of you who are the regulars who've been here, you'll kind of understand as we go along. But just rock with me as I, handle the situation that's going on right now with what's going on in my life. Thank you so much, babe. All right, so but today's show, guys, welcome to Buff Nation. Welcome to the Big 12 network. All right, Buff Nation Network, the Big 12 network. Welcome. Hey, Warren, I'm going to send you the link if you want to jump on later on. So yeah, just welcome everybody. As I told you guys before, I'm streaming on two platforms. I got my Poly Social channel that I'm also streaming on. It's called the. Let me just put it in the comments so you can see it. I'm just always say hello. It's called Billionaires Mindset. I go by Harry Billion, guys. For those of you who don't know me, you're watching. Let me just say the regular intro. Welcome to TLP Sports Club. You're now watching TLP Live. This is Free for All Fridays. I am your host, Harry Billion. And the reason why I'm streaming on my other channel, that's my Poly Social channel. There's a lot going on with P. Diddy. There's a lot going on right now socially and in politics. And for some odd reason, I haven't had the chance to talk about this P. Diddy situation on that Poly Social channel, on the Billionaires Mindset. That's where I'm supposed to talk about those type of things, and I have not gotten into that talk yet. So I got to find a way to do that, but I will do that. But welcome to the show, guys, on Friday. Sorry I'm starting a little bit later for a lot of you guys. I know that we kind of help some of y'all on your lunch break. We kind of help your day go a little faster. I know Shantae, we help your day go a little faster. Sorry that I'm a little hour late, but I'm not an hour late. I just have to stream at this time. On today's show, I want to talk about the Buffs' identity. I want us all to articulate and to have a conversation about the Buffs' identity. The reason why I chose this topic, and I want to talk about this, and I want to talk in extensively, is because I feel like this is the time we are at a fork in the road. All right, we are at a fork in the road, and it's time for us to understand who or what this team that we are supporting is. Yes, is, because it's the team, not our. So yes, we need to know who this team is and what this team is, what they stand for. We're going into week number 4. All right. So 2 more games after this is going to be the mid-season. The season is going very fast. It started, and now we're almost mid-season already. Okay. And before you know it, we'll be in the preseason talking all over again. Right now, we are 2-1. The Buffs are 2-1. The start of the season started off okay. The second game, not so great. The third game, we went in there, we handled business. Now we're going on to Baylor, which is our 4th game. We need to understand who we are as a team. There's a lot of teams out there in the Big 12 that you kind of know. Week after week, you can solidly say, okay, their opponent that's in front of them, this is how they're going to handle that opponent. We are at a point in the Buffs' trajectory, in the Buffs' journey, and I can't tell you that anybody out there, no matter if you're positive, if you're kind of like middle of the road, if you're kind of like neutral, you don't know. I don't know that anybody out there can identify or can say that they know the Colorado Buffaloes' identity. If you can, I would love to hear that from you today. On your screen is the email. Join tlplive@gmail.com. If you are able and you think you know who the Buffs are, I need you to come on today. Let's have that conversation. And I'm going to do this like this. We're going to talk about the different rooms and talk about their identity. Is there anything that we can identify with? Do they know themselves? Have they identified who they are? And do we know what Buffs? Can we define Colorado Buffaloes football? The reason why I want to do this today is because we are at the fork in the road. We are at a fork in the road, and Colorado is now going to be playing for the rest of the season. Is going to be playing Big 12 football. We are new to the Big 12, 10 years hiatus in the Pac-12, and this is what's left in our schedule. All right, guys, this is what is left on our schedule. We have starting tomorrow, which is September the 21st. Starting tomorrow, we have Baylor University. Baylor's coming to town, coming to Boulder. And then we have UCF, Kansas, Arizona, or Kansas State, Arizona, and yada, yada, yada. You see it right there on your screen. Who is Colorado? What is Colorado? If somebody was to ask you, what's the identity for Colorado? Can you define it? Are you able to pinpoint who Colorado is? I'm having trouble doing that. So I need a little bit of help trying to do that today. Let's take each room, each position group, and let's find out who they are. All right? Because we got Baylor, and Baylor is rebuilding. Their coach, I believe, is on the hot seat. They won the national title 2021. Is it Big 12 title or national title? Somebody correct me if you know, if you remember. But I think it was national title 2021, if I'm not mistaken. If it was Big 12 title, then let me know. Okay, maybe I'm making a mistake. Let me know. But who is Colorado? I catch a lot of flack on, unfortunately, I catch a lot of flack from people because of how I decide to run my show, run my channel. Preseason, after the 2023 season, because prior to the 2023 season, I was one of the cheerleaders, one of the biggest cheerleaders. That's why my channel grew exponentially. I was one of the, pioneers, and one of these guys that was out here, one of the early channels that kind of caught wind and people kind of liked my energy. But I was one of those guys that hyped everything. And rightfully so. We're all new. We're all here. It's all exciting. And I'm in the forefront. I'm trying to educate people. I'm bringing information. And I'm giving you information because you needed that information. After this season, we went 4-8. I decided consciously to say, okay, we need to pump the brakes because now we got to get serious with football information. Our crowd, our audience, we're made up of there are different sections of Colorado fan base. All right? Colorado fan base is made up of one group of people who are primarily Coach Prime fans. They can care less about football. We got to be able to identify those groups. We've identified them here before, just so y'all know. That's how we got DC Cars and Music and Phil So Real. They're called Butters. Then we got other people, okay? So just know that. We got the delusional fans. We got the triple Ds, the double Ds, the Dion detractors. We got all of that. We've done a great job of identifying Colorado's fan base. You got your OGs, like your Wild Dogs. They've been through the good, the bad, the ugly, and everything, and now we're just excited to have Coach Prime here. But people get after me and they keep saying, Harry B, why are you so focused on the negative? And let me identify that real quick before I bring on my panel. There's a group of people that like Colorado. They're Coach Prime's fan. They're not necessarily, they're BWBs, but they're not here for football. They're here for Coach Prime. The way that they approach the game is a little bit different. They watch the game for good and bad. That's it. There's no analytical thing to do. It's win, losses. That's it. And then from week to week, let's pump up the team. Let's give them positive affirmations and let's move on. And then you have another group of fans who are football fans and they're Deion fans. So there's another group of BWBs. They're football fans, they're purists, they're football fans, but they're here for Deion as well. Other than Deion, nobody would be Colorado fans. That's BWBs, okay? Just put that in. I'm not saying nobody would be Colorado fans, but that group would not be Colorado football fans if it wasn't for Deion, all right? They're not the OG group. So the first group that I just described are often coming at me, unsubscribing, but still kind of here, sentimentally, because sometimes, there's nothing else on but me, so we might as well watch this loser, right? But those fans are always sending me messages, commenting, and letting me know, like, you're always negative. But I said, am I really negative? So they get me thinking, am I negative? Have I gone to the negative side, the dark side of this thing? Or am I doing what I've said I was going to do, which is not be negative, not be overly positive, but talk what is necessary for the fan base, what they need. Like, give you what you need, not what you want. And what you need can sound negative if you are the fan, the first base of fans that I described, which is you're not necessarily here for football. You're only here for Prime. And if you are just here for Prime, then you are the type of fan who wants positive affirmations. You don't want us to critique the game. You want us to just say, we won, praise God. Oh man, we lost. Man, let's pump up Coach Prime and let's get him to the next game. If that's you, this is not the channel for you. I'm trying to let you know, this channel is not for you. And if you support, you support. And if you like it, you like it. But this channel is not for you. My church does this thing. I go to church. I go to an all-white church. I keep telling you that. But we have this thing where we let people know this is who we are. My pastors, they let people know, they say this is who we are. And if you don't like it, on our website, we have recommendations for other churches that you may prefer that may do things the way that you want them to do it. There are churches out there that don't like for people to talk about sins. There are churches out there that don't like for people to talk too much about Jesus Christ and what he can do as far as saving your soul. They want you to be like more of a Joel Osteen, more of a motivational speaker. So you decide which church you want to go to. In my church, we do this thing where we put a list of other churches that may be able to help you in your spiritual journey that is tailored to the way that you behave and want to be behaved too. So I subscribe to you. I may not have that list for you because what I don't want to do is I don't want to start a war to say, well, these guys are cookie cutter. They don't talk about nothing. So go to them. I don't want to name names, but I know there are channels that I watch that are all Deion support and they don't get critical. I get critical here. My comments, there's going to be criticism. I don't monitor my comments and tell people to leave that says Deion sucks. I don't like his kids. This is not the channel here for that. I allow people to have differences of opinions to, number one, just so we can have a football conversation. There are going to be people who just don't like the team. And then there are people who like the team, but they want to know that there are changes that could be made. And we're going to talk about all of it. So when somebody says, I don't like the team, I don't take it personal anymore. I used to jump at those people all the time. When somebody says, Deion is not a good coach, I don't jump at that no more. I try to hear them out. This is that channel. And my channel's growth have taken a hit. And I'm fine with it. Not really, but we say that thing. I'm not fine that we're not growing as fast when I was a cheerleader, right? It's okay. It's totally okay. So please understand that I'm not talking to you. I'm not the church for you, right? Because what you're looking for is a cheerleading channel, and there are 1,000, maybe at least 5 or 6 out there that would just give you what you're looking for. what I like to do, because I know football and because I'm a football connoisseur, I'm a football purist. What I like to do, I didn't say I knew everything about football. I'm just saying I'm a fan of football. All right. Before you go taking that out of context and start sending me your crazy messages. If you know football, then why you don't know that Baylor is not BYU? If you don't know, I get these messages, guys. Okay. Anyway, I'm a football purist because I love the sport and I know the sport. I know how it's supposed to be played. All right. I know what works and I know what doesn't work. I mean, you can, when you watch the game, the announcers, they're connoisseurs too. They know the game well, and they'll tell you, "Dan, you should take a timeout right there." But anytime somebody says, "Dan, why did Coach Prime did not take a timeout?" Y'all say you have gone over to the hating side, and I'm like, well, how can you see that as a negative thing when somebody says, "Hey, Coach Prime needs to take a timeout," or Coach Prime needs to run the ball when there's 3 minutes left to go, just down the ball? How can you say that's negative? It's the critical side of the game that you don't want to hear. I'm not the church for you. I'm not the channel for you. My channel is not catered to you. And it's okay, my guy. Don't curse me out because I'm not catered to you. You haven't subscribed anyway. So if you're not subscribed, why are you even sending me a message? You think I'm going to stop everything that I'm doing to cater to you, just that one person? Oh, I like it like this. Just so you can feel good about yourself. I'm not doing that. The one thing that you have to do as a creator is identify who you are. The one thing you have to do as a football team is identify who you are to your fan base, how hard you play. How are you going to, your coaches have to have an identity as well. Nick Saban and his coaching staff had an identity. So as a creator, you need an identity. Good, bad, ugly, whatever it is, you need to identify what you are willing to talk about and what you are not willing to talk about. My harsh criticisms, I don't put them out on the airwaves. I have friends for that I talk to behind the scenes, and I can air out all my grievances because I know that I'm a Coach Prime fan and I'm a Colorado fan. So I don't hash out all of my grievances on the air when I come on the air. But I have harsh criticisms that I have, communication that I do have offline. I'm not going to share that with you. But when I come on here, it's going to be about football. It's going to be about this is how we can win. These are the prescriptions that to win, and this is how it's going to be. So I understand I've lost subscribers. I keep losing subscribers when I talk like this, but even though my spirit just be hurting when I'm losing people, I'm like, you know what? This is good for me. I need this because I need that people know that when they come to me, the few people that come to me and they're still here, they know that we have good conversations here. They know my heart and they know where I stand. They know that I like Dion. They know that I'm going to pray for him. They know that I would pray on live right now. Let's pray right now. Father God, in the name of Jesus, I pray for that person that has that contrite mind, that has that contrite heart, and I pray for them, Father God. Whoever's going through anything right now, Father God, the kids are not acting well. Their school is sending messages home every day. They're having issues on their school bus. They don't know how to deal with the kids. They are stressed out. Money is not coming in the right way, Father God, and they need financial help, Father God. Anybody that's going through any of those things, anybody dealing with mom issues, dad issues, grown man, grown woman that is dealing with mom, dad issues, and they don't have their own parents in their lives. Their parents are alive, but they're still dealing with issues dealing with them. I pray for those people already right now, Father God. In the name of Jesus, I pray that you will bless those people. Because a lot of the times that the discourse that we have in public has a lot to do with the stresses that are in our lives. So I pray right now, Father God, for anybody going through any real issues in their lives, because this is just football talk. Sometimes the stresses in people's lives tend to cause them to take it too personal. So I pray, Father God, that if anybody's going through some strong personal issues, that you, Father God, will intervene. I pray this prayer in Jesus' name. That is my Lord and Savior. In Jesus' name, amen. Who is Colorado? Let's talk about it. Phil So Real, welcome to the show, brother. How you doing today? Thank you for coming on. I appreciate you.
Man, I'm doing well, man. Happy Friday to you.
Happy Friday, brother. Thank you for supporting the show, even though it's starting later. All right, let's bring on
Oh
Warren
no,
G.
this actually kind of worked out for me, so it's all good.
Awesome. Warren G, welcome to the show, brother. Thank you for calling in. I appreciate you.
Man, salute, salute, one love, man. Great prayer. Way to start off the show. I want to thank you for allowing me on your panel. Everybody in the chat, one love, salute. Please like, subscribe, and share this content. Let's get the algorithms up. You know what it is. Let's go.
So that's what's up. All right. CSB Leo, welcome to the show, brother. Thank you for calling in. I appreciate you.
Yeah, thank you for having me. Great to be back. Appreciate the prayer too, man. I appreciate that. You never know what people are going through, and that's what I love about the TLP sports community. Right? It's about football. Yeah, we know that as front and center, but it's about being human beings too. So great to be here.
Awesome, man. Thank you for that. Appreciate that. Guys, write down the email, guys. Join tlplive@gmail.com. I'm about to take that off the screen. We are about to jump into this conversation. We're going to take different rooms and we're going to talk about Colorado's identity. First, we're going to talk about the identity of the team as a whole, and then we're going to go into the team and talk about the identity as of the coaches, the identity of the running backs room, the identity of the wide receivers, the quarterbacks room. Let's talk about Colorado's identity because we are at a fork in the road right now in Colorado football. And after 3 games played, we don't know this team. A lot of us don't know this team. I'm going to speak for myself. I don't know this team. So I need to understand what is this team's makeup, who they are, what are the coaches trying to do? And let's try to have that discussion today. So join tlplive@gmail.com. That is the email you're gonna email. I don't spam you. You can send me a conversation during the week and say, hey, Harry, I saw this link. You can do that, but you will not hear from me otherwise, okay? Unless I just want to say, hey, God bless you. If you need me to pray for you, then I might send you a message if God puts that on my heart. I do let that door open. I do have that door swing back because of the spiritual position that I have in the kingdom. I do have that gift. So anytime God's put something in my heart with somebody that I've come into contact with while you're talking, my spirit man is speaking, and I may hear something that I may address with you outside of football, and that email will help me to communicate with you. Other than that, I'm not spamming you. I ain't doing none of that. So, what I'm saying, let's get to it. CU fan, thank you for, I think that's father, but CU fan. I think this is father. Thank you for putting CU fan. That's you. What up, man? Thank you for calling into the show. I appreciate you. How you doing today?
Good. How are you, Harry?
Good. That's father. Yeah, I knew it. Okay. Thank you for changing to the CU fan because we was these grown men over here trying to feeling a low some kind of way for calling you father because I know that's what your kids called you. But all right, guys. So CU fan, I'm going to start with you. Give me your concept, or how do you define the identity of CU, or is there an identity? Let's start with that. Go ahead.
So I think currently our identity is on the defensive side. We are making a case to be a defensive team. On the offensive side, we're still trying to figure it out because Prime, there's a lot of things being said to Prime to figure out what kind of offense we're trying to do. But in his mind, I think we're still an air raid, pass heavy team. But as you saw last week, we were putting in some run schemes to make it work. And we're still trying to figure out on the offensive side what we are. But on the defensive side, we're a defensive team. Excuse me.
Okay. All right, let me bring on Tim, guys. Let me just
I'm confused. So somebody
hold on,
help
guys.
me here, and
Hold on.
before you move on, just help me out.
Hold on.
I just got one question.
Hold on. Wait. Pause, guys. Listen, we got a big panel.
Okay.
We got to control the panel. Okay. Let me bring on Tim, and then we're gonna have the full panel. And yeah, guys, let me just control the show. Trust me, it'll go smoother that way. Tim, welcome to the show, brother. Thank you for calling in. I appreciate you, brother.
Hey, what's going on, Harry? To the panel, what's happening? And to the chat, what's going on?
All right. So Warren G, let me come to you next. You can respond to what CU fans just said, or you can tell me what you think the identity of CU's football. We're taking a general approach right now. The next question is going to be going from room to room and trying to figure out what this team is all about. So, what is your thoughts, please?
So I think they're still in the process of building the identity. I don't see how. Let me ask this question first, and I'm just this is just for learning purposes. What identity was Alabama? What was their identity? Because I don't know. I don't even know what their identity was.
Well, we got a Bama fan
So I'm that fourth fan that's been
is
out
this
of the
a
loop and
rhetorical, or
then
you really
coming
want
back.
to know? 'Cause sometimes people ask questions just to score. For you,
I don't know. Maybe that's me breaking up. Hello, hello.
we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Okay, I can hear you now.
Okay, I have a fan of Alabama on the panel. Was that a rhetorical question, or do you want him to answer for you?
That was actually a question. That wasn't. I wasn't
Okay,
trying to be
then let Phil answer that
try to be
question, and
tricky
then
about it. I
you.
was just because you had mentioned Alabama has an identity. Nick Saban has an identity, so I'm trying to find out what that would look like because I don't see that
Fine.
Colorado has yet
Okay, fine.
built the
Let's
identity yet.
let's answer that question for you. And I don't want to take this approach where everything we talk about is hating on Prime, so we question everything, right? Like we're not trying to hate on Prime. These are serious questions that the fans really want to know. I don't just talk just to be talking, but Phil, you are an Alabama fan. Please tell us what you think Alabama's identity is.
And just to be sure, are we saying what their identity is right now, or while Nick Saban was there?
No, just give us a general idea of like over the years what happened.
I mean, over the years, they I think one word would be tough. One word would be prepared. Um, Dominant. Um, Towards the end of his tenure, you saw a little bit more undisciplined of a team. But I think, obviously during the prime, you would say they were a disciplined team. Um, they were always going to play 4 quarters. They were never going to let up on you. So I think just some of those words would be how I would describe Alabama's identity
All
while
right, so
Saban was
Okay,
there.
I got it now. I
okay, go
got it.
ahead. Go
So
ahead.
if and based off of that, I would say that right now, if I had to pick, it'd be fast. That's CU's identity right now. Fast.
Okay.
Everything is fast. Score fast, play fast.
Okay, so let me just ask this question. If you're saying fast, now identity kind of comes with time, right? So we got 2 years of sample. No, we got 1 year and 3 games of sample, right? So out of the 12, 13, 14, out of 15 games, have they is that identity a thread that you are seeing that they're always Coach Prime's teams are always fast? Is that how you're describing it? You're seeing fast from 15 games.
Yeah.
Okay.
For me, that would be my opinion that they're fast.
Got it. All right, guys, try to keep it 30 seconds. We have a big panel. I don't want a large panel. I want to make sure that we, what I'm saying, I want to make sure we get everybody's opinion in. So try to keep it 30 minutes. CSB Leo from Common Sense Buffs. Leo, what is your thoughts? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, so I think high level as a program, CU's identity is rebuilding. But because of who Prime is, the expectation he has put out there, and all of the weapons they have on that team, people are expecting them to perform more like a playoff team and not a team that's being rebuilt. So there's two identities there on a high level from a program standpoint. Well, as far as play on the field, I think we're more. Although we pattern ourselves an offensive first team, I think in the first 3 games, CU is the defense is trying to establish itself as, hey, you're not. This is not going to be a team that you're going to beat in a shootout. We're going to keep you to a low score, and you're going to have to prove that you could truly beat us, and it's not just going to be a porous defense. Now, on the offensive side of the ball, I agree with CU fan in that we're still trying to find an identity, but we know what we would like to be, which is a pass first team that is able to score a lot of points. I don't think we're quite there yet. We now understand that the running game has to play a role, and we'll see what they do in the next game against Baylor.
So I realize that you guys are actually taking the pieces and you're giving me an answer. But like if I was to look at, let's say, Notre Dame from the Rudy days, I would say smash mouth, tough football team to beat. You look at them and you know like they're gonna come and they're gonna play, right? If I was to look at, let me see, I'm just trying to remember the football teams that I remember back in the day. If I was to look at who else? Who do I remember back in? Oh yeah, Colorado back in the 90s, 80s, late 80s, 90s. I would say Smash Mouth. Um, if you come to this stadium, you better make sure your helmet is screwed on tight because it might fly off. So that's kind of like what I'm talking about. I want to I'm not talking about give me, because we're gonna do that. I'm not talking about give me what you think the individual pieces are identified as. Tell me when you think Colorado, you think what? That's what I'm talking about. Phil, your turn. When you think Colorado, what do you think?
So I'm gonna be fake deep real quick. So in math, when you got an equation and you're trying to figure out the unknown, it's called a variable.
Mm-hmm.
So I would just say Colorado's identity is a variable. It is the unknown right now. Yes, we see glimpses of a really, really good team, a really, really talented team, and then we see glimpses of a team that is going to struggle throughout the year. We see glimpses of coaches making good adjustments with personnel. Then we see them making bad decisions with the play calling or not being creative. So there's a lot of inconsistencies with what I've seen from them. So I would say they're a variable. They're unknown right now.
Unknown is a really good assessment. I think I like that. I like the unknown because I don't know right now. Tim, what are your thoughts when you think Colorado football in the Deion Sanders era? You think what?
Phil pretty much took the words out of my mouth. The unknown was what I was gonna say. He haven't really had enough time just yet to establish that. I feel like people mix him with his program, and everybody's not built like him, and they confuse the two. That's like oil and water. So I feel like uh, it's gonna take time to establish that. But as of right now, it, I'm clueless, honestly.
Okay, so you are a LSU fan, right? What is LSU's
Yeah.
current identity, Tim? What would you say if you think LSU football? You think what, or you would say what to somebody?
Uh, SEC, tough, fast, play at a high level, recruits well, uh, get guys into the pros. Um, but as of this year, it's 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 the unknown because they still rebuilding.
Okay, all right. So now let's take the time and let's go into the.
Hold on, Harry B. I got to have a second chance at this. Now that you broke it down about identity and not necessarily everything, right?
Okay.
I think Colorado is prime.
Colorado is what?
Is prime. Their identity is prime. He is the team, and I think that's the thing that
But when you say it's prime, prime has a lot of there's different facets of prime. You're gonna have to. Is it the player prime or the dancing prime, the singing prime? What prime are you identifying as CU football? Because prime has a lot of different facets to him.
The flash, right? The big personality. And I think you cannot separate Colorado's identity from Prime's identity. I think that's where the expectations for this team are so high. And I'm talking about they already got the confidence. They haven't matched the play yet. What's going to be scary for the NCAA is all of the points that everybody is bringing up, which is they bring it all together where the confidence that they have, the media savvy that they have, the flash that they have, the style that they have, the cultural influences that they have, if they could join that with play on the football field, however it manifests itself, and hopefully it manifests itself in a lot of wins, right? I think that's what the college football establishment is afraid of, because that is almost impossible to replicate. A winning football team with a prime identity, coaches can't compete with that. That's where it goes crazy in the recruiting. So that's just kind of a distinction I wanted to make, taking everything that everybody says, but also the fact that you cannot separate these teams from prime identity, good, bad, or otherwise.
Hey, Harry, can I say
Yeah,
something real quick to that?
go ahead.
Okay, that's why I stated what I said as far as identity with Prime and the team. It's like water and oil. Prime is one individual. When he was playing at Florida State, he was built like that with the flashiness. You can the kids nowadays, they want that attention. They want that flashiness or whatever, but they not built necessarily like him. And I don't feel like it's going to play out that way, because if you're talking about winning a national championship, we know the roads that you got to go through to get there, which are your Georgias, which are your Alabamas, your LSUs, your Ole Miss, your Tennessees this season.
And you know
And,
what? I
and,
want to
and,
add.
Let him
Go ahead.
finish, and you can have him. Let
uh,
him finish.
and Colorado is just not built like that. You can come in feeling that way. Man, you know what? I got Coach Prime as my head coach. I know what he did. I want to play at that level. It's only one person that I can say has matched what exactly Prime it was doing then is Travis Hunter. That's the only individual that I see that started from ground level that then worked his way up to match exactly what Prime is was talking about in the beginning when he came to see you.
Hey, Warren, you can have it. And I want to throw this question in there. Can you have an identity without winning?
Yeah. So let's talk
Yes.
about it. Yeah. So the identity is that they're a popular team. They're popular. That's their identity right now.
Wait, are you switching your position?
They're popular. So
So are you
with
changing your
yeah.
answer to that? Is that
Yeah,
what you're saying? That
yes.
their
I'm
identity is
changing
that they're
right now. I'm
popular?
changing my answer to the fact that they're popular. Now,
So
within
when
it
you
being
wait,
popular,
hold on. Now I gotta hold your foot to the fire on this one. When you describe Colorado football to somebody who does not know Colorado football, the first thing you would say the identity is popular.
yes.
Okay,
So let's talk about the.
I
I
got
mean,
something to say about that. But go ahead. That's not a good thing.
look
But go
at.
ahead.
So in history, teams that have been popular have been on the top stage, win or lose. Cowboys is one example of a popular team, win or lose, no matter wins or losses, they're still a popular team. They're still what we would call their identity to the majority is that they're American team. Just
Okay,
Can
like,
I add
Well,
hold on,
something,
Warren
Harry?
can
G.
that
just
that's
like,
Is
not a
there
wait,
good
anybody?
hold on, let me
Warren
finish.
G, hold on 1 second. I'm gonna let you finish. Is there anybody? Just answer yes or no. Is there anybody on this panel that if you were a football coach, I'm going to repeat the question. If you were a football coach, you would want people to know your team as popular?
no.
Okay, that's it.
No.
No. Phil.
No.
Tim said no. Phil.
No.
CSB Leo.
Yes and
Okay.
no, and because
Don't
football.
explain it. Don't
All
explain.
right.
CU fan. Yes or no? Would you, if you were a football coach, would you want your identity to be known as popular?
No.
Okay, good. Thank you. Go ahead. Continue, Warren G. You got 30 seconds.
Right. So being popular, a football team, and we're all on the panel saying that they're unknowns, but the fact that they're always in the media's eyes, that they're all eyes on them, meaning that they're popular in one way or another, whether it's negative or positive,
No, I
they're
think
still a
you're
popular
missing
team.
it. I think no. Their identity is
Right
unknown.
now,
Not they're
right
unknown,
now,
but what identifies them as a football team is still being developed. It's still being trying to work. It's still being worked out. But nobody's saying
Can
they're
I
not
add to
known.
something, Harry?
okay.
He got 20 more seconds. Let him finish his thought, and then I'll come to you.
So you could be a popular team, and you could be while you developing other characteristics to change over to something else. But right now, they're a popular team that everybody, all eyes on them.
Warren G, do you understand what you're saying?
Yeah, I understand that they're a popular team. Don't mean that they're winning.
No, I
I
just want you
mean,
to.
the,
I
the
want to
other
make sure that I
Chicago.
understand.
I mean, Dallas
Warren G,
Cowboys
hold
is
on,
a
Warren
popular
G,
team, right? Are they winning?
Warren G. Listen, I
Okay.
want you to understand and stay true to the topic that we're talking about. We're talking about CU's identity as a football team. I just want to know that you understand that, so that later on down the road, you're not like, oh, no, no, I didn't mean that. You understand we are talking about the makeup of this football team, and you're saying popularity is what they're made up of, right?
At this point, because
Okay,
if
good.
you have to, if since you, if I mean, if there's an unknown, the only known part that I know right now, if everybody's saying that they're unknown, that they don't know their identity, then right now you can at least say that they're a popular team. Let's just keep it above.
Got
That's
it.
one thing you can say, that they're a
Got it.
popular team.
All right, cool. Let me go to CU fan. You said you wanted to ask something.
So yeah, now that I understand the question a little bit more, what I want to do is I want to agree with CSB Leo, and the reason I agree with him is because um, what he's saying is true. The identity of Colorado is branded around Deion Sanders, or I should say the Sanders family. He's on TV. He's got these deals. He's got brands of everything. Dion Prime, he looks at everything. He looks at the jerseys, or I should say the uniforms. He looks at everything that it has to do with Colorado to make them more lookable in recruitment. Because when they go to recruit someone, either in the portal or in high school, they're telling players, we've got so many years of NFL experience, so many years of uh, the mainframe of what they're capable of doing in the NFL experience that they're going to give them. Um, so I look at it as one of those things. As when I think about Colorado, it's the Sanders family. It's the prime time. It's the you could turn on Saturday football and it could be on Fox, ESPN, and you're going to be able to watch them. It's the brand that they bring to Colorado. That's what I think their identity is. And I'm saying that's a good thing, because that's the way they bring um the world to see Colorado football. And I think there's a lot of people that hate that because they don't have that. Uh,
Hey, I got some pushback to that
Yeah.
here.
I want to stay on topic, guys, because I feel like we're re-identifying the topic here. That because I don't know that has to do with identity. You feel me? But
Right.
but anyways, go ahead, Tim. Let's.
No, I was just gonna say, I disagree with that for the simple fact that every state has a college that has a football team. So what the identity? I use Alabama for example. Alabama is popular because of the type of players that they bring in
And how long they've
each
been
and
winning?
every year. How long they've been winning, how many championships they have. It's not about the uniforms and how they look. It's about the aspirations and dreams of these young kids that wants to get to the next level, to
Mm-hmm.
the NFL. Okay, Nick Saban has put over 70 players into the NFL. So that identity
Again,
is established there at that program. So kids feel like, especially some of the your 5-star O linemen or running backs or wide receivers or quarterbacks, they see that they may not have the best looking jerseys, but they are helping kids get to the next level. Because how you look out there on the field doesn't mean nothing, but how you
well, Tim,
perform out there on the field means everything.
So let me
So
just
hold on,
add.
hold
Let me
on.
just
If kids are identifying certain things that may attract them to a specific team, I think what Tim is saying, if you were to put a number to each thing and say, okay, the level of importance, the color of the jersey or how the jersey look will probably get like maybe a 5 or 6 points. Not like it's not going to be the highest grade. It's not going to be graded that high on the level of importance. I think that's what I'm hearing.
But
So
I
just
think
Can I chime
we
in when
trying
Warren
to
G finishes?
I think we're trying to identify or make say that the identity, if it's not some similar to Alabama, it's not considered an identity. So my question then is to you: what would be the measurements to have an identity that says that this is a football team? Because identity is identity, whether you win or lose.
No, no, no,
You
no, no.
still have an
Okay, so
identity. Or
I think
you either have an identity of being a trash team, or you have an identity as being a great team based on win and losses, or you have an identity as a team that has this flair about yourself, this swag about yourself. You may not be winning a whole bunch of games, but hey, this is their identity.
right.
That's
So
what
I
I'm.
mean, so you said that swag was part of their identity. They're popular, so that's fine. If that's how you see it, and like TH is saying, let's put it this way: if you were a high school kid and was asked to choose a team, how do you or how would you describe CU if that was one of the teams that was that was on your list? But let's go ahead. Let's let Phil get his thoughts in. Phil, go ahead.
So I just want to say this. I think Warren G is absolutely correct about you can lose, you can win, you can be mid, and you still have an identity. The identity is the identity. And then I also want to point out some of the things that we're looking at and some of the measurables as far as their popularity. Yes, that's all fine and dandy, but I feel like that identity of being a popular team, that shouldn't be a goal. And I know nobody said that was, but I'm just saying it out loud. I don't think that should be a goal. That is always going to be a byproduct because USC got popular because they were winning and kicking everybody's butt. Bama the same, Georgia the same, now with Kirby Smart. So I think all that popularity and that flash and being well known, I think that should come from winning, not from just having a coach that has a gold jacket, now coach your school, and now you got all this flash and swagger of a team that's accomplished a lot. And just based off of his record at Colorado, he does not meet the level to have that type of attention and popularity.
I second that. I would say I
Wait
second
a
that
minute.
thought because at the end of the day, when you have a team, hold up, mute your mic, man. If you have a team that is popular first and then is trying to seek identity of play, I guess I didn't really identify to let y'all know, like, okay, what is CU's play identity or whatever, but I just wanted to have a general idea of how do people see Colorado, right? So that's why I'm not trying to define it so much, and we shouldn't have to, because if you look at other teams and you ask the identity question, they'll give you three things. They'll be like, boom, 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 like, oh, Georgia. They're gonna kick your butt every day. They're gonna come and they're gonna score. They're not gonna be slow off the, they're not gonna have a slow start. Georgia's gonna have a quick start, and Georgia's play calling is fun. I mean, if you look at other teams, you can say certain things. Like you can probably, I would say, even though they suck, I feel like CSU has an identity, a play identity of trying to be tough. They didn't have last year. They had the players to make it happen. This year they did not. But I think I can look at CSU and say they are a chirpy team. They are very chippy. They're going to smack you around, and they don't care who you are in their face. I feel like that could be part of their identity. Now, let's take this a little further, guys. This is the good part now. This is where you get to give me your assessment of CU's identity based on specific things. When it comes to CU's identity, right now, if we were to take a snapshot of this team this year, what is the identity currently? if I was to start the conversation off, I say CU right now, their identity is their defense. That's how I would identify CU right now. Their defense is tough. So if I was a team that was just watching, I've never seen a CU. I don't know a CU last year, and I was to watch them. I said, wow, the offense is, the offense struggles a lot, but that defense is tough. That'll be the identity that I'll come away with. Let me start with Warren G, guys. Make sure that it's 30 seconds, guys. We got too many people on the panel.
So I'm confused. I'm confused. I know I get it. The that's your opinion about the defense, but we make it seem like just 2 games before or 3 games before the very first game, the man threw over for over 400 yards.
Just give me your opinion. Give me your opinion of the
so
identity. I'm telling you, that's what I say.
I'm using my 30 seconds to do that. I'm using my 30 seconds to do that. So if I had to say, if I had to give them, at this point, I'm seeing that they're playing complementary football. Let me say it that way. That's their identity. They play complementary football. That's what I'm gonna label it. That's my final answer for their identity. That's what I'm putting in it.
Right, because this is what I'm picking up. This is what you're given. You know how people say they're given this thing? This is what you're given. When somebody gives their criticism of the team, you take offense to it because you feel like you feel some kind of way. You're one of, I don't know if you're the first fan base that I described on the show, but you take offense to it and you try to give a rebuttal based on what they haven't done and what they have done.
Right. So I'm using. So when I am. So let me say this. I am a big supporter of Prime. So you know where I stand. I am a big supporter of whatever program that he touched, that he will succeed. That's just where I'm at with it. And
which is fine, but you're not in everybody's heads. You're not in everybody's head of thing, because if I say, hey, if I was to ask you off
I'm
the
telling
streets,
you where I stand. I'm not talking about everybody else. I'm just saying where I stand.
Remember what I said.
I'm not taking it.
Based on the way you like Prime, you're always taking offense to how people evaluate the team. That's what you're given. Every time somebody says something,
if I'm giving that, that's not my intent. My intent is just to look at it from a logical perspective. He did everything that we asked him to do and still doing. So the program,
in my view, he's not doing everything we're asking him to do. He's not running the ball. So he's not. That's how you feel about
the ball last week. What are you talking about? He just ran the ball last week.
That's last week.
You're not going to just but he's running the ball.
But
we can't go. Why are we going to go back? So
your opinion is how you view Prime. I'm not viewing Prime the way you view Prime. You're taking Prime and you say, hey, you ran the ball last week and that's good enough for me. To me, it's not good enough.
Okay, well, just say that. That's different. But don't say he's not running the ball. Because he attempted to run the ball 3 times. He just was unsuccessful the first 2 times. He just broke through the 3rd game. This is only 3 games. So
Coach Prime is not interested in running the ball. He ran the ball when the media, everybody is saying,
I can't disagree with that. I can't disagree with that because that's your opinion. So I'm not going to disagree with that. I'm just going by what I'm seeing. Right now, the ball is being ran. He finally got a breakthrough. So now my goal is to see if he can repeat that. If that's going to be something that he can continue to do. But we won't know that until we get these rest of these games in. So that's all.
Okay. So look, this is what I'm watching for. When we put the pressure, we should not a team that is interested in running the ball. We should not be putting pressure on them to run the ball. It shouldn't be like we should pressure you to do something that, your wife or your partner or whoever should not pressure you to say, hey, babe, I love you. You know what I'm saying? Like, hey, babe, you haven't told me in 3 months you love me. And then you say one time, and now I have to look at you as, oh, you're somebody that says I love you. No, you're not. I'm not going to look at you as somebody that says I love you. I'm going to still look at you and have question marks. Like, all right, so let's see. Because the one thing that I do know, and when we're talking about identity, is that one of the identity is the second that the run doesn't work, they go right back to the pass, and they abandon the run. That's been the identity that I have recognized. So I'm just gonna put that
Okay.
out there.
That's cool.
All
I
right,
get
all right,
that.
cool. Okay, so was it Phil that wanted to okay, let me bring JD
But
on,
no,
then we can let me bring
I was
bring
just.
on.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. JD, welcome to the show. How you doing today? Thank you for calling. I appreciate you.
What's up, man? How y'all doing today? Hope
All
everybody
is
doing
well,
good.
man. All right, so we are having this identity question. We are talking about Colorado's identity. I will come to you in a second. Let me get Phil's opinion on when it comes to we're going a little deeper. We're going a little deeper now. So let's go a little deeper with the conversation as far as, okay, the makeup for rooms. All right. So Phil, your thoughts.
Well, what room are you asking specifically?
So you can choose a room and then give me your thoughts. A room that because I started off with saying when I look at CU, if I took a snapshot right now, I would say their defense is their identity right now, right? That's how I'm looking at it. Their identity right now is their defense. If I take a snapshot, I say, you know what? CU, if I was to just talk, be a regular fan right now, I would look at it and I'll be like, wow, even though it's Colorado, it's been a little shaky on the offensive side, but right now, the one thing that I'm seeing consistent play in is their defense. So right now, I'm looking at CU as their identity is their defense. So when you come to Colorado to play, you better be prepared to play that defense.
Gotcha. So I'll pick the wide receiver room. I've been very impressed with the wide receiver room. I don't like how much they target Travis because I think they have a lot of other guys on there that can get open. But I think the identity of the wide receiver room, I would say explosive.
Okay,
And
JD,
I yield back the rest of my time.
All right, thank you, Phil. JD, let me come to you. You're new on the panel. When you look at CU and you're taking a snapshot of this year, all right, forget about last year. Their current identity, what would you say is? You can pick any room you like.
I would say their identity is a passing team,
Okay.
a pass and finesse team. Like you said, if it wasn't just based off this, if you said just based off this year,
Yeah, just take a snapshot of this year. What is our identity?
yeah, like as far as like, yeah, I'm gonna still go on the offensive side because when people tune into Colorado, they want to see points being put up, based off the skill position that they have on the offensive side. No matter how the defense has been playing better, but at the end of the day, like they're known for for as an offensive football team. So I'm still going to say they're explosive offensive passing team.
All right. So, Tim, if you're here, pick a room, any room. Let me know what you say. Snapshot, what their identity is.
I'm gonna go with the defensive side of the ball, just for the simple fact that the consistency, and they're getting better. I feel like they're getting better each and every game, as one unit. Livingston, I feel like he's doing an amazing job at putting those guys in position to be great individually, um, to showcase their talents individually. So I'm gonna go with the defensive side of the ball.
I agree. And let me tell y'all why the reason why I didn't pick the offensive side is because of that. What Tim just said is the inconsistency. Now, your identity is if I was to just put it into words, is what you're doing consistently that people know you, that you're really consistent with. This year, I've seen some really bad passes by Shador. He's still the same Shador. The accuracy is still there, but the offense have been inconsistent. They haven't shown up at the right time, at the right, they haven't shown up like consistently, like they need to show up. They get slow starts on teams that we're supposed to beat, and it's just not consistent enough for me to say, oh, okay, that is your identity. So I'm looking for consistency when I'm talking about identity. Like the defense has shown up, even though in the first game we gave up like 400 yards, but for some odd reason, I feel like they're the most consistent, cohesive group that comes and they play hard and they take care of business. So that's why I'm saying, if I was to describe Colorado's football right now to any team, I would say Colorado football is about their defense right now, because if you go there, you know they're going to show up to play. You know. So, CU fan, your go, your microphone.
So I believe that I agree with you and Tim Smith that our identity is the defensive side of the ball, because of the fact that Livingston has said it in his interviews. He believes that we have great defensive backs that could be starting for any team out there. And he believes that because we play so much man, he believes that he can that those players can beat that wide receiver. And our linebackers have been excellent with Bentley and Green, and there's consistency. Like if you look at the last 3 games, every half we've controlled. The second half, I should say, we've controlled the narrative there. We have done something that tells us that we can come out and play defensive football. And that's what a lot of coaches are looking at as, hey, their defense is good. We're going to have to play it a little bit different. We're going to have to get creative. Versus on the offense side of it, we are still trying to figure that out. We are not consistent there, because if I don't know if you saw the interview with Deion Sanders Jr., he said that Shedeur was making up passing plays out of the pistol formation because they didn't have any. So to me, that tells me that we're not ready.
Running plays?
No, passing plays. All the pistol plays that we had were running. They had no passing plays out of the pistol. So he was on the sideline creating those passing plays in the pistol formation. So that tells me that we're consistent. We're not ready. We still have a long way to go on the offensive side. But on the defensive side, we're looking good.
Right. So again, let me tell you guys, join tlplive@gmail.com. The email is right there. I'm covering my face with it. I'm going to have it up for a few more minutes, guys. If you want to call in, you feel like we're talking trash and you're getting at us in the comments, this is your opportunity. You don't even have to show your face. I'm the only guy showing my face right now. So come on here. All right. Get out of the comments. Come on here. Let us hear your voice. Come on here and defend whatever you're saying in the comments if you got time. I understand that people are still working. It is 2 p.m. on Friday. But yeah, join tlplive@gmail.com, and it's the email. Write it down. Save it for later. You can call in later on in the show. But join tlplive@gmail. We do have a pretty good show for you today, guys. I got a few questions we're going to try to answer, because tomorrow we're going to be watching Colorado again. We're talking about Baylor tomorrow. This is Colorado's opportunity to identify who they are. If the offense comes out and mix up the plays, confuses the defense, scores first, the defense comes out, give us a 3 and out, or give us stop the defense from scoring, stop the offense from scoring. I'm sorry, stop the offense from scoring, give us the ball back, or keep it at 3 points. Because we know that when you're talking about identity, that's what you are expecting now, right? So we got a pretty good show. But I just want to, if you want to come on the show and discuss these things with us, join tlplive@gmail. Don't talk about me after we leave the show, okay? Y'all be sending me those crazy messages, and I ain't got time to answer like I used to do in the beginning, okay? I'm a busy man now. Got a lot of business going on. Praise God, right? All right. Hey, Tim, did I call on you yet or no? I
already answered. Go ahead.
Okay, good. CSB Leo, your turn. I want to know, as we talk about identity, pick a room, any room you want to pick. Just your first thing that comes off. Let me know your thoughts, please.
Yeah, so you're right, man. This is a great show. So hit that like, hit that subscribe. We're here to cook today, so I'm ready, man. I'm smashing some Jamaican food right now. Let's talk football. All right, so identity, right? High level, from a confidence standpoint, even to the point of overconfidence. This team's identity is prime at a high level, but beneath all of that is what I see in this team that a lot of people don't see, or maybe they don't understand because of the kind of light these guys are under. I feel like this is a hungry team.
Okay.
This is a team that's hungry to prove themselves. The whole world, and that's exactly what it feels like sometimes, don't believe that this team is capable of winning 6 games, let alone winning the conference.
But
All
whose
right.
fault
So
is that? Who posts that air? If a dude is, if he's a nerd and he's some geeky dude, right? And you got pretty girls out there, who puts that air out? Who's airing that? Like if you know you shy, you shy. You can't always blame other people for your shyness or because you don't like talking to girls. You can't always blame other people for what you put out in the environment. So we're talking about, that's why we're talking about identity right now. So if we're talking about identity, your identity is your identity. And I'll give you this, I'll let you talk in a second. I'm sorry for cutting you off, but I'm just saying, like, sometimes we got to cut out this whole, all the hating on us. We got to cut that out because you're putting out there. If you are a smash mouth football team, if you come up in here and you don't let nobody come into your house and disrespect you, if you go to other people's houses and you cook in their house, can nobody tell you that, oh my gosh, Colorado football, man, you play Colorado, they're going to smack you in the mouth. As much as I hate them because of their flair and their flashiness, those guys can play some daggone football. That's what people will be saying. But you can't put a sorry product out there. Nebraska's handling business, doing all of these things. And then you keep saying people are hating on you for calling you what you are. Go ahead.
all right, listen, bro. I understand.
We was cooking Jamaican.
Yeah.
So let's go, man.
Listen, I understand what you're saying. So I'm saying Colorado has invited this. This is a two-way street. When you talk a big game, you're gonna have big expectations. But what I'm talking about now is below that. I think this is a hungry team as a result of the reaction. And Prime always says this: don't let my confidence offend your insecurity. I think what people are saying is that it's not your confidence, it's your confidence without the wins to back it up. Doesn't matter how you take it, however you take it, we're here now. But what I'm saying is I think this team's identity, from the way they played against CSU, is hungry. And I'll point to 2 rooms in particular that gives me that as the adjective for this team. Number 1 is the running backs. Talk about a team that needs to run the ball with players who are literally starving. And you know what happens when you starve a dog? Everything looks like food. In this game against Baylor, we need to see those starving dogs eat. They need to be fed and fed well, especially if Dallin Hayden is back. And what we saw from Micah and Isaiah, we need to feed them boys. They are hungry. All right. The next room are guys who are already eating without the need to be fed, which is the law firm of Hill, Green, and Bentley. Talk about a room that everybody was talking down on. Hart is trash. Bentley is trash. Trevor Woods is trash. And the rest of these guys we don't even mention. What the first 2 games demonstrated is that they have depth in that linebacker room. They can switch guys out until they find the right combination. And now they found their 2 starters. One of them, Bentley, graded out as the highest graded linebacker this week on PFF. He missed a chance for a turnover last week. He created his own opportunity this week, stripped the ball, recovered the fumble himself. And I love what they were talking about with Coach Livingston, his mentality. There's money on the floor, right? When you see their celebration, there's money on the floor. This defense is hungry for turnovers, and that's the way I describe them right now.
All right.
Hey, why he didn't Charlie off at all though when he was talking about the running backs? Because I think he's hungry too, but I don't think he's gonna get fed.
He hungry, but he white. White men don't eat in black houses.
You said it, not me.
The food is too seasoned. I'm being racist right now. Okay, all right. I'm telling you, Charlie can run, but he's gonna. Charlie is. I'm about to send right now. I'm gonna tell you.
He got some run time last
I'm,
game.
let me send right now. This is blasphemy. Charlie is like a Dylan Edwards. You got to put him in situations to do what he does best. You can't just throw him out there and expect him to just do what everybody else's strength is. You feel me? That's the one thing that I don't like about the fan base is that we evaluate everybody else against the next person. If you are a talent evaluator, you can't just say good and bad. That's not how you evaluate talent. Talent is not about good and bad. It's about what are you good at? What can you do great? And then we can put you in a position to do that great thing, to do it the way that you do it. But if we're going to evaluate you based on Micah Welch, it's I can't say this without saying no Diddy, but he's thick. He's he's built, you know what I'm saying? And he can make his own room. So if you're going to be evaluating Charlie Alfredo based off of Micah Welch's strength, it's like you evaluating my channel based off of BIP, Buff and Prime, right? Because they do something very well. You're looking at them and saying, well, Harry B, you suck because you don't do what they do. So that's not how you evaluate talent.
But you have to in that situation though, because you're trying to figure out who's going to start, who's going to back up, who's going to be your third string. So you do have to compare him to somebody else, or at the very least.
I think.
Hold on. Your football purists have said that starting doesn't matter. Y'all have said on this show and told me that starting doesn't matter. Is how they're using you. Look at Dylan Edwards in Kent State. Dylan Edwards returns punts, and then he gets into the game. He has scored every single game that they have played this season.
Right, so but my point is you still have to measure him against somebody because you need to know who is going to be the person that you depend on the most.
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is if you're going to compare him to somebody, it cannot be the skill set because obviously he's on the team and Coach Prime made him a starter for a reason, right? So we identified a skill set in Charlie Alfredo, but how do we employed his skill set so that we put him in a position so that he can shine? Because if you continue to run him like you run Micah Welch, he's not going to be as successful because he's not the same type of back. Dylan Edwards was not supposed to be ran like Hankerson. Hankerson is killing it right now, right? He's the fullback type of back where you can get 1 yard out of him because you know he's going to move the guys. He's gonna hit somebody and move somebody. You can't put Dylan Edwards in that situation. That's not his type of thing. You feel me? So that's what I'm talking about. If you're gonna compare skill for skill, then compare it based on that person's skill set, not necessarily what somebody else is doing. It can't be that way.
Well, Harry B, you said a lot in all of that. So, and I'm not gonna sit up here and say. So I think my only thing is if you're gonna compare apples to apples, compare apples to apples. Don't try to compare a CU against because everybody likes to go to this stream and say, well, they're not Georgia, they're not Alabama. Ain't nobody by no means are they them, but I'm trying to compare within the conference that they're in. And within that conference, I see them being who they are, which is a complimentary football team that can really come out of that conference because to me that whole conference is wide open for anybody to make it to that Big 12 championship. So it's not like there's like these 2-3 teams that you can say, well, they for sure going to the championship. Or these two teams are for sure. We don't know what teams out of that conference because of the way the makeup is and the way how they predominantly run the ball. We have a good shot at making those championship teams. So I see us
Hey,
being able
can I
to
say
accomplish
something to
that.
Warren?
I want to say I don't think they're as complimentary as you think. Like I just think they show 1 week of running the ball and everybody say they're a complimentary football team. They're not complimentary as you think, and I don't think
Well,
the
but
conference
wait a
is
minute. Hold on. So So my ideal complimentary is that they started off fast on defense. They didn't wait till second quarter. They was in, they was out of there.
We
Complimentary football. They put up 28 points and they did it variety of ways. They threw it to the tight end. They threw it to the running backs. They handed off to the running backs. The wide receivers got some play. The cornerbacks played pretty good. Got a couple of interceptions. So that's what I mean by complimentary football.
but that's
I
that
see them being that type of
I
team.
would I see what you're
That's not
saying,
good
but
enough to get you to
Y'all
a Big
forget
yeah,
who
12
that's
Shador
what I'm
is.
saying.
championship.
Y'all
That's
treat
not good
Shador
enough.
like
That's what
he
you're
ain't
talking about.
him.
One game complimentary is based off consistency, not
Well,
what you
sir,
do over one
it's
game.
only 3 games, but it's
Bro,
only three
every
games.
but listen,
You
but
act
listen,
like this
week,
is week
but
8.
look, but
Hey,
Okay,
every
Warren, can
week
I
okay.
say something to you real
can,
quick
can I hold on,
to
can I
help
finish
you
real
out?
quick?
Oh, yeah, yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Because every week is people that just say, "Oh, it's only game one, it's only game two, it's only game three." You're gonna keep seeing that every week. Next thing on news, like, well, it's only game nine. Like, no, my thing is it's a complimentary football. Is not based off one game. What you do one game. It's based off what you do over plenty of games consistently. And consistently is not been a run game. Even last week, they ran the ball more than they have in Prime's era. But even
Again,
still,
I
but
said
even
I see them being a complimentary team. You missed
no, I understand.
I don't think so.
I understand what you said, but you're saying that based off one game. I'm not. I can't base that off one game because even in that one game, the running game didn't look like it
off that
looked
last
better.
game. I
It
can
looked,
see that. That's what I'm
but
seeing.
I can't see
And
that because even in that one game,
You
it
may
looked
not
better.
can see that. That's cool. That's your
Listen,
opinion. This is my
I'm not.
opinion on that.
It's not an opinion. It's what we. It was the actual fact of what I watched. Like if you watch the game, they ran the ball better than they have. Yes, I could. We could all say
Again,
that.
that's your opinion.
It, it's not an
That's,
opinion.
yeah,
They
that's not
actually
an
have the most.
opinion. Like if you're seeing something, this is not MAGA. Come on, guys. Like,
That's
all
not
right,
an opinion. They
truth
actually ran the
matters
ball.
around here. All right, I know some people here are Trump fans, but this is not. We're not gonna just ignore facts. Okay, like if they ran the ball a certain amount of time, we can literally see it happening. It's not an
Yeah,
opinion.
that's not an opinion. Yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
exactly.
It's
Right. They ran the
I
ball last week.
when
So
it
I used that. They ran the ball. They threw the
they
ball
ran the
from
ball,
they
but
threw the
you're
ball
see, look,
to
okay.
they
Oh,
did some
I get it. You know what, Warren? Let me let you finish, and then I'll say this because I just noticed a pattern for you. To you, let me go ahead. Okay, so if you're not speaking, let me tell you what I noticed. You're satisfied with just being satisfied. There's a few of us here on this panel that we're not satisfied with just being satisfied. I'm one of those guys. I've come out and I'll let you know that I'm not satisfied with just being satisfied. I'm not if
it's
my
funny how you're using these words, Harry. So you're
okay,
using
so I'll
words
let you
like
go.
I'm satisfied with being satisfied. No, what I'm saying is I see that the arrow is headed in the right direction. They made the things that we picked out about the line. They changed up. The things
No,
that we saw about the defense starting late in the second half, they changed it within 3 games.
all
You
right,
know, the
good.
thing about them not running the ball, they changed it. All I'm saying is I see them working on the things that they're addressing it right away. It's not like last year that we had to scratch our head and see what they're gonna do this, they're gonna do that. We're seeing that each game that they're making the adjustments and applying them. So
Okay, good.
I'm
30
for
seconds. 30
me,
seconds.
yeah.
God,
So
you
I'm
can't go forever.
satisfied with that part
Worry, you
of
cannot
it.
go forever. We're on a panel and we gotta respect somebody talking. You can't just start talking. You see how I stopped and let you talk? Now we gotta let somebody else in. Let me tell you
Hey,
why I feel like you're just satisfied with being satisfied. For 2 games in 2024, Colorado did not run the ball. 2 games. The third game, we won it with
They
a with
did run the ball.
you see what I'm saying? You're doing the same thing. You got to let me talk, and then I'll let you talk. If you want another 30 seconds, I'll give it to you. But what I'm trying to tell you is, you gotta like you're always on the defense of Prime. We're not trying to We're not trying to talk poorly about Prime. We're assessing college football. But when you're saying they ran, I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I'm saying that's a good thing, but I'm not satisfied. That's what I'm saying. You feel me? I'm not satisfied with them running the ball against CSU, and it worked. And then at times they didn't run the ball at all. I'm not satisfied with 100 and some yards. I feel like CSU was a terrible team that we should have hung at least 250 yards running the ball, especially in the fourth quarter when it was 9 minutes left and we were up 28 to something. We should have worked on that to get our running up. So you're satisfied with being satisfied of the running, which is fine, but it's because we won. You see what I'm saying? I don't like the fact that we have these conversations when they win, but then we go into situations where we don't win, we don't run the ball, then people are going to say, well, look, they couldn't run the ball because the defense, the opponent's defense was getting Shador the entire time. And that's why I'm saying running the ball is a habit. It's not something you just choose to do when you want to or you feel like it, and then that's it. So let me bring on Ron Tate.
Hey, let me say something. Oh, go ahead.
Let me bring Warren G. You're back. Ron Tate, welcome to the show, brother.
Man. Sorry
Thank you
about
for calling. Warren Tate, Ron Tate, Warren Tate, Ron Tate, welcome back. Welcome to the show, brother. I thank you for calling in. Welcome, man. How you doing?
All right, I'm doing good, man. I'm sorry I'm late.
It's all good.
But listen, I tell you another reason why Harry says, listen, it's not enough for me right now. Because in an interview just yesterday, Coach Prime said, when a lady was talking about the very thing that we're pleased about. Hey, you're running the ball, and Coach Prime was giving his running backs and his line, props. And then he said, even those short passes are just like that we throw behind the line of scrimmage. They're just like a
running game. Right.
They're just like the running game. And I'm saying to myself, no, they're not. No, they're not. And that's what worries me. And I'm a staunch supporter. If you've listened to these panels on TLP Sports, I'm a staunch supporter of Coach Prime, but I'm still a little worried. I haven't seen enough. Just like the rest, I haven't seen enough to be convinced that he's hooked on the running for CU.
Can I say something real quick? Even in the win, I think they only ran the ball like 19 times in the whole game. Even though they had better rushing, like the yards was better
we had 36 attempts.
Oh, he was 36 attempts.
And we only got 100 something yards.
So,
from 36 attempts.
Wow.
But see, the thing is, even with those 30 something attempts, right? They ran the ball just to satisfy to show, okay, we're gonna run the ball just to shut up the fan base. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't running the ball because it's an effective run play, like it's affecting the game, because even later in the game, right, they started to get into heavy pass formations, to where in certain downs and distances those were running situations. Not saying they should have threw the ball or should have ran the ball, but some of those situations where it could have been instances where you ran the ball. So you would see, like, when it gets tight or when it gets uncomfortable, then you would see like they would go revert back to throwing the ball.
Right. That's what
That's
what we're saying. And hold on. Hey, Warren, hold on, guys. Let me just let y'all know this. Let me let y'all know one thing. I'm playing a psychological game, and y'all don't know that. Coach Prime and his staff, somebody listen to this show. I'm not gonna do what y'all do with the QC fancy stuff that y'all try to do as fans. I'm not doing that. I'm holding myself to a higher standard because I'm separating myself, because I feel like if they're going to listen to me, then I might as well say what we are seeing out here. I'm telling you, because when we say something on this show for some odd reason, we see some results.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
And it's weird, but so I'm not sitting here talking to you like, oh my gosh, like these guys don't, I'm just trying to be negative. No, I'm saying I don't care if you get into trouble with Baylor. I'm telling you, I don't care if you get into trouble. You got to run the ball. So that's part of it. So, Y'all fry me in the chat. All y'all want to fry me. That's up to y'all.
Hey,
The
Harry.
channel is open. Y'all can come on here. Y'all
Hey,
can
Harry.
talk. Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, Harry. Let me
I'm
say
getting
something
fried
to
in the comments,
Warren.
Tim. Go ahead, Tim.
I understand where you stand, Warren. Kind of like with Harry.
But don't make this about me, man. This is keep it on point. I mean, I have my views about it. There's some things that I've seen
Okay,
because the
I'm gonna
defense
ask you
last
one
week, the
question.
de-
Hold
the
on, hold
defense.
on,
Okay,
Warren. Warren, hold on, hold on. I'm gonna ask you one question. Do you have Coach Prime going to the Big 12 championship? That's a
I
yes or
sure
no
do.
question.
Yes,
You
sir. Yeah,
do.
I sure do.
Okay.
I sure
All
do.
right. Now, okay. Now, I like Coach Prime. I'm an LSU fan, but I like Coach Prime. Right? I like this. I like him as a head coach. I understand football. You cannot get and I want the best for him as well as a head coach for CU. I want to put that out there too. But he cannot win the Big 12 doing what they are doing currently.
Sir,
He will not beat Oklahoma
you mean
State.
Oklahoma State? You mean
He
Oklahoma
won't
State?
beat Oklahoma State. He will not beat
Yeah, he
Kansas
said
State.
state.
He
I
won't
told
Okay,
you
beat
Harry,
and
they ran
that's
the
Utah.
your
ball
and,
19
and, and
times.
that's your opinion on what they may not do. My opinion is that they'll beat Kansas State. I got them losing to Oklahoma State. That was one of my losses. I got them going 10-2 before the championship.
I do too. I got him
Okay,
at 10 and 2.
right. That's before they even championship. Here's my thing. When they was when
So, can I ask a question? So, y'all
CSU
got them winning all the
they
conference
dropped
games?
back in zone. They was coming. If you saw them, they was up. They had everybody up on a line. They was trying to. They was trying to. They was trying to stay face because they was trying to keep Travis out of. They didn't want Travis to get any more catches. But my point is this: they trying to run the ball. It's only been one game that we've seen a difference. I'm like you. They can't make it to the top without running the ball. We already agreed to that. But it's not like they're not trying to run the ball. They just haven't had a
They
good.
ran the
They
ball
just
more
have
time than
not
you
had a
all
good
of a sudden you
sample
It's
have
how
been.
size.
you get
They ran the
creative
ball.
in
You're
Wait a
running the
minute.
you're
ball.
incorrect about that, Warren
They
G.
just not had a good sample size yet to say that that's all they do. Now their MO is throwing the ball. That's their thing. They can do that. They got the quarterback for that. They got the
All right,
number
hey, Warren,
one
Warren,
player
you
in
got
the world, right? I mean, in college football right now that can catch that ball.
all
So
right, Warren,
I
Right.
mean,
Warren,
you
Warren,
can't
hold on,
not
guys.
just
But
say
Warren, let me
Hold on,
say you
Tim. Hold on,
this.
Tim. Hold on, Tim. So on your screen, I don't know how many of y'all can look on the screen and
Blow it
identify
up
what
some, Harry.
I can't. It's just what it is.
I told you they ran the ball 19 times in the win.
So
19 times.
look at the screen, Warren, if you can. All right. Against Nebraska, against North Dakota State, against Colorado State. That stat is on there. And thanks to Phil for sending me that. All right, you see the stat on there, right? When we talk about identity, are you okay? All
I'm
right, so
I'm good.
all right, cool. When we talk about identity, we're talking about a team that you know you see them and you know that okay, running could be a part of their identity. If you look at this stat right here, can you ascertain that running is a part of their identity? Can you even say, oh,
No,
and
no.
right?
No, I'm
So
not.
I'm
No,
just
I'm not.
so I'm
I'm
just
not
saying,
going to say that. Hell
right,
no. They identity is not running.
right.
What
So
we
I
need
guess
them to do, what I'm looking for them to do, is to run the ball to keep the defense honest. Because I'm relying on my special, my strong points, which is my receivers and my quarterback, and I have the number one receiver and cornerback on my team. Currently, I have a unicorn on my team that can do it all. Now, all I need to do is have them run the ball a little bit. They may not even gain a whole bunch of yards. But long as it's gonna keep that defense honest, that's all I need to do. Because
Got it.
if one thing you can say, if you give Shador enough time, if you give him time, he gonna pick you apart. If you
Okay.
keep him upright,
All right.
that's
All right.
it.
So let's move on. Let's move on from this. Let's now go deeper. Like I tried to do, attempted to do earlier, and let's identify if there is an identity for each room. Do you feel like you know the identity, Ron Tate, of that offensive line? Is there an identity for the offensive line? I know everybody is still nostalgic about the CSU win. I know y'all are still bashing in the glory of that CSU win. That's great. But do you know the identity of that offensive line when you compare to North Dakota State, Nebraska, and then CSU? Do you know the identity of that room?
No, you can't. You can't. The coaches don't even know yet. They're still trying to figure it out. They're still trying to figure out the best formula for the team through the offensive line. They're still trying to figure out who can do what and who can do what very well. And then they want to find that sweet spot where you have someone that's an above average pass blocker and maybe just an average run blocker.
Ron,
Or you
let me
find
change the color of this question. Let me add a little bit more meat on this bone.
okay.
Y'all remember when we were talking about so somebody just said check email. Oh, see you, Buff Dynasty, want to give me a piece of his mind. Thank God. Excuse me. So we were talking about, people were saying certain people are playing out of position. And I think some of the defense would have been the coaches know what they're doing. They understand what they're doing. Allow the coaches to do what they're doing, right? So why did we have changes at right guard, and I think there was another change in the right tackle or something like that?
It was right tackle and left guard.
Okay, if that's the case, right? We make a change at left tackle, right guard, and we're more effective. What does that tell us? Is it that they made a bad judgment call? Because we out here, people in the chat have been screaming, people are playing out of position and they're getting beat.
Harry,
So what exactly?
That's Prime's fault. Prime
Okay, hold
said,
on. I don't want to start pointing fingers yet. I'm going to give everybody an opportunity. And like I said, I wanted to put more meat on the bone of that question. So when we're talking about the identity of that offensive line, it's the offensive line's coach not knowing what he's doing because he's playing people out of positions and then bringing them back to, and people been saying no. T. Brown doesn't play that position. What is going on? And put that into your comment. You got 30 seconds. Put that into your comments about the offensive line identity. Ron Tate, please go ahead.
Okay. You have to account for several things as an offensive line coach and a head coach: injuries and your depth. You have to build both. I mean, you have to build your team preparing for both. So in the beginning, the early games, like they were talking about Charlie Offerdahl, I know Coach Prime did that for a psychological reason. The offensive line, moving those guys around and understanding, I think there was another reason other than them being the best for that position. I think depth has something to do with it, and I'm almost certain that preparing for later on in the season. Do they know the identity of some of the guys, what they can do and what they can't do? Yes, I do believe that they do. But I also believe that they're preparing for the latter part. They're preparing for big in-conference play by doing some of the things they did early.
All right, so let's go to hold up. Give me I haven't had Phil So Real. Can you identify that offensive line and why they're moving people around? What's going on? What is your thoughts on that?
Well, excuse me, the identity that I would give them is inconsistent right now because we've seen a lot of good from them at times when they give Shador a chance to actually read the defense when he drops back. And we've seen them not give him a lot of time. We've seen them not get a good push in critical moments when they were trying to run the ball. So I would say inconsistent as far as why they're moving some people around. I think it's simple. Tyler Brown was playing out of position. I think a lot of people have been saying it once the season started. I think um, also I'm concerned at why Colorado doesn't run as some say good on good. They always run the runs versus the tools or the scout team, but never the ones versus the ones. And I think
Nobody does that.
anytime Bama does it, Georgia does it, Texas does it, but that's neither here nor there.
Most teams don't do that. Most teams runs the ones with the scout team or the backups.
And that's fine, but the successful teams try to do ones on ones because here's the thing. How can you really judge how good your offensive line, your defensive line, your receivers are if they're going against lesser competition? Because if you judge Colorado based off of Colorado State, lesser competition, they're really a great team. But then when you judge them against a team like Nebraska, you're like, well, wait a minute, this team has some kinks they need to work out. So I think if they did more good on good in practice, I think that would have given the coaches a chance to see who really was the better offensive lineman and better in what position.
All right, CSB Leo and then CU fan, I'm coming to you. See, what is the identity of this offensive line right now? What are we doing? Do we know who these people are? Do they know who they are?
I would say work in progress. I think that's their identity. And I think they're trying to figure out who are going to be the 5 guys that match the style offense they want to play. So to everybody's point, I don't think as much as we desire them to be, we're going to see as much balance out of Colorado as we would like. Now, when you're winning, that's not so much of an issue. But when you lose like you did in the fashion that you did against Nebraska, this is going to be an issue that pops up all year. So let's say they go into the Baylor game, and maybe they improve on the run game by 2 carries, and they go 21 carries, but they win. Is it going to be slightly less of an issue? No, not for the people who are run and balance offense purists. They're still going to continue to say this team is not as balanced as they need to be. So back to the offensive line. I think their identity is really work in progress. They're going to need to be in pass blocking challenged to be one of the best pass blocking teams in the Big 12. I mean, that's a lot of pressure to protect Shedeur Sanders. These guys haven't played together. I think Phil Loho is trying to find his combination, 5 guys that believe in each other, that are not going to be looking next to them, trying to help the other person out while they're getting beat. So there's a lot of work still to be done. This is the 3rd week. You would have loved to have this figured out in fall camp, but hey, that's not the reality sometimes.
4th week, not 3rd week.
Yeah, 4th week, excuse me. So yeah, work in progress. They're trying to find the right combination. And what they really need to figure out is whether or not they're going to be able to protect 2. I think the run is secondary to that in the mind of the coaches for Colorado.
All right, let me
let me throw a question
hold on. You can't jump the questions, guys. Come on, please. See you, Buff Dynasty. Welcome to the show. Thank you for calling. I appreciate you. I'm sure you heard something. You've been frying me in the comments. I'm glad that when you can fry me in the comment and come on and let me have it too. Let's go. Pause. But go.
I hit you with them tomatoes.
It's all good, brother, because I know where your heart is at. So I know. I'm fine when you fry me.
Plain and simple. I CU's identity, whether it be the offensive line or running back, quarterback, or whatever, our identity is passing the ball. The run will never be complementary with Colorado. It will be just a small, minute asset. You can't tell me that you cannot win like that. There have been teams who have been pass-heavy teams and won. So that is a successful recipe, just as well as running the ball is a successful recipe. But take all of this 30 and 35 carries for Colorado, you can cancel that because that's never going to happen. That's not our identity. That's not what we're trying to bring forward. We have an elite quarterback, we have an elite receivers, and we have the most elite player in college football. The ball will be in the air more times than none.
I said that. I said that when I first came on the show.
Yeah, so let's stop trying to explain it.
Both Dynasty. This is the thing this is the issue we had last year, though.
Yes, sir.
There are DCs in the Big 12 that are very elite at their game, at their play calling. these guys are getting jobs after the season. Some of them are going to be head coaches, right?
Right.
Once they figured out what CU's game was, and they were able to stop the pass, Colorado doesn't revert to the run like they do when like they do with the pass when the run doesn't work. They just keep passing and hoping that it'll change. So that's some of us for us run first guys. That's what we're talking about. We're just saying, hey, listen, we know your identity is to pass, but if you were to mix in a healthy of running, that will give you the balance that you need, so that when these DCs figure you out, then you're not stuck. You feel me? Because they can see a pass coming a mile away, so they're gonna play for that. When you're about to run, they're gonna know that. They know that you're in a jam and you gotta run, so they're gonna be able to easily stop that. So you get 20 seconds to respond to that, and then I'll go to the next guy.
I don't care what defensive coordinator you are. I don't care what level of defensive coordinator you are. The hardest thing to stop is 3 and 4 wide receivers who are elite, top level receivers. I don't care what scheme you come up with. No defensive coordinator.
Let me remind you, 4 and 8.
No, listen. That's last year. We all understand the dynamics of last year. We on this year right now.
Oh, okay.
Understand
So
this.
what you're saying is we still don't care.
Understand this right here.
Okay.
No defensive coordinator that we came upon this year has stopped our passing game. All these defensive coordinators attack the offensive line. That's what they're stopping. Once we
That's how
get
you
this
start the pass game.
once we get this switching and stuff going on and everything gets settled with the offensive line, the passing game and everything will be fine, because what they're doing right now, you got a bunch of new kids on the line. You're trying to find the right combination. You may think that you have the right combination when you're doing practice against yourself, but you get a true measurement of what and how and who when you play other people. So it may take 3 or 4 games before we see a solid offensive line that's going to keep going forward.
All right. Thank you, JD.
Yeah.
How do you stop the pass?
Oh, let me answer the first question about the offensive line real quick.
Yes, please.
So with that, I think I want to kind of mimic CSB Leo. I kind of agree with him. I just think right now it's a lack of experience as far as the O line and the O line coach. I think this is first year coaching O line, if I'm not mistaken, at least in the college ranks. So I think it's a level of everybody. It's a lack of experience, a lack of continuity on the O line, and a lack of they haven't really found the right guys, and and the guys have been out of position, so that's not really helped the situation at all. So I think going forward it's going to be probably maybe 2 or 3 more games of O-line rotation, especially with these D lines that's coming in. Of course, none of these are Nebraska, but these guys are still experienced defensive linemen coming in. So I don't even think last week is the last of the common as far as the rotations on the O-line. And then to answer the second question, how do you stop this pass? Well, the conference that they playing in is a very pass heavy, or used to be a very
that was actually a funny question, because the way you stop the pass is by attacking the line.
Yeah, that's where I was going. That's you stop the pass by rushing the O line. So seeing the fact that CU hasn't figured out who their true starting 5 O linemen are, I just think they're going to keep having trouble. And running the ball, they had since Prime has been there, they haven't ran the ball more than I think they've ran the ball 30 times one time in a game. So I mean 20. Once you just saw the stats that y'all just pulled up, where they average about 60 plays a game, and 40 of them are
Still
passing
focused.
and 20 of rushing. Then that's not complimentary football. And what's the CU Buff Dynasty just said, you're not gonna see that, especially with the receivers, the quarterback, and Travis Hunter. You're not gonna see a balanced attack. That's just not gonna happen. So, and one of the last things somebody said that there's been teams that have ran these heavy air raid offenses in college, but they've won games, but they have no championship. You got to go back to Hawaii and Oregon and other pass heavy teams, Boise State and all them type of teams. They have won no championships. So they win games, but they win no
But if you look at those teams, they ran the ball.
They ran the ball, but they ran the ball different ways. It just
right.
wasn't.
They ran the ball, because I remember those teams that you're talking about.
Right, but it's been different ways, jet sweeps, motions. But I mean, even still, if they run the ball or not, they were very pass heavy. And at the end of the day, look at USC last year, very pass heavy, no championship. So if you want to get to
Let,
a championship, this is not how you get to it.
let me
No, that's
interject right
because
quick.
they
Hey,
had
Let me interject right quick
Washington.
with one thing.
hey, all right, see you, Buff. You got 20 seconds. I gotta go to
Just
CU fan. He's
10,
been he's
10
been
seconds.
patient.
So since part of the conversation was about identity, and we're more so talking about lopsided identity, I believe. What is Oklahoma State identity?
Running the ball,
What else can you associate them with?
pretty good defense.
Nothing. Running the ball, right? So if I ask you what is Colorado's identity, you say passing the ball. Both of them have the same thing. It's just on the opposite ends of the spectrum. All they can do is run. All we can do is pass. You see what I'm saying?
All right, so
But
okay, that's your 20 seconds.
yeah,
CU fan, I'm coming to you, but let me say this. We listen, your identity is what you're known for, which is fine. If you're known for throwing the ball, you also have to be known for protecting your quarterback. And CU
true.
is not known for protecting your quarterback. And I think that's why a lot of us
Last
are
year,
here.
last year,
Let
last
me
year.
let me just give it a CU fan and say Nebraska. Go ahead, CU fan.
We're still on the offensive identity, offensive line
Yes,
identity, right?
the offensive line's identity.
Okay, so like I was trying to say, the offensive line identity is kind of up in the air at the moment, just because of the fact that we're out of position on a lot of the offensive linemen. They are the coaches are trying to understand what position they're trying to be at the best. And when I say it's Prime's fault, is because in an interview with Lohalt, he said they gave him Prime gave him some, scenarios of like what would happen if this happened or that happened. So he started experimenting and trying to figure out what position is the best. The problem is when you take a player at his best position that he's natural at and you put him somewhere else, then you degrade him and put him in a position that he's not going to do the best at. He's better in his natural position than it is his the position he's put in. So to me, we're still up in the air and there is no real identity on the offensive line.
All right.
So
The
to you,
identity is the
to you
identity
fans.
is pass blocking right now. Right
Pat,
now.
that's what they're known for.
Right now. But see, Harry, so what you're trying to take out of the entire 3 games, you're taking one game and try to say that we can't pass block. That's what it sounds like to me. You're looking at
That's
the
what it
scope of
sounds like
one.
to me too.
It looks you're looking at the scope of one game and try to say this is what they can't do. Well, because we didn't win against Nebraska, this that. Everybody understands that Nebraska has 2 freaking NFL D tackles that they're going to destroy
That's fine. I'm
everybody
glad
this
you're on the
year.
panel. I'm
Hey,
glad you're
see,
here. But
hey,
They're going to
y'all,
destroy.
okay,
They're
hold
going to
up.
destroy everybody this year.
Okay, hold
real,
up.
real quick, Harry, let me
As
just
far
say
as the
something real quick.
trenches,
Go
yes,
ahead.
sir.
Go ahead.
Hey, listen, y'all got to understand that Nebraska game traumatized Harry. He is
Yeah.
No,
having
it's
long-term
it's not that.
PTSD
No, I got
from
receipts
that
though.
Nebraska
No,
game.
no, 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 no. I got receipts though. I got receipts, but that's what I'm saying. I'm so glad you're here, CU Buff Dynasty,
Yes, sir.
because guess what? We're in week 4 now, and what the CU fan does they go week by week and say it's just until we end up until we're looking around looking for we're in the air looking for questions, looking for answers. So here's my receipt.
Yes, sir.
Shador ran for his life with NDSU.
No,
And
he
you,
didn't.
that's
Shador,
how you making it out to be. I don't
I'm
think
making
that.
it out to be
No,
I
okay.
no,
don't
no, no.
I
I
don't I
I
don't think
agree.
that.
I agree with him. See, y'all doing week by week. Y'all not
Shador was
assessing that.
running for
Y'all
his
not
life with
assessing.
NDSU.
Y'all not assessing the game in its entirety. Just because he took 1 sack week 1, he was still on the move, and that's what it
Running
is.
for his life.
He was running for his life. Last week was the best week because they had less competition against the FCS school. He was still running for his life. Only thing that the Nebraska game that was different from Nebraska in week 1 was the fact that what you saw week 2 was on display week 1, but week 2 they had better athletes that can actually sack the quarterback.
Right.
Yes they had better D linemen that are NFL first round, second round talent. Yes,
first day, second day talent. But you're going to see in these conference games, these other D lines is not as good as Nebraska. 'Cause that's probably the best defensive line they're going to see all year. But these guys are still
They can get after the
they can
quarterback.
still get to the quarterback. They're
I'm
still
trying to tell you.
complimentary enough. They're still athletic enough to get to the quarterback. So you think that week 1 and week 3, because those were wins and Shador wasn't on this or wasn't getting sacked as much, that you think the O-line issue or pass blocking is fixed? It is not. I'm going to tell you, even on Saturday, this is probably one of the best defenses in a whole that's in the conference. And y'all going to see
Come
he's
on,
still
man.
going to be.
Everybody we play is always one of the best.
But that's not the point we're
This is
making, though. This
ridiculous,
is
Listen,
man.
I'm
Amos.
telling you,
yo,
Everybody
this
we
is not an
play is
opinion
one of the
though.
best.
This is not an opinion though. This is a
Right.
fact.
man,
This is a
you're
fact.
moving the post
You gonna
Okay,
think
all
each
right.
tomorrow?
and every
Okay,
time.
Warren,
Did they
Warren G,
not
Hold on,
play
hold
Warren
on, hold
good
G,
on,
or
Harry.
not?
Hey, Phil.
Warren G,
Hey,
you got
Phil.
20 seconds, and then I'll give it to See You Buff Dynasty, and then JD will finish his thought. Warren G, go.
So the
It's
offense is still building their character and their identity to me. They still haven't. I think that they need to repeat what they did last Saturday for me to give them an identity. But I'm confident in what they're doing. I like what they're doing. I like the where it's going up instead of being stagnated or going down. That's what I like the whole thing about CU. At least I can see the arrow going up. I see them the arrow where it can possibly go up.
All right,
all
all
right.
right.
Is
Arrow.
Phil so real still up here?
Yeah, I'm here, man. I'm just trying to
Hey,
be
Phil,
respectful, man. What's up?
can you pull some info for me? Can you see what are the rankings of the Big 12 defenses
Yeah, I'll see if I can pull that up
thus
for you.
far, please? So we're going to
Yeah, just
dispel all this. They're great defenses in the Big 12, and
But
Baylor is going
let's
to be
keep
one
in
of the
mind the
best.
pressures.
We're going to
Also,
dispel all of
we'll
that.
pull. Listen. We're going to also pull up the pressures. All right, we're going to pull up the pressures that Shador has been facing. Okay, we're going to pull those pressures too, so you can understand that the evaluation is not, oh, we're trying to hate on CU. It's never that. Okay, if you see it, then you know that it's true because Shador
Hey,
was pressured in all of those games. All right, Tim, you got 30 seconds.
all right. The offensive line doesn't have a identity. Because they
So
have players
I'll be
out of
going in and out. I'm in a bad signal area, so
they
just
have
I'm hanging
players
in
out
there.
of position. Now that they got them in position, CU doesn't by them playing CSU doesn't justify anything for me. As far as the offensive line goes, but for those that saying that Oklahoma State only has a running game, that's crazy. They also got a head coach that can coach as well. And then let me throw in this last thing, Harry. I see the time tick
Mm-hmm.
me down to zero. Nebraska, they only had two guys that knocked Shador off his mark numerous of times. We're about to go into conference play in the Big 12. There are teams that will do the same thing as soon as the ball is snapped. So they got to be able to solidify that offensive line going into this conference play, and I feel like Baylor is going to be the great example.
So you needing Baylor game to see if CU is about that, right? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, but Baylor is one of
Okay,
the
okay,
weakest team in the
that's
Big
fair enough.
12.
That's fair enough. No, that's fair enough. That's cool. I just wanted to make sure because again, we only had 3 games and none of those are conference games. So
I'm talking about
I
the
was
level of
telling Bay,
competition that they're about to be facing. I know the Big 12. First of all, let me say that I know the Big 12. I live here in Dallas. I know the Big 12. They are finna,
I would.
even though Baylor defense may not be. I mean, well, right now they got their Baylor defense as one of the greatest, uh, just based off of the teams that they played. But I will tell you this: Baylor have a ton of athletes, a
That's
ton of athletes.
that's one thing I want people to understand. It's like this is not a hate fest, okay, guys? like it's an evaluation. It's an understanding of this team. All right. So let's move on to the identity of our linebackers. do we know the identity of our current linebackers? And I know the answers, people are gonna say, but let's talk about the identity of our linebackers. And I know you made you're big up on them right now, CSB Leo. So we're gonna start with you. So CSB Leo, what do you think is the identity of our linebackers?
So when I first started my channel, that was one of the first videos I made on Levanta Bentley. I had him as a all Big 12 linebacker. So this is not I'm just
Oh
coming by
my
this
God.
story. Oh, look, you're not muted, man. We can hear you. So I had him as an all Big 12 linebacker. Now, the one thing about football is you have to have depth. I love the fact that they had two different starters at the start of the season. One of them wasn't performing as well as expected. He got subbed out, and now you have another linebacker that's playing fairly well. Linebackers to be successful in any defensive scheme, they have to be your enforcers and they have to set the tone. The tone that Bentley and Hill Green are setting is that it's going to be hard to run the ball against us. And when we do run into you, either coughing up that ball or we're going to give you a headache. So the headache gang is expanding. And I love the fact that it's at the linebacker position, that these are the guys laying the hits and we're not dependent on safeties to be our enforcers.
All right. So Phil Sorrell is doing some research right now. I don't know if he's ready, but CU fan, what do you think the identity of this linebackers room is currently?
I'm free. I'll go after him.
Okay.
So to me, the identity, and I said this last week, the heart and soul of the linebacker room is Bentley. Bentley is the one that has been laying the hat down. If I'm thinking that if I'm a coach and I'm thinking I need to be careful of someone, it's Bentley, because Bentley is everywhere. And Green is also part of that group. But if I can make different coaching decisions when Bentley's not on the field, is what I'm trying to say.
All right. You left some time on the clock. That's good. I appreciate you for doing that. All right. So the Phil Sorrell, what is the identity of this linebackers group right now?
I think the identity is full of potential. I don't think we've seen their full potential yet. I think we do need to see it against better competition, because I think it's fair to say CSU is nowhere near the top competition they will face this year. So I just want to be able to see them do it on a consistent level. I'm happy about the progress that we've seen, but I want to see sustained excellence on the defensive side of the ball as a whole. And I yield back my time.
You don't think? Well, I'm going to push back. You don't think that Nebraska was a good enough example for them?
I think that was one of the tougher examples, but again, I want to see consistency, because, like you said, you can tell your wife or your husband or whoever that you love them once, but are you going to do it consistently? I can buy you flowers on Valentine's Day and make it look sweet, but if I don't do any other sweet nothings throughout the year, am I really a good husband? Am I really affectionate, or whatever the case is? So I want to see consistency before I label them as X, Y, or Z.
That sounds like you're sending soft shots to the running game. Anyways, I'll move.
I said what I said.
I just texted my wife. I love her, man. Y'all got me. I'm got to be on point with this group. I just texted my wife. I love her, man.
If it sounds that way, I ain't trying to take no shots. I'm just saying how I feel.
You're sending subliminal shots to the CU's run game.
Hey, as we say in the South, a hit dog gonna holler. So if that dog start barking, it is what it is.
CU Buff Dynasty. What do you think the identity of this linebackers room is? And then also add to the Big 12. Like we got some pretty good linebackers in the Big 12. So how do we compare to the Big 12 linebackers so far?
I'm pretty sure. I hope that you feel so real, Tim, DC. I hope you guys remember that. Wait, no. I'm just saying this is for verification. I hope you guys remember from me saying before, in the offseason of last year, that Bentley was going to be that guy. I was championing Bentley.
I vaguely remember. I can't give you all the credit, but I vaguely remember.
He said it. He said it, Harry. I do remember that.
Yeah,
okay. I was not big on Bentley. I was not.
All right. So just to speak to the linebackers right now, as it stands, through 3 games only, even the Nebraska game, their identity to me would be downhill, hard hit linebackers. That could be subject to change, but right now, as it's stated, that's what I see them as.
Okay. All right, that's not bad. All right, JD. I don't. JD, let me ask you a question before I start your clock. This is
Mm-hmm.
off the clock. How do you feel about Colorado? Because I'm a little confused about you and Colorado's. Like, are you a fan or what is your thing for Colorado?
Man, I'm a fan of football.
Be all right.
I mean, I'm a prime fan, but I'm not like I said. I'm not gonna let my fandom overrule what I see as football.
Okay. All
So
right.
I'm
All
a
right. I
I'm
just needed to know because I don't know if you're centrist or you're
Don't be
one of those
cooking
guys
for a
that
week.
just don't.
no.
I needed to know because I want to know what you think about the
Uh,
linebackers room. What do you
Um,
think their identity is right
oh,
now?
okay.
whoever was that just spoke, I second what he said. Downhill type linebackers that's right now
Ain't
so
nobody
far
hitting me in the eye, right?
pretty good in the run game. I still need to see more in the passing game consistently
We'll be
because I don't think Nebraska had the best passing attack. But
they're doing good too.
I, I'm behind who just spoke before me.
Oh yeah.
Somebody's talking in the
Oh,
back. Oh, that's probably Ron. Let me mute Ron's mic. Y'all want me to go back to 30 seconds? I'm giving you 30 seconds. You can't keep up, but on the 45 seconds, you're leaving mag time on the clock. Okay, that's fine.
hey, Harry,
Warren
give,
G.
give give Ron a chance on them linebackers. I got something to say.
Yeah,
Well,
I'm coming to you. Let me get Warren G on and then that's you, and then you coming next. So Warren G, what is your thoughts on the linebackers? Well, how would you grade them so far as like their identity?
A. And I'm looking at the sample size. So for the last 6 quarters, they only allowed 9 points. So
What did you think
with that being
the
said,
identity was?
I'm giving them the identity of fast and hard. They come
Fast and
fast
furious,
and hard.
fast and hard. You got to say pause.
No Diddy with that. No Diddy with that.
Fast and
Because
pause.
I get chewed up. I would get chewed up. Yeah, no Diddy with that. Yeah, but they play fast. The linebackers play fast, and they'll punch you in the mouth too. I mean, I done seen a couple of players leave after Hill Green knocked them upside the head going to the tent on CSU because he was hitting that hard. No Diddy.
Does anybody know if Chitto's playing this week?
He's still out.
Okay, so Chitto's going to be out for a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
All right, Ron Tate. Let me hear from you. What is your thoughts on the linebackers room, their identity?
I've seen one smash mouth linebacker so far. Uh, I seen Trevor Woods make good plays. I seen Bentley make good plays, but neither one have been consistent. Nakai Hill Green seems like a keeper back on that defensive second line there.
Hey,
Bentley,
do I get any credit for that?
well, you had Harry. You always do. I mean, they listen to you. Come on, man. You DM Dion all the time, man. Cut it out. Hey, listen. I'm not sold on Bentley until he stopped running into the backs of his defensive linemen on certain plays. He's got to play with his eyes more consistently. That's where I'm at with Bentley. He can do it. He just needs to be more consistent.
Okay, so Bentley can do it, but Nakai is the guy. So all right, Tim, did you go yet? Tim Smith, you still there? All right, Tim is probably he's probably driving in a bad area. Okay, so now how would you guys grade Shador so far? Shador, for me, and if I was to grade him, I say last year I would give him a 90, a
Can you hear
95.
me, Harry?
Oh yeah, there you go.
Okay.
Did you go yet with the linebackers room?
Not yet.
Okay, go ahead, please. What is your thoughts
Repeat
on
that.
the?
Repeat that question real
Yeah,
quick. I'm sorry.
the question we were just talking about is the linebackers room, and what is their identity on that defensive line or on that defense?
Oh, okay. I think that identity is coming together. I like the way that Bentley and Green are feeding off of one another. They're actually making each other. I feel like they're making each other great. Um, kind of remind me of Florida State last year, the way that they linebackers work with one another to make each other great. But I feel like that it's a solid linebacker room, and I like what I'm seeing, and I feel like they just gonna go up. Um, they're gonna continue to go up. I feel like they're not making a lot of mistakes. Um, filling gaps. So I like what I see at the end of the day. But I'm gonna yield back my time to you.
All right. Thanks for leaving me with 2 seconds. So at the end of the day, like I said, I opened up the show letting y'all know that right now the defense is the identity of the entire football team right now. It used to be the offense, but now they're so inconsistent that I can't say that that's their identity, right? So right now, if I was to look at Colorado's offense, I mean Colorado's team as a whole, I said the defense is really holding them upright and keeping them in games. And and Robert Livingston deserves some type of credit. I just pray to God and hope that we don't lose him to a head coaching job because the Great White Hope. Every time they see a white guy do good, they're fast to promote him. Okay, I hope we don't lose our white guy. Okay, because he's doing really well right now, and I hope he stays with Coach Brown for a couple more years. His head coaching job is definitely going to come because there's a lot of teams that are actually needing head coaches, and let's hope that we don't lose our guy. All right, but I want to talk about Shador so far. How is Shador doing? After the NDSU game, it was him and Travis Hunter in the Heisman talk. After Nebraska, his name disappeared. Nobody's talking about him. Nobody's making no fuss about it. It seems as if everybody's just okay with it. Like, all right, so we understand. They're stuck up the place and his name should not be there. Or are people still thinking that he's still Heisman material and they're just saying, well, we'll wait and see what happens. So where is it right now? We're going to go backwards this time. And we're going to start with Tim. How are we rating Shador right now? Is he still in the Heisman run, or is the line not doing enough for him to still be in the conversation?
I mean, I feel like the line is Jetson. I mean, he's still in the race, in my opinion. Excuse me, for the Heisman as a Heisman candidate. I mean, I picked him for I think over 4,000 yards this season. So, um, I mean, I feel like he's been rattled. I can tell. He's missing a few throws, but you know, kids gonna miss throws. Everybody ain't 100% accurate. So, I feel like at the end of the day, he's doing a good job, man. Changing plays at the line of scrimmage, though. Some of them I don't like.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I agree. Shador is uncharacteristically missing plays that I've come to trust him with. Plays that I'm like, oh man, he found somebody. I'm like this with Shador because his offensive line have such a hard time blocking for him and giving him time that whenever he gets in that throwing motion, I sit back and I'm like, yes, we got another one. It's like a Steph Curry 3-pointer. When he lets it go, you can almost start celebrating. That's how I used to be with Shador. But after 3 games, I'm like, who this guy? What you talking about? Who are you? Like, I don't remember this. I don't know this guy. This is not the Shador that I remember from JSU to the first 12 games at Colorado. What? I don't know who this guy is. But maybe the rest of y'all know. So Warren G, hey, our Tom said the DC is gone 100% after this year. If I was to say that, though, our time would be like, Harry, you are a hater. Why are you saying that? But again, like Coach Prime says, y'all can say it, but I can't say that. Right? I cannot say Robert Livingston is gone after this season because he's a good coach. But you can say it. It's all good. All right, so Warren G, what's going on with Shador? And why is he not in the Heisman conversation right now? Because I think his numbers suggest he should be in the conversation, but why are people not talking about him? Is it because of Nebraska or what's going on? All right, Warren G, are you there? Now you might have to unmute. If you're not there, I can go to JD. All right, JD, question to you.
Mm-hmm. I think if I had to grade him, I'd give him a probably around an A so far. I mean, I do agree with you. His throws haven't been the best this season so far, but I don't think he's in Heisman contention. Not based off his play, but it would be based off team success. How far he can take this team if he can get back in the race or not. So
Okay.
Um, am I crispy? I heard your question.
Oh yeah, Warren G. Yes, please. Yeah,
So
yeah. What's going on
so
with Shador?
so he is in the Heisman conversation. It's just that right now Travis is being the one that's talked about the most, and so you may not hear his name, but that conversation behind closed doors are still being made about him being in the Heisman conversation. So his completion percentage right now is at 67 or 68%. He's got 999 yards and 9 touchdowns in 3 games.
But why will we be having a Shador behind the scenes conversation? What is that? What is that
Because
about?
Travis is the one that's being highlighted right now. Think about it. Travis is doing amazing. So he's taking the bulk of the conversation. I don't hear anybody else being. Matter of fact, I don't hear anybody else being mentioned more than Travis. You might see ESPN come up with a chart every now and then with who, but most of the conversations about Travis being the Heisman winner of the Heisman. That's what I get throughout the YouTube streets and on the main media. They
Right.
talking
'Cause
about they
if
talking
your
about Hunter.
if your numbers are your numbers, then we're not worried about who's having the good seat. Like if Shador was in the conversation for a while until we met Oregon last year. After Oregon, that was it. This year is Nebraska game number 2. After Nebraska disappeared. So I'm like, I'm not talking about YouTubers having conversations. I'm talking about the nation, college football, because his name was
Right,
on the list.
Travis is that guy right now. That's who they chose right now to talk about. Don't mean that Shador is not in the running. I mean, though we got other quarterbacks that's in the running, isn't I think what's the name is being what's the quarterback for Miami? He's now being talked
Cam Ward.
about in the Heisman candidate in the race. So I mean, it's not getting as much airtime as Travis, but I think Shador is still there in the hunt. He's still able to get in that hunt. If he's not being talked about, I'm pretty sure that as the season goes on, as it builds up, it will end up being more conversations about that. Because last year we spoke, if I could say it that way.
Alpine, what up with you, man? It's been a minute. You right, bruh. We ain't talked in a minute. Hope all is well with you, man. Hope all is well. Thanks for coming to the chat today. We're having a conversation about Shador right now. Um, hey, so all right, Warren, that was a little strange. Like the way you're like, okay, are you I don't want to hold you to the fire for nothing, but I'm just saying, like, are you saying they can't talk about two at the same time, or am I missing something?
No, I'm not. They both could be true. All I'm saying is, right now, I still believe that Shador is in the Heisman race. It's just that right now, Travis is the one that's getting the more headlines
Okay, all
coming
right,
for the Heisman. I mean, you hear names like Cam Ward, you hear names like Beck, you know, and but they're not being talked about like Travis. Even
got it.
those guys are not even having being talked about as much as Travis being talked about. It's not just Shador facing that. It's the Becks and all the other quarterbacks too.
All right.
That's candidates. They're not being talked about as well, even though we know that they're in the race.
So somebody said, Harry, you can Google this, right? No, I got the information. We're having a panel talk about it. So no, I got the information. That text is truth. I know the odds and everything, but the question that I have, CU Buff Dynasty, is we're talking about Shador right now. Shador's numbers are a little bit, like I don't know what's going on with Shador, but what do you think about Shador's performance after 3 games this year? You can talk about the Heisman thing if you want, but you cannot. You don't have to. Are you there, CU Buff Dynasty? I might be a little busy. Ron Tate, let's go to Ron Tate. We'll come back to CU Buff Dynasty. Ron Tate,
I'm right here.
what's going on with Shador?
Well, there's nothing going on with him. I mean, the standard is so high. When he was talking about that pick six, and he said that was a rookie mistake, and everyone said, "Oh, how can he throw his receiver under the bus?" He was talking about himself making a rookie mistake. But if you compare his numbers with Ewing and Carson Beck, they're talking about those guys on their ability and their talent level. And I wish he did have a line like the Georgia line in front of him to be fair. But there's no reason why Shador Sanders. Why? Here's the reason. It's the Deion Sanders tax.
Okay,
If he was
going
at
back to that, huh?
If he was at another school with his ability, we're not blind. We see it every week, week in and week out. His durability, his toughness, his accuracy, his decision making. He is definitely one of the best, if not the best quarterback in the nation this year. But they won't talk about him because of the Deion tax. They don't want to seem like they're a flunky to Deion Sanders and his son is paying for it. Sure, the individual that's going to win it this year is Travis, but Carson Beck, Ewing from Texas, who got hurt this past
Did you say
weekend.
Ewing's? I think it's Ewers.
Ewers, okay. Ewers, I'm sorry, Mr. Ewers and Ewers family. They're in the conversation. No, it's not one player per team. It's not. It's talent amongst all college players in the entire nation. And right now, hands down, Travis is that player. Consistency. They're just waiting for any little thing to knock him out of that number one spot. But right now, Travis is number one, and Shador is definitely in the top 5.
I know, that's what I thought. But do you think Alpine Garage Sports is trying to get he's an OG, so I don't know if we can cancel him, but he said Shador needs to show he can manage a balanced offense to be top of the Heisman run. If I was to say that on TLP, I would get canceled. I would lose at least 5 subscribers just for saying that. But Alpine is an OG. He's a longtime Bucs fan. He can say stuff like that, but I cannot say anything like that.
That does not mean that he's correct, though.
How can he say that? How can he say that when Shador does not draw up the offense? When Shador is not sending the plays in? How can he say that?
But don't they give Shador 3 options? Hey, hold on. But don't they give Shador 3 options? So yes, he is kind of sort of like calling the play at the line, right?
On that play. In this formation, if that play doesn't work, you have, instead of running 2 slants, we have 2 goes. Instead of running 2 goes or 2 slants, we have comebacks and one guy going across the middle. Those are it's 3 options per formation against that defense. It's not change it to whatever you want.
Right.
I mean, it's not like the NFL. We're going to change this all flies to a dive. So we don't have the personnel to do that.
Alpine, I don't know if you have time to call into the show because I don't know. Listen, this is one of my white guy friends. All right.
Hey, listen, hey Harry. Just because Alpine is a CU original, that does not make his take correct. He's just
that's all right.
I'm not saying it does. This is what I'm saying.
I'm getting ready to get my big pot out. I'm getting ready to get my pot out. Get him on the show.
All right, so Alpha got things to do, but he's in the chat, and I'm glad he's in the chat. But Shador does have control of that offense. So when we say that, it's met with a little bit of a pushback, like, but Shador is literally calling the plays. Shador's changing when he tells you that I was trying to find my boy. When the game is over and all we got to do is just run the ball, Shador has 1 run option, 1 pass option, and whatever else they got, right? And he always goes to the pass. So is it Schumer that we should be blaming for for what's going on at the end of the games, or should it be Shador? So
You're talking about one
We're talking
play
about-
at the end of a game, and you're trying to make it seem like it's at the end of
Yeah.
every game. This is not
oh,
happening
so are
every
you
game,
saying
bro.
Shador only
This
runs
was that
one
one
play at a
time.
game? Let me
This was
ask you a
that one.
question.
This
Are
was
you
that
under
one
the
time.
impression that Shador is only given one play per game to run?
What I'm saying, I don't even know what the word you just heard. What I'm saying is you're taking that one play where he tried to force the ball to LeJohntay Wester as if this is something that he's doing every game. You
Hey, see,
cannot do that.
see you, Bubs. He
I'm
did it.
not
He
doing that.
did
I'm
it. He
saying,
did it against North Dakota State, and he
You can,
also did it against CSU.
That's the first
how
They
do
game.
you
also did
know
it
That's the
that?
against.
first
Wait a minute,
game.
wait a minute, wait
What
a minute,
other
wait a
game
minute,
did he
wait a
do it
minute,
against from
wait a
CSU?
minute, wait a minute. Let me finish. How do you concretely know that other than the one time that he stated in the press conference? How do you know that?
Okay, well
who
then
is
let's put it on
responsible for
all
throwing the
three of
ball
their
with 3
backs.
minutes left on the clock? Who is responsible for giving the ball back to
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Let's go back. Let's slow walk this because you guys are going down the road too fast.
okay.
Other than the press conference where he told you that he made a rookie mistake, how are you calculating that he has done this in every of the games that we done had thus far, which is three?
Let me
Where are
ask
you
you
Well,
a
if you
getting that
question. Are you when you
information?
say done this, done what? Controlling the ball at the end of
Change,
the game?
change the play to what he wants to change it to. This
Oh,
is what
okay.
we're talking about.
All right. I
I'm
see the question.
asking Tim, how does he know that concretely, other than the time that Shador said it in the press conference?
okay, well if you show me your hand, I'm gonna believe it. Number one. Number two, if it doesn't fall on him, then it falls on the head coach and the offensive coordinator.
I,
Between the three,
I agree. I agree with you, Tim, but this is
okay.
what I'm asking. You just made a statement that he has done it all three games. What I'm asking is verifiable information that he's done it the other two games, other than the game that he told you that he tried to force the ball in there.
Okay, yeah, I can agree with you on that.
You see what I'm saying? I
Well,
agree with you, and you agree
my
with me.
question. Okay, so what we were talking about is, well, I just kind of like I had Alpine's thing up and saying when he said Shador controls that offense. If Shador controls the offense, even at the end of games and whatnot, then it's not plausible to say that those decisions are coming from Shador, or are you saying that the offensive coordinator takes back control at the end of the game? Is that what you're suggesting?
No,
Because if he controls the
It's a
game,
collective
if he
bargain.
controls the
yeah.
line, then he controls the line. So then I don't know how do we know what he's doing and what he's not doing?
You're taking scrambled eggs and mixing them with over easy eggs. I
Speaking of
don't.
scrambled eggs, I got some here right here, but go ahead. You break it down for me so I can understand. so I can
That's not what I'm
understand it.
saying. I think because Shadua said, "Oh yeah, I changed the blade trying to get LeJohntay acclimated," and then Coach Prime said the same thing. We're so easy to put wrong on Shadua that we want to assimilate that with every game. That's not the case. He told you of the one specific time. That's all
Oh,
he
okay.
did,
This
one
is my
time.
question to you because I think you're trying to misconstrue us with other channels and other
No,
panels you've been on. Because when
I'm
you
right here,
say
right now, with y'all right now. What are we
right, that's
talking
what I'm
about?
saying. I'm trying to make sure that we understand what we're talking about here. Because with the way you're talking, it sounded like when you the way you talk on other panels. But listen, this is what I'm saying. Who do you think controls the offense?
Pat Shermer.
Who controls the offense?
Pat Shermer controls the offense. Shadua has the ability to check in and out of things per what he sees on the defense.
That's
Fact.
confusing to me.
I don't understand. If you know football, it can't be confusing, Harry.
No. It's not the football part. It's who's in control then? Who's really
So
in control? If
so
That's a
somebody,
true
okay.
if you're saying
statement,
So
though.
wait,
somebody
so
has
wait a
the
minute, wait a
option,
minute, wait a minute, wait a
if
minute.
you're
I played
saying that
quarterback.
somebody has
I
the
played
option,
listen,
is
listen,
it 50% of the time or 100% of the time?
wait a minute. I played quarterback from Pop Warner all the way up to high school. I
Okay.
was a head coach and an
So help me
offensive
out.
listen, and an offensive coordinator. When I'm the offensive coordinator, I had checks, I had wristbands and everything. I call the plays, but my quarterback has the ability to check in and out of the plays per what the defense is showing him, per what me and him has already discussed. So it's kind of a shared cooperation here.
That's
Nobody,
true.
Pat Shermer owns the offense, but you have a quarterback who has the skills and ability to take over when he gets to the line. That's a
But we
plus,
know
guys.
that. But
That's
this
a
is the
plus.
question that I got for you, right?
Yes,
and
sir.
and I don't mind. Just call me. I don't know anything about football. Okay,
Yes,
but
sir.
this is the question that I have. I have a general knowledge question.
Okay.
Do we know that Shador is mature enough to control the game with 3 minutes to go? And do we know that he's always going to make the right decisions when it comes to not running the ball or passing the ball because he has control to check out of the plays?
Okay. To answer your questions, the second one first. No.
No, what? Which
Say
one was
say
that?
say say your question again. Your back end of the question. Do we know Shadur what makes the right calls?
Do we know that Shador is mature enough
Mature enough.
to change to make the right decisions when it comes to, because he has power to check out of plays, right?
So no.
And
So
what we have
you can't.
seen so
You,
far,
you,
hold on, let me finish. I just something just hit my mind.
it's a long question. That's what
I
I'm
know, I
saying.
know, I know. I'm
That's what
sorry.
keeps got me confused. It's so long.
I'm sorry. So
Chop it down into pieces.
what we've seen so far in 3 games is that at the end of games, our quarterback or whoever's making that decision does not either kneel, run the ball, or try to control that clock. So that's what I'm saying. Who's making that last minute decision? And is Shador mature enough to make that decision?
So okay, so stop right there. Is Shadur mature enough to make that decision?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not even going to answer that question for a quarterback who has been starting since freshman high school.
Okay.
That's a no-brainer. That's a no-brainer for me. So what was the
So
other
you're
question?
saying yes, he's mature enough.
Absolutely. Like, what are we talking
Okay.
about? Absolutely. This is
Okay.
why he's mature enough, and you know this. This is one of the reasons his maturity is one of the reasons why you have 5 and 6 and 7 scouts and 31 scouts at games and stuff like that. It's because of his maturity.
Okay.
Okay.
Um,
And there
I'll
was
push back.
there was
I'll push
another
back
part.
on that.
Okay.
And the reason why I push back on is the evidence. It's not my feelings or anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
In 3 games, if he has either Pat Shermer, Coach Prime, or
Yes, sir.
Shador, somebody has a maturity problem
Yes, sir.
because we have 3 minutes. I'm going to start with the 9 minutes.
Okay.
Let's go all the way back to the 9 minutes with 28-8.
Right.
Somebody is making an immature decision.
You talking about 28-9? You talking
28-9.
Colorado State?
CSU.
Okay. Yeah.
Somebody who knows football better than me, whether they got a gold jacket, they're wearing a hoodie, or
Right.
they have on a jersey on the field playing.
Right.
One of those people is making an immature decision to continue to throw the ball when everybody is screaming, why are we throwing the ball? So
Right.
we don't like the question and we hate the messenger, but the facts are the facts. So who's immature?
This is what I'm gonna do with that. With what you talking about right now. That situation to me was idiotic. I done heard stories about they wanted to run the
Just use my
score.
word. Use
Listen,
immature.
I'm immature. I heard they wanted to run up the score, this, that, and the third. Me personally, I believe that was immature because with up 28-9 was the perfect time to try and work on your running game. So yes, I'm gonna agree with you, regardless of who it was, Prime, Shador, or Pat Shermer. That was very immature. I would have took those last 9 minutes and worked on my running game.
Right.
I
So
don't I
So
don't
I
think it's so much Pat Shermer. I think Pat Shermer is just he getting in where he fit in at,
right,
in between
right,
the two. You know what I mean? He's
yeah,
almost like the middleman,
yeah.
trying to please 2 individuals at the same time, if that makes sense.
Right, true.
he's just trying to keep his job.
True. That was immature though, Harry.
And then another thing, real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Prime comes from a state here in Texas where they air it out.
Yep.
If you look at a lot of the high school teams, the high school teams here, they air it out. They run the ball too, but 80% or 85% of the time, they airing it out. And your DBs better be ready.
Right.
So that's fine. But you see how the question sounded so weird until we unpacked it?
I mean, I
You see what
agree
I'm
with
saying?
you on that one. I agree with you on
When
that one.
when we say these things, it's like, oh my gosh, I can't believe he just called Shador immature, and he's been mature all this time he's been starting. I can't believe Coach Prime is a gold jacket, and he's saying all of these things. But no, somebody made a boneheaded decision. But guess what? It's not
Well,
just one
so
game. It's
let's look
3
at
games in a row, bro.
let's look at the other side though, Harry. Pertaining to Colorado and CSU up 28-9. Now, the other side of that coin is I also can see Coach Prime or Pat Schumer or Shadur really trying to load up points because it's a
That would be
rivalry. And
true if they did it in
wait,
the
wait a
last
minute, wait a
other
minute.
2
They're
games.
trying to load up points because it's a rivalry. Was a lot of junk being spoken in the offseason and just before the season. So I can see that side of the coin as well. But I also see your side of the coin. So I'm gonna agree both ways.
3 games. Bro, show me your patterns and I'll believe it.
Yeah. Hey, I'm
Yeah.
finna go down this back road, Harry. So I'm gonna be in and out, but I'm
Okay.
listening up. I'm
All
still on
right.
the stage though.
No doubt. So that's what I'm saying. Like,
You know what? I'm confused because if you look at the stats right now,
mhm.
Shador Sanders is ranked number 5th quarterback.
He's ranked number what?
Number 5. He's the
In the
5th
Big 12 or
quarterback.
where? Or where the what rankings are you talking about?
I'm talking about as far as when it comes to y'all passing
Are you talking about
completion.
Big 12 or are you talking about CFB?
No, the over in the whole um,
College football.
college football. Yeah,
Okay, okay,
he's ranked number 5.
okay.
The only other person, the only other 2 the only other 3 or 4 before him is Dart, Ward, and Hoover, and he's number 5. And Joey
So
Allen.
that means that he should be Heisman. He should be in the Heisman conversation more than. Did I scare
Well,
you?
And
well,
let's
you,
hey, right quick before I lose my service, let's be clear. Those other guys, Quinn Ewell and Dart and Beck, those guys are really getting the traction, not off their skills and abilities, but basically off the team that they're on. Put Shador on any of those teams, he will be the outright front runner and will be able to look back and nobody will be in the rearview mirror as far as Heisman is concerned.
Man, when have you ever known us to operate on a fair playing field?
Right,
Never,
exactly. Right.
never. And it's not going to be that way now. I mean, we can hope and wish for it, but it's not. Uh, Shador finishes the season with 4,000 yards, 35 touchdowns, 3 interceptions, 4 interceptions. You know, maybe he'll be in the talk of the Heisman. Maybe.
True,
But if
true,
that was
true.
anyone else in the nation, hands down, hands down Heisman candidate.
Hey,
But
Warren,
when you
Warren
think
G,
about,
when you finished with that thought, you would because I asked you a question and you stopped talking.
I was done. Yeah, I'm listening to you guys chop it up. Yes, sir. I was good.
Oh, okay. No. But what you were saying about him being number 5, I don't know if
He's
that was you or not. But
he said if
Yeah,
he said if Shadur's name was Billy Bob, he'll be the front runner for the Heisman.
yeah, I agree. No, that I
Yep.
mean, I'm a proponent of Shador's name, and since last year, I believe he's the best quarterback in college football. That's my stance. He's made a few mistakes, but even with his mistakes, I don't think it surpasses the mistakes of other quarterbacks given his situation. That's how I look at it. Cam Ward is definitely lighting it up, but I think it was either CU Buff Dynasty or Ron that just said they just have a better team overall. Your team has to be playing really good football for people to have a conversation about you overall. And right now, Colorado shows up at different points and times, and it is inconsistent. So the only person we can talk about without controversy is Travis Hunter.
will we agree, Harry, that they're a much better team than last year? Let's just, you
No
can't
question,
just,
though. No question.
yeah, that's all. I'm just saying that they're a much better team than last year. Now,
Yeah.
My 10-2 may be somebody's 8-4.
Your 10-2 is
Yeah,
my 8-4, but I'm a little bit skeptical now. I'm not sure if I'm still at 8-4. And
right.
again, I'm going to qualify this. I think this Baylor game is going to tell me everything I need to know about this team for the next 7 games. That's what I need to know. I think this game, that's why I wanted to talk about identity today. Because
don't look at it like that though, Harry.
I know. It's a flaw. It's a flaw, but it's a reason. There's a reason to my madness, though.
Mm-hmm.
This game is going to tell me what I need to know because this is Big 12 play. This is what it counts.
Mm-hmm.
The outcome of this game, win or loss, is not going to do that for me, right? What's going to matter for me is how they show up. I'm telling you, I'm looking for how Colorado plays this game. If Colorado shows up, both sides of the ball, defense shows up and ball out, offense shows up and ball out, and then they happen to lose the game by 3 points, 7 points, or whatever, I would come on here and I would say, this team is ready, let's go. I'm telling you, this is the game for me. Let's end with that. CSB Leo, what is the magnitude of this game for you? What is this game going to do for you personally as a CU? Now you got a CU channel and you're doing your thing. When you are evaluating this game, what weight does this game hold for you, CSB Leo?
Great conversation all around since this is the last thing. So I appreciate everybody's perspective. So you got to set the tone with this game and put the rest of the Big 12 on notice. I think what everybody is constantly doing is putting CU on notice. Basically, they're like, CU, if you don't fix that running game, you ain't gonna make it in the Big 12. CU, if your quarterback don't stop holding on to the ball so long, you won't make it in the Big 12. What we need CU to show in this game is if your secondary don't come to play, we're gonna put up 400 yards on you in the Big 12. If your linebackers and your D-line's not ready to tackle, we're gonna run the ball at will on you in the Big 12. If you try to run the ball on us, we're gonna punch you right in your face. This game is about transforming this conversation on its head where everybody is warning CU about what they're facing. CU needs to put the Big 12 on notice and let them know what they're going to be facing this season. That's really what I'm looking for in this Baylor game.
Yeah, this game has, I'm so glad that we are right here, right now. Right here, right now. We had a formidable opponent in Nebraska, CSU and NDSU. You know, they were good, but they were not at their best. But I'm not evaluating it like that. How we show up at Baylor, where Baylor has a defense that almost stopped OSU. Was it who was it that they almost stopped? OSU?
Utah
is one of the toughest teams that I know since I've been covering CU. And they almost stopped them. So let's put it this way. Colorado comes out and that offense is able to move the ball with Shador because they have not faced an offense like Colorado's yet. If Colorado comes out, they are able to protect Shador and get the ball down, moving down and score at will. At will now, let me just get what I can get at will. I would know that this team is ready to take on the Big 12 championship. If I don't see that, then what it's going to tell me is that this team is not ready. That's what I'm saying. So, CU fan, what does this game mean for you? Like, what are you, from your perspective, how are you viewing this game for yourself? Like, how are you seeing it?
The way I'm seeing it is we have to show what we can do on the offensive side. We've already seen what we can do on the defensive side, and we're consistent on the defensive side. But on the offensive side, if we don't show that we can run the game in controlling the clock and running, and of course, we got to have different schemes, different plays, because we're still playing a shotgun. And as much as we're playing
wide
pistol, and we're still playing we're in that shotgun, which is making us look very vanilla, and I don't like the fact that we continue to do that. And my concern is that Shador doesn't know how to play under center because he's playing only in shotgun or pistol. And I understand they're talking about the whole offensive line. It will basically dictate what you play out, but if you can't play from that position of the center, then you cannot create schemes that will be effective. Because right now we have to show that we can run, and we have to show that we're consistent with that running game. Although we are a pass team, we need to show them that it's just not 50 yards a game, 75 yards a game. It's we're putting 150 yards on there.
So
Okay. All right, so I don't know if I got a strong sense of what you think this game means for CU. Did you tell me that and I didn't get it in?
So what it means to CU is that they have to show up this week. Like literally have to show up. If they do not win this game, it shows that we haven't progressed. We have not progressed. If we lose this game, which I hope we don't lose this game, if we lose this game, we are saying that we're exactly what everybody said what we are. We are still inconsistent from just like last year. We are not the team that everybody thinks we're supposed to be.
So for me, I will push back on that last part of it and say how we lose this game is going to determine something for me. I don't mind losing to Baylor, but how we lose is important. We cannot lose like Nebraska. We cannot lose like Oregon. How we lose is very important because it's a possibility. But I want to know that if everybody shows up and we play, then that's just 2 games we lost. We're 2-2. That's nothing to me. But I want to know that we lost in a fashion where we showed up and both sides of the football played really well. Then I'm like, you know what? Let's go.
Yes, I agree with you on that.
Get that.
I agree with you on that because of the fact that how you lose makes a difference. If like you said, if we are out there doing exactly what we need to do as a football team, then we're able to say, you know what, we gave it everything we got.
Yes.
Just we lost because
lost to a better team.
Yeah, we lost because we didn't. That player right there just got loose and whatever. But we were fundamental in everything. That means running the ball, passing the ball, block schemes, everything in what was necessary to win that game. But if you show up and only put up 30 yards rushing with only 10 attempts, 10 attempts to that, then and all you do is pass, you're giving them exactly what Nebraska was doing. You put them in a situation where, like, okay, we're going to play. If you're not going to run the ball, we're going to play you in a nickel. We're going to play you in a dime because you're not running the ball.
Right. Okay. All right, Ron Tate, are you here? I'm just going down the line as we have it. So Ron's not available. Tim,
Here I am. I'm here.
Okay.
I'm
Ron,
here. Hey.
All right, Ron Tate. People are Word G is ready to explode right now because it's not his turn yet, but Word G is ready to explode because when he's not hearing the things that he wants to hear, it's just not. Warren, I'm coming to you, Warren. I promise you will get time, okay? But Ron Tate, what is the gravity or the gravitas of this game to you for CU?
I think for CU and for me, it's going to let me know how far we'll be able to go in the Big 12 if we are more balanced than we have been in the past. And that's using our run game to set up our pass. Using the pistol more, some traps, moving things around, our run game. That's what I'm looking for because you need that to win championships.
Okay. Tim Smith, I'm coming to you, my guy. What does this game mean for CU? Because I know a lot of people were saying, oh, Colorado had to win beat Colorado State. We took care of business. We're good with that. That one is behind us. Now this game is going to be Big 12. Big 12. It has Big 12 implications, right? Because we're number 11th, and some people have us at the bottom of the Big 12. But we take care of this Big 12 opponent that we're supposed. Most people have us winning. It's an equal. The betting lines are 1.5, so that's nothing, right? That's nothing. But to you personally, when you are on these panels and you're having conversations with this at TLP Sports Club, how are you assessing this, and what does CU have to do for you?
They have to play a complete game on both sides of the field. That's what I'm going to be looking for going into conference play. Just because I know the competition level, the coaching as well in the Big 12. So you may not have, you may have better players, but they got some coaches in the Big 12 that will outcoach you and control the time of possession and take the ball out of Shador's hands. So I'm looking for a complete package on both sides of the ball Saturday to kind of give me a glimpse of what like I think
What
was that
UCF is
Warren?
going to look like?
Well, UCF doesn't really impress me, honestly. When we get to UCF, I'll tell you why. But I've been watching them as well. They don't really look that impressive to me. But what I was gonna say also was real quick, because I know Warren about to explode. Uh, I'm gonna be watching Coach Prime too, man. Like how well he manages this game on Saturday. But I'm really looking at the complete package on both sides of the ball going forward.
Okay. Now, Warren, I'm coming to you, and I want to say, like, at the end of the day, right, we're looking at these teams, and we want, like, we want to see something on both sides of the ball. We want to see Colorado do well because it has implications, like Yardman says, the real test is not yet. But I think how Colorado shows up against Baylor is going to dictate how they play the rest of the season and how they play UCF, because you got to build, and your confidence builds as you go on and on. And DC, what's up? I'm bringing you on, but just hold on, let Warren G go, and then we're going down the line. Welcome, man. How you doing today?
Doing good, brother. Cook.
Thank you, man. All right, Warren G, what does this game mean for CU for you, from your perspective?
Well, my keys to the game is complementary football. I want to see if they can repeat what they did from the last game, not from Nebraska, but from the last game. They came after a loss. They came and they did what they were supposed to do. After that, they made some adjustments. They've been making adjustments for each and every game. I don't see Baylor. I don't see Baylor as that team to test them like that. I'm gonna be honest, I look at Baylor as like North Dakota State. I'm just gonna be honest. That's just me. Now they didn't put some impressive wins on the scoreboard, so I'm not gonna take that from them. I just don't see them like a Nebraska. Okay. I just don't.
But you think
defensively.
North Dakota State would have did what they did against Utah?
I'm sorry?
Do you think North Dakota State would have been as effective?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Y'all got a lot of faith in this North Dakota State team. I don't have the same faith. I don't have the same
ain't a team to sneeze at. You know, they're not just a team to be sneezed at. They've been known in history.
I can sneeze
their pedigree now to knock out big teams. So
that's years ago. Now this team I can sneeze at. Look at them. Go watch their game. I've been paying attention to them. I can sneeze now. North Dakota State, I'm sneezing now. So I don't know about y'all, but maybe y'all got too much. Y'all go too much into the history. I'm just like, yo, show me what you can do now. I don't care what you did.
Baylor,
you have all those NFL quarterbacks and stuff. Show me what you can do now. And they're not doing. I know people like him and all that, but they're not impressing me like the way they impress y'all. But that's just me. All right, see you, Buff Dynasty. What does this game mean for Colorado? Like, are there implications? CSU, they had to win. Is this game a must win, and does how they win matter?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you sound like you're in a tin
You
can,
sound
but
like you're in the portal, bro.
Yeah,
try
I'm
it
in the
again.
woods, bro. I ain't gonna be able to
Oh, there you
tackle
go. There
that
you
one
go.
right
We
now.
can hear. We can hear that. Go ahead.
I'm in the woods right now.
What you doing in the woods, CU?
What you doing in the woods? Don't be asking those questions. I don't want to know.
Why you gotta be in the woods, bro?
Why are you in the woods? Hey, yo.
I'm burying.
You
I
know what I'm
got
saying? Don't
Baylor
don't
head
tell
coach.
it. Don't tell it, because
I just
we'll
buried
pull
him
it
in the
up in
woods.
court on you. They'll pull it up in court on you. Don't
All right,
tell it.
go ahead, see above Dynasty. What are what are the
I got
implications
that.
of this game?
I got that mascot. Hey, the implication of this game, the importance of this game, man, is to come out and play our brand of football. Continue to build upon the run. Continue to build upon the offensive line, and send a true message out to the Big 12 that we are here in this conference. Open up your eyes, because we coming.
What was that last thing you said?
I said send out a message. Well, that Colorado is here.
Okay. I like that. Yeah, that's what I
Mhm.
wanted the show to be about today. Like, I want Colorado to now just put a stamp on it. Like, bro, you show us that you can play both sides of the ball. The offense is not bad. The defense is not bad. So now give us your identity. Like, let people know that this is who we are. When you come, you're gonna have to play us. That's what I want to see from Baylor. This Baylor game, the implication is we are CU, and you're gonna have to see us. You feel me? DC, I know you're late, but still, I want your thoughts. What are the implications of this game?
It is a must win. That's bottom line up front. It's one of those games that, it's the opening of Big 12, new conference. It's your homecoming, and you're going to have all eyes on me, like, Colorado always does. So you have to win this game, and you have to look like a sound, disciplined team. I think Ron and I are going to agree on this one. One thing I see is that if you keep passing, drop passes are drive killers. You got people out there that have got to catch that ball with as much close to the consistency as Travis Hunter does. So if you're going to, so I think that I would like to see more balance. I think but I think it's going to be a lot. Though you can pass in the rain, if I understand, it's probably going to be a very wet field. So let's see how this goes.
All right. So
hold on. Well, I do want to say one thing though. Hold on 1 second. I do want to add this to the conversation. So here's something I'm sitting here looking at. And again, I can support Prime, but I'm a football fan. So I got to tell you what my eyes see and my ears hear. Before the season started, folks said NDSU was a solid team. People said, no, CU by 50, all kind of stuff. And NDSU stomped them. Then folks said, ain't no freshman quarterback going to beat us, blah, blah, blah. The same things we're saying now. And Nebraska came out and folks were saying Nebraska is going to boat race you. And that happened. I'm asking this question because then CSU, Colorado, that's the most complete game I think I've seen other than when they played TCU at the beginning of last year. So my thing is, I think folks are moving things around. Like you say, they moved the goalpost. It's a little bit of goalposts going on here. Which team is Colorado? Is it the team that played Nebraska, North Dakota State, or CSU? I think they're a mixture of all three, but they're going to have to be what they were to CSU to have a shot of winning the Big 12. So I'm just curious because I see people were saying I don't see nothing on Baylor that could cause them to people saying I don't see anything on Baylor that could say they're going to be good or this is going to be a good contest. Well, I mean, I can't say that. I mean, think about it. You are a 2-point lead at home. You're a 2-point favorite at home.
And
That
and
says
let me further that. And you canceled another team to choose this team, right? We cannot choose a team and say we're going to choose you to beat us, right? So I don't know if people remember that we did not have Baylor for our homecoming game. We changed whoever was on there, I think, if I'm not mistaken. We switched them to our homecoming game because we felt like they were the team that we could beat.
right. So
That is correct.
right. So I'm
That
not
is
saying that.
correct.
So I anticipate Colorado win this game. I want to make sure I lay that out there. My concerns is that Baylor put something to get put like this. I think CU Buff will agree with this. You said everybody's playing you like Super Bowl. I need Colorado to act like that. When you show up in this field, like what your guys were saying, you have to go in there and say, we belong at the top of this thing. Y'all voted us 11. We about to show y'all we're number one. I need to see that attitude. And when that attitude it's to a point where it's low penalties, it's catching the ball, it's moving the ball down the field, it's being crisp, it's concise, less penalties, playing the brand of football that Prime played when he was a player. You do that, you're going to be fine. You don't do that, get caught up in other stuff, it's going to be a long night.
Right. Don't get caught up in your
Yeah, I agree.
emotions, and you're going up and down within your emotions, you're in your feelings. If Baylor comes out and being chippy like CSU, you get caught up in your emotions, you're hitting people out of bounds and just being undisciplined. That's what I'm saying. Like, this has to be the game that that Colorado identify who they are. This is the identifiable game. This is where you identify who you are.
So
tell us this is us.
Hey, Harry.
Yeah.
Right.
You made a statement earlier. I just wanted to respond to it when you were talking about Baylor and Utah. How close the game was. I want to let you know that game wasn't that game was not close by
Right.
far.
Exactly. True.
That
True.
game would have been out of reach if they wouldn't have did that. If Baylor
If their
wouldn't have
quarterback
did
wasn't
that,
out.
right? That game would have been totally a blowout.
So what you're saying is it's the last show that we had.
First and second
What you're
quarter
saying
was
is
a
their
blowout.
second. Hold on. Their secondary, as we discussed, and the guys, coach or whatever his name was, that they helped us from the Baylor Athletics. They were saying that Baylor's secondary is not proven. They have not proven to be able to stop the type of offense that Colorado has. So if Cam Rising, if Cam Rising did not get injured and stayed in the game, it would have been a lot uglier. So
he was slicing them, bro. He was slicing
right.
them.
So if we're looking at that and we're putting that in perspective, if Shador is being protected and he has the same opportunities to throw the ball, then that means we should be able to slice and dice them. We should be able to. But do we know that our offensive line, whose identity we defined tonight, are they going to show up in this game, or are they going to be sleeping on the bus and maybe and say, "Oh, the defense is playing good, so let's let them do their thing."
So I'm gonna tell you something. I'm gonna tell you something.
I would hope so.
I would say one of the things is that if Colorado's offense does what it's just average play, right? So you above just average how they play, they should be fine. But
we don't know who's going to show up.
Hold up. Well, yeah, sometimes it is the tale of two teams, but I think they're trying to figure some things out. But I will tell you this, because the one thing that because the CSU was due to a point, that line played their behinds off. You got to give it to them. And CSU did not get much of a pass rush. Now, if they just come, because you do have a defensive-minded coach coming at you, if they just come in there and they're just like switching and getting into that gap and just lighting you up, that's going to be again, it's a long night. If the line, well, we always said it. Let's just be straight up. CU line holds up, that's not even a question that they're in that game. But if you start getting it, start getting a serious pass rush where you know they're shifting, see buffs, like you can start shifting them where it's like they don't know what's coming on and they bringing stuff at kind of just. I saw some schemes that Nebraska did I'd never seen before.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that was like textbook. I'm beating you down, and it wasn't because they had stronger line. It was also just because of that. It was because of the schemes they were using and the shifts and stuff, and the making sure they did not let Shador get outside of the pocket to extend plays. That was brilliant. And you have a coach like that. So again, the line holds up, they'll be fine. Well, go ahead.
Let me say this. If you know what it felt like? It felt like a heavyweight bout between the coaches. And one coach who used to be like the man on the field, I don't know that he's like, if he's thinking the way that this other coach was thinking, like, bruh, the coaching thing is a battle too. The coaching thing is a battle. You want to control that clock. You want to take the ball out of his hands. And Coach Prime showed up in that CSU game. If the Coach Prime that showed up in that CSU game shows up with Baylor, our chances are good. But that coach that I saw with Nebraska, I said, this guy's looking like Fred Simpson. He's going back into the woods again. He's looking like he don't know what's going on. Like, what's happening? So anyway, I don't want to beat that up. People keep telling me, they're sending me messages. Oh, Harry B, why you keep talking about Nebraska? Hey, that's all we got to talk about. Okay? So at the end of the day.
Hey, Harry, let me say this, Harry. I want to chime in with this because DC's trying hard to be my friend, Harry. I just want you to know that.
Okay.
He's really trying hard to be my friend. Because I would like to expound on one thing that he said, but on the other side of the football. I mean, we're talking about the offensive line again, but I will resort back to this. The scheme that the offensive coordinator and the head coach sends them into that game with is going to be monumental as far as how that team looks. The scheme, how they present the offense. Whether it's just a vanilla offense, we're lining up 5 wide in the pistol or whatever, and here we go. We're gonna throw the ball and throw the ball and throw the ball. Then again, we're not helping the offensive line. So it's not mano a mano. It's like you just said, it's the coaching that's gonna play a big part. And I think Tim said that. Going forward throughout the Big 12, it's the coaching that gets you over there. A coach, you can have NDSU and out scheme a stronger team. CU has great talent, and we can't scream and holler about we need more talent. We have the talent. Now we have to use it by placing it in the correct position, putting the players in a winning position.
Hey, I want somebody to do a welfare check on Alpine Garage Sports. I think his phone got hacked. I don't know what's going on with Alpine right now. I don't know. Hey, Alpine, let me just ask you a question. Does something happen to you, my guy? Does something happen to you? Because look, let me just read this comment. This is not character. For those of you who don't know my relationship with Alpine, he was my first white boyfriend who accepted me when I came to Colorado to, you know what I'm saying? So he said Dylan looked good. Maybe I'm reading this wrong. He said Dylan looked good because they didn't give him the entire game to throw the ball. He managed an offense and came out looking perfect. And then he says, When somebody says, then doesn't that mean that like there's an implication of XYZ, right? So I'm just saying, hey, Alpine, did somebody hack your phone? Are you okay? Is everything good? Like, please put up a thumb. Give me a thumbs up if you're good, because I want to.
Well, what he is saying exactly what DC was talking about, and myself.
But Alpine is he's one of those channels that his son, his family, his son goes to the school, and you feel me? Like he's Colorado true and true. So for me to be hearing this, I'm like, did something happen? Did I miss something? Because him and I haven't been talking for a while. I've been busy. He's been busy, but for me to now hear like the way that it's sounding, it seems like he's You know what I'm saying? He's preserving his, using his right to be a little bit more critical than usual. I'm just saying. So I don't know. I know he's a true fan, Mike, but this is not the Alpine that I met the first time, because it was everything was going to be great type of Alpine. Now it's like, all right, let's evaluate this whole Shador situation.
Ron Tate, I 1,000% agree with you. You said it, but the scheme.
Oh
That's
my
exactly
gosh.
it. If their scheme is good, like I said, if you look at it, like I went back and looked at a couple of plays from each game, and it really is. You put them in the best position. I don't think maybe to a point should do it. Maybe not check out some of the plays, but they do. I mean, at the end of the day, you have you have a QB and you have a receiver and you have several receivers and you have a functional defense now that you can get to 7 win. Am I changing my prediction? No, I'm not changing my prediction because there's a Dion tax, but there's also a Dion crap, I'm gonna call it, where he'll do something that he does not need to do in the game, and it will put them in a position. But I think they can be really competitive.
Hey,
You know what?
DC.
You know what confuses me. You know what confuses me. Say, for instance, like coming out of Nebraska game, we say you got to run the ball. You got to run the ball. You got to run the ball. You can't play like this. We come out against CSU. Let's take the opponent off the table. We come out that next game and we implement the run at a small factor, but it was more than we done it the previous 2 games, I believe. I don't know the numbers correctly. Why can't we just look at this game going into Baylor as okay? See you implemented and try some new things. They had a little different formations. They had some slight motions. Why can't we say going into Baylor that they're going to continue to build on that and we're going to see that what we saw plus some new things? I think that's what Pat Shermer is doing with the playbook.
Patterns.
Hey,
He's slowly progressing week by week, adding on different
Hold on
things
one
week by
second,
week.
Tim. Hold on one second.
Yeah, Tim.
So what?
And DC, you
So
gotta hold on also. Let me get in here a little bit. Let me pause, but
man, I
let
don't
me
want to forget my thought.
okay. Go ahead, Tim. You go first.
Okay, I'm sorry, Harry. I know this your show, brother. Hey, forgive me. Charge it to my mind, not my heart, because my mind bad. But anyway,
Okay.
uh, what I was gonna say, I'm glad that DC brought up that point of he saying he been watching Baylor, and then was that who was that was just speaking out the DC?
That
Me,
was
see you.
CU Buff
That
Dynasty.
okay. See you, Buff. I'm glad that you brought up the statement that you just brought up
Yes, sir.
because it mixes with everything that Harry was talking about on the show today.
Right,
We just got off the topic of Shador making the right decisions,
right.
right? Okay, and DC, you will understand exactly what I'm going to say. Baylor loves to load the box. If you go back and watch their games, they love to load the box, showing like making it seem like they're going to blitz. If Shador checks out of a running play too quickly, because every time they drop back into a zone, every time they drop back into a zone. So I feel like he's going to really be challenged this game, but I think he's going to do well. But I'm going to be watching him heavily just based off of what y'all both just stated.
Yeah. So again, so you watch Baylor and you picked up on those things, correct?
Correct.
Tim.
Yes,
All
sir.
right. You don't think that the entire coaching staff and all the kids watching the film hasn't picked up on that same thing?
Mm-mm.
Wow.
I
Habits.
guess I wanted to be
Wow.
showcased.
Listen, it's this is what I wanted to
Wait,
say.
wait, wait, wait. I got to make sure I heard the right answer. So Tim, as just a regular fan, we just watching the game on Saturdays. You mean to tell me you watched the film and you picked it up, but you're telling me that the coaches and those kids on that team that indulging in film all week not going to pick up on those same things
Did
that
I
you
mean,
picked up on?
I can give you the benefit of it to agree with you on that. I'm pretty sure they'd be crazy not to. But I guess will it be implemented is the question for me though. But I agree with you.
Dude, these guys are playing football. They playing
Oh,
power
okay.
four,
Can I
power five.
let me get my statement
What
in
are we
now?
talking about?
Okay, I'm about to answer that. I'll tell you specifically what I'm thinking.
I'm a little league coach, and
That's fine, but let me
like,
get this in,
it's
because
crazy.
all your football guys, what y'all want to keep telling us is how much your football prowess is better than ours. But let me clean up this whole. I said Alpine Garage Sports is one of my white boys. That's what I said. But then I said friend after that, so white boyfriend came out. So let me just clear that up. I just said he's one of my white boys. Okay, that's my white guys. Okay, my white guy friends, whatever. So pause, whatever. But let's forget about that. This is what I'm talking about. DC's one of the persons that, because of his military background, has helped me to start putting a lot of things into perspective. He says these things that helps me out in my personal life now. He says trends. Show me your trends. What have you been doing consistently? All right. A lot of y'all are happy from one game. This showed y'all that, oh, we're going to run. But one thing I want to say, if that run, I promise you, if that run did not work, they would have never done it. Okay? If we didn't get a couple of yards busting through because of CSU's bad defensive line, that run would have. I'm sorry. I know, Alpine. My bad. Mike is one of my white boys. And I just say, I said Alpine is one of my white boys. Anyways, but look, but I promise you, this is trend. This is how Colorado has been doing. We scream, run. All right. We're talking about all the way from CSU down to right now. Okay. We cry, please run. And you know what Colorado does or what Prime does? Oh, we're going to run the ball. And then guess what? They run the ball one time. They give it to Dylan Edwards. He goes straight down.
That's last year, bro.
And then tackle him.
In the last year. We going into game 4.
I said trend. I'm giving you my conversation. I said, show me trends, and I'm going to land this plane. Trust me. You get the ball to Dylan Edwards. He gets tackled. You go right back to throwing. It didn't work. At the press conference, what do we say? Oh, did you not see us try the ball? Did you not see them stop us? Boom. Okay. We go to NDSU. 59 yards. Why did we not run the ball? The run didn't work. I'm bringing it home now for you guys. We go to Nebraska. Well, obviously, did you not see the game? The run didn't work. But guess what didn't work? Also, the pass. But we kept doing that, right? Now, we go to CSU. CSU, they run. And guess what? They went away from the run for a minute. I know you didn't pay attention to that. I am. They went to the run for a little bit. It wasn't working, but they went back to it and it worked. If that thing did not work the third time they went to it, see, Colorado would have never done it again. This is their MO. This is how they do. So save me all of the stuff you're talking about with, oh, all of a sudden now we all happy about Colorado running the ball. No, they have consistently showed us that if the run doesn't work with the first 1 or 2 times they tried it, they would never do it. The only reason why they ran with CSU is because it worked. So again, that's not how you run a football team. I don't care if you coach from Pee Wee all the way to the NFL. If you try to run and it doesn't work, you try it 20,000 more times until it works. Point blank, period.
Okay. So now that you said all that loud and we heard it very clearly,
I was kind of loud.
You still off the point. Nobody is happy. Nobody is happy. Listen, bro, listen. Nobody is happy. What I said was we were screaming for run. Take whoever the opponent is out. Take CSU out of it. What I'm saying is we came out and we implemented the run partially. Why the hell can't people say, okay, they're going to come back and build on that a little more this next game?
Okay, I don't trust them.
Why is that so dang hard? Why is that so hard to say? Listen.
We can't trust them.
Why is it so hard to just goddamn have the optimistic view of this stuff, bro?
Well, hold on. Wait a minute. You know what? So here's the thing. I'm gonna share a little background with you, CSU buffs, and then I'm gonna go right with you. So I listened to that talk for the Nebraska game. I said, I see a beatdown, but I'll go with that. And we saw a beatdown. Now you're saying, I'm fair with that. I'm a fair assessor. So let's go with that. Let's
Why
go
are
with
y'all
a
still way on
listen.
Nebraska? We are on
Listen.
going into game
It's
4.
important
No,
to
no. Listen to
evaluate.
what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm
Go ahead.
saying.
Go ahead.
I'll go with that. Let's go with that. They did something new, change, different synergy. They're going forward. They've level set from CSU, and now they're going forward with this one. So I'll go forward with that one, and we'll just walk right there. And I have zero else to say as far as some of the deeper cons I see. We'll go with pros. All
So
I'm going to ask
right.
you, all I'm going to ask you is this: if it changes, I'm gonna go be right there with you. I'm gonna change my name to see if you Buff Dynasty the second. But
Incarnated.
yes, that's what I'm gonna say. I'm gonna change. But if the pattern that I've seen, and again, I just caution folks, say don't go back to last year. But the thing is, you're predicting what Shedeur did last year, and Travis did last year for them to do this year. So you can't ignore those patterns. You have to look at good and bad patterns. All right, and so make an assessment. So, but I'll go there. I'll go with you guys on this one.
That's it,
All
bro.
I'm going
Because
to
like
ask,
if
all I'm going to ask is,
Mhm.
if it continues, great. But if it doesn't, when do I get to talk about patterns? After UCF?
I mean, you can talk about patterns right now if you want to. I'm
No,
not.
no. I want to be
I'm not in
supportive of the
total.
community.
I'm not in total disagreement with what you're saying. What I was trying to implement was, why can't we say, less they're going to put something else? It's like if I had to build a team, I built teams before. When I build a team, I got a lot of new players. I got my anti playbook. I go through summer practice. We practicing against each other. The one thing about other levels of football, you get the scrimmages. So, but without the scrimmages, you can go, you can change pieces around, you can try to figure out who needs to be in whatever position. You can put in 7 plays of your playbook. The next scrimmage, you can add on 7 more, and so that's what I think that I'm seeing. I'm seeing them guys add on a little bit by a little bit with a little bit with a little bit. That's how I'm
Okay,
looking at it. Now,
well
now,
then
now,
fine then.
DC, now DC, if they come out here Saturday and they back to the 5 wide and this, that, and the third, then we'll have something to talk about. You see what I'm
Okay,
saying?
well then,
But why
right. Well
would you?
then,
It's
well
like a
then going
bad
forward.
relationship. You somebody keeps smacking you in the face. They keep smacking you, and then one time they don't smack you, and you're like,
No,
okay,
Harry,
I think they're
Nobody,
coming
Harry,
down.
this,
I think
this,
they're
no,
coming
Harry,
down.
nobody.
Harry.
It ain't even.
I'm
It's not.
this game. I'm gonna be CU Buffs Dynasty, and next game you will call me CSB Theo. I'm
Because
CSB
if they
Theo
come out,
next game.
because this what happens. This what happens. This what
Then I'll
happens.
start talking again.
This what happens with Colorado fans. This what happens with Colorado fans, and this what happened with those other people that's on the other side of Colorado fans. Say for instance, they come out at Baylor. We ran the ball, 17 times? Say for instance, they come out and run it 24 times now. And then they win by 2 or 3 points. Now, the Colorado fans is going to be happy and saying, okay, boom, now we see 2 weeks of building, 2 weeks of consistency. But what the other cats on the backside going to be like, oh, well, now Baylor's going what's the next thing? UCF is going to be the world beater. We got to cross that hurdle now. It's all the people on the other side always gonna move the freaking goalpost. Every raggedy ass team gets to be the greatest team ever when they get ready to play Colorado with y'all guys.
No
Not
cussing,
specific,
no
not
cussing. But
specifically
listen,
saying
what
not,
happens
not
if they don't
specifically
run the
saying
ball
y'all guys, but in
next game,
general, bro.
bro?
Let's say
See above dynasty. What happens if they don't run the ball? If they get in trouble early and they
right.
don't run the ball next game, then you want to talk, or what? Or what is what is your barometer? How do you measure this? If they get in trouble early and they don't run the ball, then what would you say?
This is a constant thing, bro, every week. Either those people gonna have the floor this week per the game, or either we're gonna have the flow this week per the game. It's just constant, bro. If they
No,
come
I
out
just
and,
want to
and
know,
wait
what
a
would
minute,
you say if they don't
if
run
they
the
come
ball?
out, if they come out and try to run the ball and it don't work and they go into 10 wide and all this stuff, we're gonna have something to talk about. It's gonna be conversation, but I ain't gonna put my team down. But
Just answer the
we're
question.
gonna still
What
have
would you say?
conversation.
Then would you come back and give me my apology in all caps?
There's
Then
never
what
going to
would
be apologies. This is we're talking about sports. back and forth from week to week.
But
If
what
they
would
come
you
out, if they
say?
come out and pass the ball 1,000 times with 50 receivers, I'm going to have to listen to your conversation and your stance, and I'm going to have to try to talk with you on that point. If they come out and run the ball 50 million times with 30 running backs, you're going to have to talk to me and deal with me coming from my point. That's all it is, bro. Week by week.
Hey, Harry, I want to say something. See, I think CU Buff Dynasty has this a little skewed on this channel. We are solid 100% CU Buff Deion Sanders fans.
Already, I know that. I've been around for a long time.
What we do here, we critique it from a football standpoint, not only from a fan. Our fan card has been stacked. We're all in as far as that's concerned. Mm-hmm. But we critique the game and the CU Buffs as as football pundits on this panel. So it doesn't do anything to our love for the game, and it doesn't change our feelings of wanting CU to win and for Coach Prime to do the best this year, and the dynasty that he's going to build to come. So I just want you to get that clear, that where we're coming from when we talk about the critical points of the offense, the scheme, the critical points of the defense, whether it's the defensive line or the linebackers or the offensive line, we're talking about it from a critical standpoint because we want CU to do well.
Yes, that's the whole point of this.
Wait a minute, Harry. Hold on. Slow down. Harry. Hold on. Slow down, Harry. Slow down.
Okay.
Now,
and so
I don't know why you ain't. Hey, Harry, I don't know why you ain't stopped him.
Listen.
I don't know why you didn't stop him and tell him.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second.
You know what I'm saying? I've been
let
around.
Ron Tate finish and you can have it.
Hold on 1 second. And another thing I just want to say is that we try to be accommodating for one another over here. We do. That's for all of us. I know sometimes DC Carson can get a little outrageous and want to step all over top of me, and Harry got to straighten him out. That's what happens, but we try to be accommodating with everyone over here. Thank you, DC.
I got your CU Buffs. I got you.
Yeah.
CU Buffs. CU Buffs loves Prime. He loves everything Colorado. He loves everything black.
Yeah, we're all
he
on
got
the same page.
He got it. He on the same page.
No, DC. Yeah. I'm talking about. Y'all should have stopped him and should have been like,
well, I was waiting.
Hold on. Y'all should have been like, hold on. You know the whole context of the show. He does. I just been dealing with I got my people that I deal with. You know what I'm saying, more than none now. You know what I mean? But I've been around, so I know the context. I know where Harry coming from. I know he poked the bear all throughout every show. You know what I'm saying? So I kind of know, brother.
But you know why I do it though, right? You do know why I do it though, right? But do you understand why I do it though?
I do. I know. I've been around, bro.
Okay. All right. As long as you do, that's fine. But I just want to let you know, man. You still haven't answered my question.
Question again.
Can you answer it though? I'm going to ask you one more time.
What is it?
If CU comes out and does not run the ball, what would you say?
We're gonna have something to talk about. We'll have something to talk about.
I'm gonna break my TV.
I can't fully answer that question because the game hasn't completed yet. You know what I'm saying? So we'll have something to talk about.
So that's what I'm saying. But we're consistent here on this channel, and I've been trying to tell you, like the habits and the trends and patterns that CU and Coach Prime and his team has displayed is when they get into trouble, they do not look at the run, and then they go throw their offensive line under the bus. That's been their pattern.
So can I say something, Harry?
What is the pattern that we are speaking of? And that's what makes me say I don't trust them. You fool me once, fool me twice, right? Like who's that? George Bush? Fool me once, all right? That's on me. Fool me twice? Nah. You fooled me once with the CSU thing. You fooled me. I got it. I'm with you. Oh, y'all can run now. All of a sudden, all week, everybody's saying Colorado Colorado's going to run the ball now. You know what CSU proved to me? CSU made them honest. CSU took away their lies, and CSU took away their throwing the offensive line under the bus, and CSU kept them honest and says, listen, so you've been telling us you couldn't run the ball. So all of a sudden you could run the ball. Okay, I got you now. We got running backs.
What are you going to say if they come out this game and they run the freaking ball, bro? What are you going to say?
That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to force their hand because I know their patterns.
They're going to be
I know their patterns. I know their patterns. Their patterns have shown me you're not going to run if you get into trouble. You're going to rely on that pass, and they're going to keep sacking Shedeur, and it's going to cost you if you do not pay attention to try to balance it out. So that's what I'm saying. If we go back to our old patterns, it's going to cost us, and that's going to be a problem. And I don't want that to cost us. Keep in mind, I said earlier that I'm looking at how Colorado comes out and play this game. I'm not as stuck on wins and losses as some of y'all are. I'm looking at solid football. If Colorado comes out, put together a good game plan, a good heavy portion of running, a good heavy portion of what they do best. It could be 80%, run the ball 20%. I'm fine with that. If you come out, you put that effort forward and you lose, I say, you know what? That team was better than us. But if Colorado comes back and for some odd reason, Baylor is ready for the first one, as soon as that whistle blows and Baylor is ready to play and they put 20, let's say they give us 14 and we're down 14-0. You know what's not going to happen? Deion would never run the ball in that situation, ever. Ever.
So what is
Hang on 1 second. Let me jump in here. I've been listening.
Runs the ball.
Listen, Harry, I think you find yourself a fan of a passing team.
Obvious, right?
I think you just stumbled into being a fan of a passing team. Like the fact that your team passes the ball is, and they don't have balance at this point, even though they ran the ball a little bit more. I think that's you live by the run, you die by the run. That's Oklahoma State.
Exactly.
You live by the pass, you die by the pass. You can't try to be something that you're not. So Harry, let me ask you, if Colorado continues with their DNA, at least while Shedeur Sanders is the quarterback, right? Maybe next year they become the running team that I think you want them to be. But with Shedeur, with Travis, with Will Shepherd, with LaJonte, with Draylon Miller, with all of these guys in the same room, what they're showing you is that you have now become a fan of a passing team. What are you going to do the rest of the season as a fan of the passing team? Are you going to try to see if they could get better at the pass and pass protection with the line that they have? Or are you going to wish the entire season that they ran the ball? Because I think that's part of the issue. You happen to be a fan of a passing team. That's like a fan of Texas Tech getting mad that they're trying to pass the ball 100 times a game. That's just what they do.
I said, this is why I think y'all not hearing me. I feel like y'all are listening to talk. And let me explain one more time to help y'all to understand. Colorado is a pass-heavy team without an O-line that doesn't have creativity, or without an offensive coordinator that lacks creativity to put them in situations to be a Texas or a Tennessee. Your identity does not support, your ability to protect what you like does not support your identity.
Oh, man. Do you understand what he means when he say it's a passing team?
I'm explaining. I'm going to land my plane. I'm telling you, I'm very astute when it comes to this. I'm one of the best in this YouTube space. Let me tell you what I mean. I may not know as good football as everybody else, but I'm very well read when it comes to explaining and landing my planes. And I'm one of the best pilots, even though I'm afraid of heights. Listen,
Harry B is on his Trump right now. Let him cook.
Let me cook. Yeah. Let me tell you something. You like to pass the ball. Guess what you lack when you face good teams? You lack the pass protection. That's the one fact that we all know about Colorado. You lack pass protection. And guess what else you lack that can help you out? You lack creativity in that passing scheme. If it was creative and the quarterback was not put down like as many times, and you were able to get Shador to pass that ball, I'm 100% in. I want you to please lock that in. If you are if your identity is pass first, and you just want to pass the ball, I'm good. But guess what happens every single time we meet a defensive coordinator that figures out that's all you want to do and is able to stop your quarterback from throwing the ball. You no longer are able to do what you are really good at. So now what do you got left? It's only two things in college football, in football, pass or run. And you don't like to do the other thing. So if they stop the one thing that you're good at, what you got left?
The freaking pass, bro. This is a pass team.
Right,
I
you
don't
keep
care.
passing.
Listen,
Hey, I got a question, Harry. Can I
Am I
chime in
missing
here
something?
real quick? I got a question.
What am I
How
missing?
would you describe? How would you DC Buff Dynasty? How would you
Yes, sir.
describe Alabama? Is Alabama a passing team or a running team?
It's a run team.
It's a
They
run
run.
team.
Well, when they had Nick Saban, they was run. I don't know what they're doing now. I don't watch Alabama.
Hey, DC, could you help us? DC's gone.
DC had to jump off. But I just want
Okay.
y'all to answer the question. All right,
Yeah, I don't watch Alabama.
Horace Hardy, and everybody, just please just take the time and answer my question. I'm a simple guy. If they stop the pass like they did last year, we went 4-8. If they stop your pass, if they stop you from passing the ball, I'm gonna say it again. If they stop you from passing the ball, what else do you have left? I'm screaming it because I'm fed
Harry,
up
let
with
me
it.
chime in. Because your
Go
blood
ahead.
is boiling, Harry.
It is.
Yeah, you finna have high blood pressure behind this right here, dog.
Let me chime in. All right, look. We know
Yeah, high
that
blood pressure, cuz.
CU is a passing team. But
Period.
you are correct. Okay, you are correct. We need to establish the run to keep them guessing. Regardless of how many times we pass the ball, we still need to be able to run the ball. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's 100 yards, 150 yards, whatever, how many yards, but we need to be able to keep the defense honest. Because if we are not honest in the schemes that we're giving them, what they're going to do is exactly what Nebraska did. Nebraska basically set themselves up in the nickel and the dime. Most of the time, telling them, run the ball on us, which they hardly ran. They had us under control. Now, were they able to pass the ball? Yeah, because Shador is such a good quarterback, he's able to look at the receivers that is needed to get them to get the ball to. But if you notice, I mean, in the Nebraska game, we basically just could not get anything going because of the push that they kept on going with the defensive line and the schemes that they kept on controlling.
And listen,
Listen,
the way-
bro. Listen.
No, let me just read this comment and you can have it. Let me read this
Go
comment.
ahead, bro.
Alpine says, and keep in mind that passing game has to be multi-dimensional as well. The running backs got to get involved in the pass game. The tight ends got to be involved, and they got to be a balanced passing attack. There is no creativity in the pass because there was at one point we lined up five wide and we in shotgun and we just throwing the ball, and it's like the same thing. And somebody figures that out.
Here you go.
I'm trying to say.
The
I
whole
thought you was
thing,
about to
Harry.
go up again.
Look, Alpine is correct. And I've said this many times. We need a tight end and a running back in the scheme so we can keep them honest. Because if we're looking at them with 5 wide receivers with no running back, it's basically giving them the saying, hey, you know what? We're going to continue to pass and we don't care what you think. And they're just going to set up the defense how they want. And because they already understand that our offensive line is still susceptible to some damage, whatever it is, they're going to just basically say, keep running at us. We know that you can't do it, so keep running at us.
Hey, Harry.
Yeah.
Nebraska got you shook, bro. you fought it. We fought Nebraska 2 weeks ago. You still talking about that, bro? Like, let
I ain't
Nebraska
gonna lie
go.
to you. I ain't
They
gonna
got
hold
you
you.
shook, home.
That's fine.
You
But then
about ready
prove
to
to me.
give up? You about ready to lay your whole CU flag down, bro? What's going on?
Look, it's consistency I'm looking for.
Nah,
That's all.
that was game
Hey,
number 2. That was way
Harry,
back then, bro.
last year,
But that was the best opponent that we played so far.
Man, that was way back then, bro.
okay, so
We
last
keep
year,
moving
the
forward.
consistency to this year is the same.
It's the same.
It's the same. The consistency is the same.
Yes.
Nothing has changed in that.
We played Mountain West in our third game. Mountain West. We played FCS in our first game. We played a Power 4, right? Power 4 in game number 2. We could not handle them. And y'all are just all of a sudden, Mountain West, we beat them, and now we're like, oh, yeah. Now we're going into Big 12 football, and y'all got no reason to be concerned. Y'all got no questions. Y'all not talking about nothing. Oh, yeah, y'all trust Prime is going to run the ball? Where y'all coming from?
He won't run the ball.
The second they get into trouble, they're passing.
Okay, so Harry,
I'll be back up here Monday. I'll be back up here Monday after they run their ball. Now I want you to be just as loud, and
that's what I'm trying to do.
I want you to be just as loud and assertive about them running that doggone ball.
I stream on Saturdays
right now.
I stream on Saturdays during the game, and you will hear me screaming just as well. I would be saying, "Thank God they're running the ball." I say, "Look, they're running the ball." I do that every single time we ran the ball. I say, "Oh my gosh, we run the ball."
I be with I gotta shout my people out. Dino up to score. So I shout them out. But I be with them on Saturdays. But Monday, when I know you come on Monday, and after they done ran that ball 20, 24, 25 times, I'm gonna come back. And I want you to have that same enthusiasm explaining the run.
That's what I do every time. If they do something good, I say it. If they do something bad, I say it. I say both. Some people don't like me to say the bad stuff. They just want me to say the good stuff. And I told you I put my pom-poms down. I no longer have no pom-poms, and I'm not no cheerleader like that. I said good and bad, but I keep it respectful because I know what we got. When somebody says Prime is not a good coach, I push back hard, and I'm saying, listen, pause. Let's. Prime is not a bad coach. Does he need to adjust certain things to be a better coach? And everybody's always growing. Yes, but I know what I'm looking at. Unless y'all are so blind that y'all don't see it, it's a pattern. It's a pattern. I want the pattern to change. When they get into trouble, the first thing to do is abandon the run. I want that pattern to change. That's all I'm asking for. Change the pattern, come out and play balanced football all around, and I'm your guy. And I would say this team, that's their identity.
Man, listen,
they're gonna show that.
With y'all, I see what Nebraska done to you. You need to go get
You're
checked.
You're stuck on Nebraska, bro. But I'm all the way back to NDSU. I'm stuck on NDSU.
If we come out,
was running for his life with NDSU, and we didn't even run on that team.
This is the thing with people.
Say me.
Right
Harry.
Now,
say Harry.
This is the thing
with Harry.
No, because it's not you. But this is the thing with people, and I see that Nebraska has pushed you way over there with them. If we come out and run the ball, 25 times, the next thing y'all gonna say is, oh, they need to run it 40 times. Y'all keep moving the goalpost, bro.
No. I'll tell you who pushed me. You think it's Nebraska that pushed me? It's NDSU that pushed me. We played the FCS team, which means Football Championship Subdivision. That is the same division that JSU is in. That's the Little Boys League. The Little Boys League, we only got 59 yards running.
Now, before the game,
yards running, and Shador was running for his life.
Now, before the game, y'all was, it's NDSU, and
who was y'all? Say Harry.
This is not a pushover. And
who was y'all?
The history and championships and all this and all. Y'all was you. Well, I'm gonna say you then. You was giving them all the credit, all the credit in the world,
who the credit?
all the benefit. North Dakota State. Now,
wait.
Now
you said I was giving them the credit.
Now they this little FCS team football championship subdivision. Now y'all want to say that?
No.
But
you
before
said,
they played us, everybody wanted to say they were gonna knock us off.
You both dynasty. I think you got the wrong channel. You got the wrong channel.
No, I got the right channel. What are you talking about, bro? I know what channel.
You said I was given.
What are you talking about?
You said I was given. I was like TLP. Me, Harry Billion. I was given North Dakota State all the credit. You got the wrong channel, bro.
You was giving them too much. You was giving them too much.
Are you serious? I don't think you
I'm,
know. I don't think you got the wrong channel. I'm just trying to let you
man,
know.
you got the
You
wrong
got the
see you
wrong
above
channel.
dynasty, bro. You won't giving it. You won't saying, oh, we can't we can't overlook this game. They this, they that. Y'all won't giving out all the little pointers about them.
What are you talking about? Look,
What you
bruh,
mean? What I'm talking about?
I
Go
did
back
a,
and play
I
your
did
tape
a,
from
I did
them
like 2
fucking
or 3
first
CS
North
NDSU
Dakota
video,
State
and I
game.
said
What are you talking
Colorado
about?
can win. I said Colorado is going to win this game, and then and I was telling everybody how we should not overlook them. But that's
That's what
me.
that's
Not
what I'm
saying that
saying.
don't
And
overlook
you
them.
didn't right. So when you said that, the whole show didn't have a whole dossier of why not to look out for them and this, that, and the third. What are you talking
No,
about?
everybody was
You
against.
saying the same thing I'm saying, bro.
Everybody was saying
You
don't
saying the same
overlook
thing
them,
I'm
but
saying.
no, the panel. Everybody was like, we're not going to overlook them, but Colorado should trash them. And then before that, like maybe a couple of months before the game started,
Peace,
we
God.
all said we were going to dominate them. But you know what happened in that NDSU game? Why I'm going all the way back? Why you think it's Nebraska that got me shook? Is the fact that Shador was running for his life for an FCS team, running for his
Now
life.
you wanna call them a FCS team. That's what I'm talking about.
I've
Before that,
been calling them an FCS team. I've been said that. Shador should not be running for his life for an FCS team. Should never
So
not be running for his life.
let me jump in real quick. I mean, okay, we can all admit Colorado has not played their best football yet,
right,
but they're 2-1.
right, again.
So what we're looking at, and I think the kind of football, Harry, you would like to see is them playing football at their fullest potential, where the pass
Yes.
game is working, the run game is working, defense is shutting people out. They're beating up on people like Texas.
There's creativity with the pass, with the play calling, so you're not putting your guys in trouble. There's not 9 minutes left on the clock, and with 3 minutes left, you still leave 1 minute on the clock so you can get somebody hurt. Come on, man, this is not rocket science.
Right. So what I'm saying is, all right, we got a team that I don't know what grade everybody would give different phases of the team, but we know we definitely have some upward mobility in the grading in a couple
Right.
areas. Right. So
Exactly.
if you take a student week over week, let's say we had them as an A student in week 1, they came out, they played like a C student. In week 2, they dropped to an F student. But then in week 3, you see them coming around, maybe they play like a B- student, right? But it's not the final grade that you're necessarily looking at in football. You're looking at whether or not you're improving in all aspects of the game that feed up to that final grade.
True.
I think we're looking at the final grade, like we're looking at the game in its totality and saying,
Right.
man, CU didn't play the kind of football I want CU to play. They need to fix 1, 2, and 3. But when you break down the data
Harry,
in 1, 2, and 3, go ahead.
Okay, I want to say this. No, it's not that extreme, and Harry keeps saying it's not that difficult to understand what he's saying, and I understand what he's saying. Consistency, number one, consistency in the running game will help the pass. Creativity in your offense will help the pass and the running game. Period. And it's not Nebraska.
That's a
It's the
given, though.
Kansas City Chiefs. It's
That's
the
a given.
Kansas City Chiefs. The guy that they say is the best quarterback in the NFL.
80-20.
His number one receiver is a tight end.
80-20.
Creativity in the offense. That's what he's talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Creativity in running the ball to help the pass. Yes, we are a passing team. Let's help the pass. Let's help the quarterback. Let's help the offensive line. Creativity does that.
I agree, but again, and this is,
There's
I
no
think
but.
somebody described human nature as if we hear one positive comment and one negative comment, the negative comment is going to stay with us longer than the positive comment. That's just how human brains work.
That's
Now,
because we want to
Negative means
see
more than
what
positive
we're able
affirmations
to
in this game.
correct from.
yeah, I understand, but let's just all admit our bias, right? You are able to see the worst things in people with a lot more magnification than you can see the best things in people. We're not saying
Right.
that Colorado
Absolutely.
doesn't need to improve. That's not the point. What you have to ask yourself is, why are there certain areas, like you're saying, we're talking about and we're focusing on, when last year we know we were bad in more areas than we're better now? It's really easy to look at, okay, we
Easy.
have issues around play calling. We have issues around running the ball. We have issues with Shador holding the ball too long. Okay, let's go from Nebraska to Colorado State. Did Shador hold the ball too long? It was a lot less than he held the ball against Nebraska. Definitely a lot less than NDSU. Did we run the ball better? Yes. Did we run it to our optimum level? No. But did we get better week over week? Is the
No.
defense better?
Week over week, no. You said
In
week over
what
week,
area?
no.
In what area?
Only
That's
one week we got. Did you not see the thing I just put up? Did we get better week over week? What are y'all looking at?
So check this
In the
out.
areas
me
that they
ask you
needed to
something. Let me
improve
ask
What
you
are we
against
something.
talking
Nebraska
about?
to now.
Let me ask you something.
Look at the stuff.
How do you get to step 2? You gotta freaking go to step 1 first. Why can't last week be step 1?
This
Stop
is
looking
game.
at the
This
stop
is
looking at
4
the
games, and
opponent.
y'all talking
Stop
about
looking
go
at the
back to step
opponent.
1.
Listen, stop looking at the opponent and say, boom, they started step 1. They're at least headed in the right direction. They implemented some kind of run.
Oh, okay.
Why you
Y'all
can't
pom
just say
poms.
that, bro?
Y'all are pom poms. Okay.
This ain't no damn pom-pom. I'm a grown man. I'm just telling you. Like, listen, why can we say, oh, they need to run? How in the world can they come out in one game and implement some run? Whether it was a lot or a little, it's a lot for Colorado to implement the run. Why can't we come back and say now this week they're gonna add on top of that? Why are you talking about, oh, I know them
Can
and
I
they're
answer
gonna
that
fail
question?
me and do this and
Can
do
I answer
that?
that question?
Because
The answer
Prime,
to that question is because of the
Progress,
past.
progress is step by step, bro. You don't get it all in one game.
Yeah, we will agree. We will agree if that was their pattern. I'm trying to tell you, their pattern is the second they get into trouble, they abandon the run. God forbid they get into trouble with Baylor, they're going to abandon the run. You keep thinking like this is a game. This is not a game. Colorado abandons the run when they get into trouble. So if if Baylor comes out and they have some success early in the game, and see you is still in the locker room, you're not going to see any run plays. That's the answer to your question. I'm trying to tell
see
you.
you buffs. See you
Stand on
buffs.
that.
So the
Stand on that when they come out
consistency.
and run the ball.
So the consistency that we see from Colorado football right now is 1, we got a good defense. 2, we're always going to pass. 3, we're not going to run the ball like we want to run. That is what the consistency shows right now. Those are facts. That's not opinion. Those are facts. So the way we look at it is, although we are wanting them to run, Deion Sanders has said it. We are a pass team. So they're going to continue the pass team as a pass team. Look at how many wide receivers we have. We always talk about having the best wide receiver room in the whole NCAA. Well, you know what? That means that we're going to be passing a lot. Do we got the best running backs in the game? No, we don't. We have decent running backs. We got running backs that will carry the ball for us. The problem is that because we have such a great wide receiver room, Prime uses that as an example of like, hey, you know what? I got these wide receivers for Shador, and Shador is going to pass it to these wide receivers. He went try to get offensive line to fix the so-called problem from the offensive line, which that's a different conversation. But the consistency right now shows that we will continue to pass the ball, and we are not going to run the ball like we want to.
So I see what's going. I see how I'm reading now. Y'all want Colorado to be what y'all want Colorado to be. That's where the
We're
confusion.
fans.
No,
What are you talking about?
That's where the confusion comes in. You want Colorado to run your playbook and run your run pass percentage. That's what that
Yes, I
is.
do. I really do.
Yeah, I
You
see it.
think
you're
I can't.
you're
saying
stating
I
it as a
can't. I
joke,
can't.
but
I can't even. I can't
I'm not
dispute that
joking
since you.
about that. I
Yeah,
want
I can't.
Colorado
I
to do
can't.
what I want them to do.
Yeah, I
And what
can't.
I
I
want them to
can't.
do is play balanced
That's
football. I want Colorado
the
to
debate.
abandon what they're doing and do what I'm asking them to do. Yes, 1,000%. Do what I'm asking you to do, and you will be
Yeah.
successful.
That's what I'm saying. There,
well. Look
I
what
can't
happened
even.
last
Hold
week.
on, hold on. I can't dispute that. I thought we were having another conversation, but being that y'all want Colorado to be what you wanted to be, I can't dispute that because that's what you want them to be.
I know what you're doing,
You
so
know what I'm
I just
saying?
want you.
So
I want you to
I
know I
can't
know
do
what
that.
you're doing. I know
I
what you're
can't do
doing,
that.
and I'm meeting you where you're at with your energy. I'm telling you, I want Shador and I want Deion Sanders, I want Pat Shurmur to do what I'm saying to do.
Yeah, I know.
1,000%. And you know what I'm asking them to do? I'm asking Shador, Deion Sanders, and Pat Shurmur, I want them to play balanced football. That is exactly what I'm prescribing. If you play balanced football.
What is balanced football, Harry?
Balanced football is you having a healthy dose of running. You having a healthy.
And let me hear your answer. I can't hear you like that.
Here's balanced football.
What you're saying, bro.
Okay, here's balanced football. Let me include this JR Trucking, what he said. So what about the defense, huh? Baylor stops our run, and then what? We don't score or some. I'm confused. Let me tell you why you're confused. When the pass doesn't work, you're not confused. You see what I'm saying? When the pass doesn't work, you're not confused. But when we say run the ball and then stop it, then you say, well, we ran and then stopped it. So let me tell you what balanced football looks like. As much I came to the United States in 1989. My dad introduced me to the Washington Redskins. When I started watching football, all right, I started watching football. What I learned from football is that you run the ball, you have a run mindset, and it opens up the pass. That's one thing we learned from football. From coaches' interviews. Let me finish. I'm going to land the plane. You can have it back. You run the ball, it opens up the pass. The run helps you, okay? And a lot of linemen from interviews that they've had, they said they'd rather block for the run than blocking 80 or 90% of the time for the pass. That's one thing, all right? So balanced football, you got to help your guys to take a break, to be honest, to be the aggressors. How do you help them to be the aggressors? You have to have a heavy dose of running. But if, let's say, how you said the identity of Colorado football is passing, this is how you help them. Every now and then, you're going to run the ball. On some downs, you're going to run the ball heavy. If the run starts to work, you keep doing the run. You got to run the ball in order for you to get your guys a break. If you run the ball a heavy dose, you're going to give them a break.
A break from what?
A break from having to chase linebackers that are coming at you 50 miles per hour, and you're having to run around and block them when you're 10 feet behind the line. There's a difference in
drink some water, Harry.
I don't know if earlier you said. Let me drink some water.
Yeah, drink some water, bro.
I don't know if earlier you said you played from Pee Wee.
I'm still waiting for the answer on balanced football.
I don't know if you earlier you said you played from Pee Wee to all the way to high school or whatever. But balanced football has to do with a balanced number of run game and a balanced number of pass game. And the reason why, I'm telling you the reasons why. The reasons why is because, number one, Colorado does not have the best offensive line in college football. So for the most part, if we meet a good line, a good Russian attack, our line always gets exposed because they're constantly.
So let me ask you something, because you've been going. I don't want to lose my thought because you kind of a minute past it. So for balanced football, so if you as an offensive coordinator, right, you come in the game with a mind frame to have a balanced game plan. You come out your first two series and you see that you can pass the ball. Are you going to keep passing the ball, or are you going to freaking run the ball just so you can be balanced if the pass is working?
Great. That's a great question. Thank you for saying that. I will keep passing the ball if the pass is working.
So then you become unbalanced.
No.
Mr. Balanced Football.
At that point, no. Because see, that's the thing that y'all do. And I say y'all, that's the thing that you're doing. I'm not going to trade a win for balance. The object of the game is to win, right? The object of the game is to win. So if you're winning, that's the thing that you're not understanding about what I'm saying. If you're winning, it works. If you're winning, that's the if is so big for Colorado. People don't understand it. If you're winning, keep doing what you're doing. The thing about Colorado that's so frustrating is even when the pass is not working, we continue to do it. It's frustrating. We continue to pass when the pass is not working, but the second We tried to run one time and that doesn't work. We abandoned it. That is my whole point. So
Hey,
Well, see, and
Harry.
that's where it comes into
keep
play.
passing if it works. Keep passing if it works. If Shador's not on his back 6 times in Nebraska, then keep passing. But if Shador's on his back, then that's not working at all. Go ahead, Tim.
Well, see,
Oh no, I was just gonna say the run game is gonna open the passing. That's just football 101. If you think that you can make it to win
Get
the
some water, Harry.
national your conference,
I drink some water.
which that's
Get some water, big dog.
I mean trying to win your I'm trying to protect me personally. This is my personal
Right.
opinion.
Yo, y'all are killing me
And
right now.
this is just my personal opinion, but I'm trying to protect the 10-2 record that
I know you are, Tim.
I said it. I
I
said
feel
it
sorry
first.
for you, man. I feel bad for you, Tim. But it's
No. Don't feel sorry for me. Because
I
I
have to
still
because they don't
feel
want to
like
run.
it's able. But if they do come out and just pass on Baylor, then I'm gonna change my prediction next week.
You mean if
And
the
and not
pass, and lose the
yeah,
game?
if they pass and win the game, or pass and lose the game, either way it goes, I'm going to change my prediction because of what is ahead of them. The teams in the Big 12 that I know about that they're going to face, they're not going to be able to just pass all day. It's
How you?
not going to
They
happen.
don't know that I have the research. I'm telling you, I got so much data. The teams that are coming, bro, I'm telling you, it's important for Colorado to work those muscles, those running muscles right now. I'm trying to tell y'all.
Man,
It's
listen.
Kansas State will light you up with
oh
those
man.
linebackers
that's
that
right.
they have.
I was saying the same thing about other teams, and nobody believed me. And then y'all gonna come back. I never get respect in this Colorado ecosystem. I get no respect, but I am the most accurate person here in this
Man,
ecosystem.
stop that. Stop that, man. Stop playing. Stop
How
playing, bro.
accurate I've been?
Stop playing. I'm still waiting for
You
the
don't believe.
balanced football.
You don't believe.
All
I'm
right.
waiting for the
Hey, see
balanced
you, Bub.
football answer, bro.
See you, Bub. Balanced
Yes, sir.
football. Balanced football is running the ball and passing the ball. This is not Pop Warner.
So
Number
listen,
one.
So
Hold on,
what is
listen.
it
hold on,
that you don't understand
So
about
hold
balanced
on.
football that I
This,
explained?
this,
Like I
this
so
don't know
this is what I'm
what's
saying.
missing.
go
When
ahead.
you come out with your game plan
Right.
to be balanced, you
Mm-hmm.
come out your first 2 or 3 drives and
Mm-hmm.
you are hitting on all cylinders in the pass game. Now you become pass heavy. What happened to your so-called balance, bro?
You're
You
getting the
don't even
context.
attempt it.
You're out of context. Context.
You.
Context is Tim. Hold on. Let me get this real quick.
Okay.
Context is important, my guy. Let's get this straight, man. Context is important. Why is it that? Why is it so hard to have the conversation with y'all when it comes to contextual conversations? You when you're winning, it's fine. When you're not winning, it's not fine. You see what I'm saying? So
So
winning can
so
cure
so
everything.
so last time I looked, two is more than one. That's the
What?
last time I looked. Two is more than one.
Hey, see you, Bub. I want
Yes,
to ask
sir.
you a
And it
question.
looks like
Yes, sir.
If
y'all
they
y'all
come out
took
What are you
the
Hold
talking
on, I
about?
can't I can't hear you, Tim. Hold on.
if they come out and pass,
Yes,
just
sir.
say, okay, Colorado has a game plan going into this, right?
Yes, sir. Uh-huh.
Okay, they not crazy.
Right.
Uh, just say for instance they come out and on the first 2 drives get 4 yards, on the next drive get 2 yards, right? That's positive yardage, right?
You mean running the ball?
Running the ball,
They're gonna stop
Absolutely.
running. They're gonna stop
Hold
running.
on,
right?
hold
And
on, hold
and
on.
hold on,
Step to the
hold on,
step to the side, step to the side, bro. Yes, sir.
hold on, and then pass for the rest of the first half,
Uh
Yes, sir.
right? And they only up by 3.
Right.
Okay, do you
huh.
think that's a healthy recipe moving forward through the Big 12?
See, that question is so empty. You don't have enough gumption
That
inside
that
of it. I don't know. I can't pick up what you
You
what
know?
you're
Okay,
asking because
let me.
you're
You're
giving me
asking
a
an if
you're giving
statement.
me a blank scenario, like
Okay, well, no, 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 no.
because
It's that's
I can't see in the game. You know what I'm saying?
well, no, no, no,
Because
no. I'm not
we
gonna.
know
No,
that
no. Hold on, hold on,
we understand that there are certain factors in the games that cause certain
hold on.
things.
I
So you want me
stated.
to answer without knowing or
I
seeing any of that?
no. I stated.
Yes, sir.
You were a coach and the offensive coordinator, right? Those
Yes,
were your
sir.
words. Okay,
Yes,
great.
sir.
Okay, so Colorado, I stated Colorado will have a game plan for Baylor, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay, great. I'm glad we're on the same page. Okay, now they come out first series, they run the ball for 4 yards, right?
Yes,
Sticking to
sir.
the game plan. I don't know their game plan either, but I'm just using the scenario based off of your talking point.
Is that
Okay.
4 yards a carry or 4 yards for the
No,
entire drive? What do
that's
you say?
4 yards on the first carry.
On the first carry? Okay.
And where are
Okay.
they? Where are they on field?
It don't
Hey
matter.
Where
man,
It
they
don't
don't
matter.
on
worry
It don't
about
field?
matter where they at. It
don't
don't
worry
matter where
about
they
where
at.
they it don't matter where
Yeah.
they
It
at.
don't
I'm
matter.
just
It's four
using this
yards.
as a right, exactly. It's
Right.
positive yardage.
Right.
So what I'm saying, okay, then they come out and run the next play, and only gain 2 yards.
Yes, sir. You got a what,
Oh,
3rd and 3 now?
right, third and
All
three,
right.
right?
Yes,
And
sir.
then they pass the ball for a first down, right?
Right.
Okay, now with that scenario being laid out for you, they abandon the run for the rest of the first half. Do
Right.
you see that as a good recipe going forward in the Big 12?
So so to answer it the way you laid it out, no. But you skip from 3rd and 3 all the way to the end of the game. It's a whole part
No,
missing.
I
So I don't.
said first half. I said the first
Well,
half.
first half. So you went from a 3rd and 3 all the way to the end of the first half. I'm kind of lost in between.
Because they abandoned
But
it and went
they
straight passing.
abandoned it. They abandoned it is what I'm
So
saying.
what
Right,
Can
he
you
happened?
said it.
I have to know
can
what
you
happened.
state?
Wait a minute. You went from the 4 yards to the 2 yards and then abandoned. What happened on the third down and 3?
I said they passed and got a first down,
Okay.
and then they abandoned the run for the first half of the game. They meaning they never went back to the run. So do
So
you
just
think?
He
no.
knows
Wait
what
a minute.
abandon means.
No. Just so that I'm clear, we go first down 4 yards, second down 2 yards, 3rd and 3. We got the first down, and we just kept passing the whole game.
Oh my God, bro! I'm laying this out so elementary right now. First,
I'm in preschool right now. I'm trying to
okay,
find you.
okay, I'm finna bring you up to middle school.
Okay, come
So,
on.
all right, beginning of the first quarter, they first drive, meaning that Colorado has the ball.
Yes, sir.
Okay, run play. First play is a run play for 4 yards, four
Yes, sir.
positive yards.
Second and
Second,
6.
okay, 2nd and 6, 2 yards, run play.
3rd and 3.
Okay, 3rd and 3, pass for 10 yards,
First
first
and
down.
10. Yes,
Okay,
sir.
1st and 10. All right, good. We together, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Okay, now for the remainder of the first half, meaning first quarter, second quarter, halftime, they do not run a running play
Yes, sir.
and just strictly pass.
Okay.
Do you feel, based off of listening to what you're saying, do you feel like that's a good recipe for the going forward in the Big 12, knowing that they gonna come into this with a game plan?
Absolutely not.
Bam, that's it.
The way you explained it, absolutely not.
So that's exactly what Harry's talking
That's what
about.
I've been saying all night, bruh.
But that's just probability. That's just a
Yeah,
probability. First of all,
it's
are
not
they?
even probability. So what was the
I can
ending?
show you the
It's so
stats.
much that you
If
left
it's
out. There's
probability, I
so
can
much
show
meat
you
you left off the
stats.
bone.
I can literally show you stats.
What game are you referring to?
Oh,
What I,
here we
what,
go.
what I'm saying, hey,
No,
I'm gonna shut up. Let me
no.
say this, and I'm gonna
What?
shut up.
Hey,
Yes,
what does
I
sir.
did.
mongering mean? What am I mongering? What does mongering
What?
mean?
See you, buff,
Yes, sir.
Dynasty.
Yes,
What
sir.
I'm saying is,
I don't even know what that means.
what I'm saying is, in order for them to make it to the Big 12 championship,
Yes, sir.
there has to be a balance, whether you can run the football or you can't run the football. You have to show a number of attempts
Okay.
going forward, because if you don't never show it, then I'm just gonna prepare to blitz Shador and knock him off his mark,
Okay.
or sack him and take him completely out the game. If I can take him completely out the game,
Yes,
what do
sir.
you have? What do you have?
So what would you consider a balance?
Wait a minute.
50-50?
Wait a minute. I'm trying to follow the God here. So
Mhm.
so this is what happens when you make up fantasy stuff. You jump from one scope to the next scope. We went from passing to win the Big 12 to Shadua being out. I'm lost right now. I'm
Okay,
trying to
what I'm
fit.
trying to get
You
you,
gotta
what?
pull me along slowly, brother.
Okay, all right, no problem. What I'm trying to get you to see is you're gonna go up against some coaches
Yes, sir.
that can coach.
Absolutely.
Over there at Oklahoma State, over there at Kansas State, at
Absolutely.
Utah, right?
Right.
And we want to win these games.
Yes.
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
Exactly. So therefore, what I'm saying is, if we don't showcase something where
Yes,
the
sir.
other team is gonna watch film and they already know that you're not going to run the ball too many times.
Yes, sir.
So if I have somebody under and over the top of Travis Hunter
Yes, sir.
majority of the game
So that's
to
two
try to
people,
make
right?
it,
So
to
what you?
try to
I just want to slow down and make sure we're saying. So you're gonna have one under and one over. So there's two men on Travis, right?
make it difficult for
Is
him
that just? I
to
don't care,
try.
but it's two men, right?
Right.
We're not talking about the outcome. I'm just saying now. You as a defensive coordinator, you just told me that you're gonna have two men on Travis, one under and one above, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right, go ahead with the rest of it. I just want to make sure I'm clear.
Okay.
Cause I'm
With the
gonna set you a fight. When you do that right there, all I
mm-hmm.
need is about a split second or two to get that ball out. I'm gonna set you a five. If you
And you're
got
not
two
going to
men
have
over
that
here,
split
Okay,
second
hold
or
and I
on,
two.
got all
You're
these.
not going to
Wait a
have it.
minute, and I got all these other receivers on here.
Nebraska, sea
Listen, let
of
me tell you
red.
something. Nebraska got you so scared right now, Harry. It's ridiculous, bro. It's
See,
ridiculous. It's
Let me
ridiculous,
say
man.
you.
Nebraska shouldn't be the one. Nebraska shouldn't really be the team that frightens.
Go
Hey,
ahead,
see you,
Tim.
Buff.
Go ahead, Tim.
The
Go ahead, Tim. Yes,
Nebraska
sir.
is not the team that really should
Oh
you
my
should be
God.
afraid of or threatened by.
I'm not afraid
See,
of any of them,
I
brother. I'm
know,
not playing.
Well, I'm just
Yes,
talking
sir.
about Harry, but I'm just
Yeah.
talking about, like, for example, like we the Big 12, Oklahoma State,
Yo,
their DBs are physical.
that's what I'm
They
saying. I
they
got the
they
data.
That's
they
true. True.
DBs are physical. Now,
Right.
Kansas
So, but
State.
Tim, I want to stop because see, sometimes
Okay,
y'all
Them
go
go
ahead.
boys are
I'm
long to
sorry.
corn.
get my
I'm
They
sorry.
point.
Go
may not be
ahead.
I
corn
want to stop you
huskers, but
right
they're
quick.
corn
I want
eaters.
to stop you right quick. I want to stop you right quick.
Okay,
Now
go ahead. I'm
they
sorry.
got physical DBs, right? No question.
Mhm.
The Big 12 has some physical DBs. They have some great DB tandems. But I just want to make sure that no matter how strong you are, once you take two of them strong men and put them on one man, now you're making yourself at a disadvantage. Okay, continue, sir.
Nebraska. No, hey, Tim, I'll take it from here.
Go ahead. I'm gonna shut up.
Thank you. Look at this schedule. I want you to
Yes,
look at
sir.
this schedule and look at it very well. And for
Who is
those of
that?
you who have not been watching, before I go into my spiel, I just want to take this off the screen real quick. Hey guys, I'll put it in the chat. Please, if you can, guys, Common Sense Buff. He got 158 right now. Can we get it to 60? Let me just ask two people. If you have not subscribed to this channel right here, guys, if you can please do me a favor, let's get it to 160 while we're here. I did put that in the chat. The link is in the chat. So please, I have it on the screen as well. Let's get it to 160 if you can please help me with that real quick. He's been contributing to my channel. So since he's contributing to my channel, I want to help him out to get him to 160. If you guys can do that, I'm going to refresh my screen. And if anybody can let me just get two people to subscribe so we can get him to 160. Please, let's do that, guys. I'm going to go ahead and refresh when I'm done with my spiel with this schedule. All right, so here we go.
Spill.
Here we go. All right, so look, the schedule that's in front of you. For
Yes,
those
sir.
of you who are privy to watching and not just listening on the podcast, look at this schedule. After Baylor, the lines that you're gonna see, the scheme that you're gonna see, this is kind of like the culmination of everything I've been talking about tonight. And this is all coming from research, all right? And him is in the chat right now, and he'll know. You know how they said mess around and find out? When I was telling him about Nebraska, and he was, oh, who is Nebraska? Show me how many NFL teams they got, blah, 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 blah. Okay, he found out. All right, so here we go. After Baylor, after September the 21st, this is what's coming down the line. All of these teams, including Cincinnati now.
Now you want to pull for
Preseason,
Cincinnati, bro.
I'm just
Lord
letting you
have
know.
mercy.
Let me finish my thought. You can
You
have it.
all over the place, Harry.
I'm trying to tell you. Let me
I know.
let you know what I'm talking about. Let me tell you what I'm talking about. Every team from Baylor, after Baylor, from the 28th to the 29th, the people that they have on their defensive line, those boys can get at it. All right? I've watched these teams and I've done the research, and I'm just trying to let y'all know that every team that we play from Baylor, I don't know about that.
Who's the two starting defensive tackles for Texas Tech?
I don't know people's names. I ain't gonna
Well,
hold
you just told me you watched it. You done did your research and your study.
No. We're not gonna do that. We're not gonna try to stump
bro.
Harry B. No,
Come
because
on,
that's not
man.
what I do. I'm
Come on,
honest
man.
with mine. I said I watch them, but I got
man.
in Colorado enough to worry about them to be trying to memorize people's names. I'm just telling you what I'm watching and what I have researched. I got videos on my channel. You can go watch it. I do the opponent previews. I do that. So, but am I gonna remember their names? Come on now. I don't know.
Alpine. Hey, look what Alpine said.
What?
Alpine. I know. I think his last one.
So you need to be my alter ego. Is that what he said?
Yeah. Oh man.
So listen. So here we go. After Baylor, the defensive lines that we're going to face from September the 28th all the way to November the 29th,
okay.
they are going to get to Shador. I'm going to say this slowly for those of you, and I'm not going to yell it. From September the 28th, all right, to November the 29th, the defensive lines that we're going to be facing, they are going to get at Shador.
And this is what I'm going to say. From September whenever to whatever the last date you said, Colorado's offensive line is going to get better and better, and they're going to handle all those defensive lines better and better.
Yes, that is also true. That is also true. And just to let y'all know, the more you play together, the more your confidence grows. So our defense is going to be getting way better. And keep in mind, I'm letting y'all know now that our defense is going to start putting up scores. All right. Our defense is going to get involved with scoring the ball. Now we started getting fumbles, forced fumbles, and we started picking them up. Our defense is so good now, and their confidence have been growing so well now that I believe, with my predictions and the information that I have from all of these teams, I've been spying on all of them.
Mm-hmm.
Colorado's defense is one of the best defenses in the Big 12, and is going to start punishing teams. And they're going to have to start preparing. Right now, they're not doing it as much as they're going to start doing it by the time we beat, I believe we're going to beat K-State. By the time we beat K-State, Arizona, Cincinnati, and so on and so forth, they're going to have to start doing extra preparation because Colorado's defense is going to start putting up 7 points after that. That's my prediction. I'm accurate on this channel. I don't play around with this stuff. I'm telling you, if y'all think I'm not accurate, go back and watch my videos.
I agree with you on that one, Harry. Now, I would say I would coming from me, I would word it a little different. I wouldn't say that we got a great defense just yet. I say we got a defense headed in the right direction, and give them another 2 or 3 weeks for them to learn the playbook, learn the system more, play together more, and really get their feet up under them. About 4 weeks from now, yes, they will be something terrible to deal with. Absolutely.
Well, no. The reason why I put my words to it, just the same way that I put my words to the negative stuff or the I guess the critical stuff, is because of what I see. I see differently from y'all. I don't see. Your eyes are not my eyes. That's why I'm able to speak so loudly, okay? Because of what I see.
That's because
Colorado's
you turned
defense
up. That's
is
all. You just
like that.
turned up.
Colorado's defense is really like that, all right? And the trajectory, where I see them going, their confidence is growing. Keep in mind, like some of these young men play harder when they hear us on these channels praising them. For some, they don't need, like, I don't know what they need for the offense to start going. But Jimmy Horn came out and played because people say he was a Butterfinger. So Jimmy Horn is catching almost everything now. He dropped one, but I think after that, he became like Art Monk. He had glue fingers.
What you know
He
about
got
Art
hit.
Monk?
He got hit and still held onto the ball. I was like, that's not the Jimmy Horn we remember. We know that he can catch the ball, but when he's not being tackled like that. So what I'm saying to y'all is, listen, the run is going to help Colorado in more so than y'all know. And at the end of the day, that defense cannot be put into harm's way. How do you not put your defense into harm's way?
You got that already?
How do you not put your defense into harm's way? Is he talking to us or somebody else?
All right.
Hey, mute your mic.
All right. So how do we not put our defense into harm's way? We got to control the clock. We got to make sure that we're not giving the ball back. We got to make sure that we're not putting them back on the field with 3 minutes to go and we're winning and we got the ball back. We got to make sure that they don't get back on that field. So Colorado.
So let me ask you this question right here, Harry. Just off of you saying that right there, and I agree with it on that side of the coin. So what happens if we another 2 or 3 weeks we become this team where, as we've seen it before, we can come out and score in 2 or 3 plays. The defense has no choice but to come back on the field, and then we come back. They take the ball away. We come back and score in another 4 or 5 plays. I think the defense just gonna have to get itself conditioned because that's the type of predicament that they may be in going deep into the season.
That's not sustainable. That's not sustainable football.
I mean, why? So my question was, what are you going to want to do? Are you going to want to get those quick points, or are you just going to run the ball for the sake of it?
I'll take the ball. I'll take the points. Okay. I'll take the points. But we all know that that's the perfect world, right? That's a great world.
It can happen like that, though.
It can. But
it has happened like that.
Okay. Let's say it happens like that. But our defense is good to where we can stop them. Right?
True,
and we go up 20, we go up 21, or we're up by 30.
Right.
You take the score or you start burning the clock.
So I'm gonna come out, I'm gonna run the ball. But what happens if he do just one action play to the tight end, he gets it up the seam and he scores? And that's the second play of the drive. Well, I mean,
that's you. Colorado's patterns are not that. I'm trying to tell you. If you're up 21, if you're up 35, Colorado's going to keep throwing the ball.
If you can get 7 fast, get 7 fast. That's all.
Right, but once you got that, let's just say you got your 7. If you got your 7, now you got to start doing personnel management. You got to start managing your personnel. You got to get those guys that are on the bench. You got to give them reps so they can get their confidence up. You got to get them reps so they can stay out the transfer portal. You got to get them reps so that they can get their blood flowing and know that, okay, their moms and people that are watching on TV can say, hey, man, we saw you on. We saw you get in the game. You got to manage your personnel. You got to start burning the clock so that people don't get hurt. Because sustainability football has a lot to do with management. Clock management helps you to stay healthy. The more you play, the more likelihood of you getting hurt. So while you're trying to get 100 points on the board, you better think about the fact that this is not sustainable football. We get up and if we're up 7, you know what? You know who was the best person for that? It was Arizona's not Fafita, but what was his name? The Arizona's coach, Jeff Fitch. Yeah. Jeff Fitch, the guy did not care. He took the ball in the 4th quarter and kept it 6-7 minutes. And he didn't mind. He kicked the field goal and won the game. It helps in different ways than you know. I know Colorado's identity is
that's them first. Though. That's them though. Arizona ain't never won.
I get it, but I'm just saying. You know so I'm just saying, but you protect your guys like that. It's just a way to protect your guys. So where you're not putting them back on the field to put them in harm's way, you're protecting them. So it's not like I'm trying to run up the score just for the sake of running it up. I'm trying to just win the game, get my guys back home safe so that we can prepare for UCF, because we don't know what we're going to get with UCF. You don't know. You have no idea what kind of injuries we're going to sustain. Chitto is out right now. There's a couple of guys. Shiloh is out right now.
TC Carter is out. He had surgery.
There's a couple of guys that are out. So when we have the opportunity to protect our assets, we protect our assets by controlling the clock. So we don't just keep doing stuff frivolously because we can. You got to personnel manage, because football is a bang sport. So the more bang you do, the more you risk injury. And if a head coach don't know that, then what am I supposed to say? I'm going to get at him. Not because he's Deion, I'm not going to say nothing. No. If you don't know that you controlling the clock actually protects your guys, at this level, you should know that. You got to know that.
Yeah, let me jump in real quick because I got to jump. But thank you to everybody, man, on the panel. Great conversation.
Yes,
Harry
sir.
B, of course, to you always, man. All the love that you show on my channel. I appreciate you. And everybody in the chat, man, everybody who just subscribed.
Absolutely.
Appreciate you getting me to 160. So my prediction for the game is Colorado wins against Baylor. Number one, they're home. They've been on the road for two weeks straight. So, you know, if you ever play football and you took a long road trip, it's good to be back home. They're going to have the crowd on their side. They're playing in prime time. So, you know, just like the pressure is always on Colorado to perform well, the other team, Baylor's not getting that much national attention. They're going to be on national TV. So they're going to bring their best game, but the pressure is going to be on both teams.
Absolutely.
Now, in terms of improvements, what I would love to see, and Harry, I'll give it to you. I want to see a continuation of what we got started at CSU. So we had 19 rushes or carries. I'd like to see somewhere between 20 to 25. I'd love to get us over, you know, maybe 150 yards in this game and our first rushing touchdown. I think if we can just demonstrate that we're continuing to have success in the run game, and it doesn't have to come in the number of carries, right? Who knows?
Right.
We could get a runner who could break a big run and we could get to 150 really quickly. But that commitment to the run game to keep that offensive line gelling, I think is going to be important. Number two, I want to see Will Shepherd make some catches that he dropped in the first game. He's starting to get more targets. I like him as that big body wide receiver to take some of the pressure off of Travis, because, you know, one of the commentators was saying, well, you just double Travis. I think that's still an issue. I think some of these teams are going to see him as so much of a threat that they are going to put that kind of coverage on him, and the other wide receivers need to come up big, and it's just not LaJonte across the middle. I need to see Will Shepherd getting downfield and making big plays.
Absolutely.
In the running game, of course, you know, I already mentioned that. And in defense, just keep playing together. 11 guys to the ball, and I want to see those linebackers be the enforcer. I want to see a lot of big hits in this game coming from that linebacker core. But I don't think they need to make a big jump week over week to beat Baylor. I think they just need more consistency, like Harry has been saying, in a couple areas. But that's it for me, man. Appreciate you guys. 4 hours, that's a lot of cooking, man.
Hey, appreciate it, bro.
All right, last thoughts. I'll see you both, Dynasty. Let's get up out of here. Last thoughts,
Hey,
please.
so, you know, like I always say, man, Colorado is at the right place at the right time, going in the right direction.
Yes,
Point
sir.
blank period. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
We'll pass the team, bro. You know what I mean? We're gonna mix a little run in here and there. Man, but we got the best gunslinger in the game. And we got the best player in the game.
Yes, sir.
Point blank period. If you don't utilize that, then I don't know what the hell wrong with you.
You should.
I think some of the people that say they wouldn't utilize it, they probably never coached a team on any level. Man, you give me a Shador, and you give me a Travis, and you give me 3 or 4 of these other little pieces that's circulating around them. I'm trying to tunk every time I get the ball, bro. I'm gonna just keep it a bang.
Hey, just protect 2. If you protect 2, don't touch 2.
Protect 2.
Throw 1,000%, 100% all the time. I'm with it.
I'm trying to tunk. You know what I'm saying?
As long as you can protect 2 and he has chance to throw the ball, I would never run the ball. I'm telling you, I would never run. I would be every game. I'll be like, oh, we about to pass. We about to pass.
I'm telling you, bro.
I would never run the ball.
I done had teams where shit. I mean, excuse me. I done had teams where I pass all the time, bro, and I done had teams where I couldn't do nothing but run all the time.
Yeah, if you can pass
the
ball all the time, I would never pass the ball. I would never run the ball. I'm not one of these guys that was like, oh my gosh, they got to run just for the sake of balanced football. No. The only reason we're crying balanced football is because we're like, man, there are teams that stop our run, and when we stop the run, now we're stuck. We got nowhere to go, and that's not fair. That's not fair to the offensive line. That's not fair to the defensive line because we get 3 and outs. They got to be out there struggling all day. They're getting exposed in different ways that they're not supposed to be getting exposed. And now that our defense is looking good, I want those guys to keep looking good because that has NFL implications. So you want them to get the reps that they need, but not overexpose them because then you get those big buster plays at the end of the CSU game, and they look bad. You know, those are the things. Those are the cause of war. Those are the things that happen when they just keep being out there all the time, and then the NFL people start talking like all of those buster plays. Those guys can't play. That's not true. We got to look at the game very common. You know what I'm saying? So,
Facts.
Warren G, final thoughts, man. Let's get up out of here.
Man, thank you, Harry B, for allowing me on your panel, man. Great show. See you, bro. You know how we do it, how we get down. One love, salute to everybody that came on the panel. Everybody in the chat, one love, salute. Please like and subscribe and share this content. Let's get the algorithms up. Let's go, Buffs. And my prediction for tomorrow is 10:35. See you, bro.
Shout
35.
out
I like those numbers, man. I
Alpine
like those
Garage.
numbers.
Shout out Alpine Garage Sports. I'll be over there checking them out. I've been checking them since last year.
Oh
You don't
yeah,
know it though,
oh yeah. I keep
but
up
I've been
with him
checking them
too.
out. Shout
Yeah,
out to
he
Dino
got a
underscore
fan in
too.
me. He definitely got a fan in me.
Hey, y'all know my story with Alpine, right?
Nah.
No, I don't.
Alpine was the first creator in this space to extend his hands to me. When I extended my hand to John the Liquidator, I extended my hand to her Ticket Sports. Those hands were bit. Those hands were bit quick, and people started pitting me against John the Liquidator, and it got ugly. And his fans started coming against me, and I was like, "What are you doing?" I said, go subscribe to John the Liquidator channel. Go subscribe to these people, and then it got ugly. And I said, you know what? But then Alpine Garage Sports, I reached out, and he was like, "Yo, Harry B, what up with you?" And everything was great. You know what I'm saying? So yo, he gave me tickets to like he gave my family tickets to actually go to the game, the home game with the very first practice thing that we had. So that's how we became friends, and we've been rocking since. So salute to Alpine Sports for Alpine Garage Sports for hanging out with me today. That was unexpected. I didn't know he was going to come through. Salute to you, man. Warren G. Salute to you. See you, Buff Dynasty. Hey, see you, Buff Dynasty. You came to the channel and you prayed with me, right? When I was doing that Coach Prime prayer, everybody.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, man. You know what? I respect, man.
They gave me hell about that, but you already know, man. That
I
don't
know. We almost got canceled for that prayer, boy.
I'm way up. I'm way blessed. I'm way up. I ain't worried about none of that.
That prayer cost me some chips. I had creators making whole videos about me with that prayer. I was like, good Lord.
I'm way up, bro. I ain't worried about none of that.
Hey guys, I'm straight.
Most of the people that talk about it ain't got half of what I got.
You know, I'm scared to be around people that don't pray.
It's weird, man. I mean, people are like,
I'm keeping the buck. I need somebody in the mix that can pray, you know.
Man, I'll pray in a second, but thank you guys for coming on. If you guys need a prayer, hey man, my email's up here. If you need a prayer for anything, man, I'm telling you, my prayer warrior game is stacked. So if you need a prayer, I'm gonna put the email up real quick. If you need a prayer for something, man, like yo, Harry B, I know I watch your channel, man. You know, I'm going through a lot of things with my wife, with my kids, and I just need you to pray, send one up for me. The email is right there, bro. Just send me an email.
Shout out, Surfer Boy.
Yo, just send me an email. Be like, yo, Harry B, I just sent up a prayer for me. I appreciate it. You don't gotta tell me all the details. Just tell me what to pray for, and I'll send one up. I'm telling you that I serve like that. That's my service. So I want everybody to know that. But thank you for watching, guys. Tomorrow's stream is coming. Tomorrow's game day. It's Saturday. Game day, I'm a different guy. And like they do it in Vegas, guys. Like they do it in Vegas. What's done in Vegas stays in Vegas. If you watch a stream with me, and I'm an emotional guy, as you can tell, okay? What happens during the live streams on game reactions stays on game reactions, okay? I might be cussing Coach Prime out, even though I'm a praying guy. I might say some crazy things about Prime, about anybody I want, because that's the things I'll be saying. You know, I'll be saying those things when I'm watching the game by myself. Prime, what the heck are you doing? What in the world is your problem? So what we do and what we say during the live stream or live game reaction stays with the live game reaction. We'll recalibrate, watch the game, calm down, get the emotions going, calming down, and then we'll give our assessment and start loving on our guy again. But if you messing up, I'm gonna tell you messed up. Anyway, for those of you who are still subscribers of the channel, and those of you who are not subscribers of the channel, please consider subscribing. I told y'all that I'm an acquired taste, okay? You ain't gonna like me for some reason. It's okay. But please just subscribe and help a brother out. Stop playing with me. Surfer Boy, my very first live guest. What up with you, Surfer Boy 3000? Salute to you, man. Thank you for being around. Yard Man, my crazy Coach Prime hating Jamaican. Salute to you. My South Africans, I didn't see X-Men or Cape Town today, but you know, it's probably late in South Africa. Salute to everybody in the chat. DCB channel, salute to you. That Texas Truth, salute to you. Gerald D, salute to you. I'm also streaming on the Billionaires Mindset. That's my poly social channel. So salute to everybody that's watched on the Billionaires Mindset. All right. Salute to everybody, man. I appreciate y'all really supporting me on this channel, man. JJ Starkwealth Worth. Salute to you. I'm about to go have family night. It's Friday. It's 5:30. It feels like it's late because I'm streaming at 1 o'clock. It feels like it's late, but Friday nights on my family night. So we watch a movie. We're probably gonna be watching some old school movies. Last night I was like benching on movies. I was benching the Wayans brothers movies because I saw the Club Shay Shay interview for Marlon Wayans, and I liked that interview. He was very candid on that interview, and so I just went on Netflix and I just searched for Marlon Wayans. You know that's what happens, right? I just Googled or I just searched for Marlon Wayans, and I watched White Girls. What else did I watch? I watched Blank Man. I watched White Girls, Blank Man. Was there another one? No, I think, I watched White Girls and Blank Man last night. So that's what the interview was doing to me. Because when he was talking about everything he was talking about on that, I was just like, man, let me go check out Marlon and see if all the stuff that he's saying was really true. And everything that he said on that interview, he's real. It was true. The Wayans brothers, the Wayans family, it's silly, all right? It's real silly. Oh, and I did watch a little bit of his special on Netflix, the comedy, the stand-up. I watched a little bit of that. He was talking about his daughter was 15 years old, and she came home and confided in him that she was gay and stuff like that. And I'm a Christian, so that's not my thing. But when a father is going through something like that, when he's because you never know what your kids are going to do. So when a father's going through something like that, I don't judge it. I don't look at it and be like, oh my gosh, da 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 da. I don't do that. So I'm a real man. So anyways, I watched that. So watch Waterboy. Harry is hilarious. What I thought Waterboy was Adam Sandler. Isn't Adam Sandler? I know they got Low Man. They got Low Man, but if you got Netflix, go watch Blank Man, because Blank Man is going off Netflix. So Blank Man on Netflix, it says leaving soon. So if you haven't seen Blank Man, go to Netflix and watch Blank Man because it's leaving soon. And I'm not sure, but like if this is like syndication, I don't know how they get paid for stuff on Netflix or whatever. But yeah, go support those folks. And let me leave with this. I understand and I know what's going on with Diddy. I'm going to be having some conversations about that. I'm probably going to be going live on my. Let me put this up here. It's what a Blank Man is Damon Wayans. He wrote, produced it. So yeah, Blank Man is a Wayans film. Well, yes. Wayans produced it and directed it. Yes. You say you might need a VPN to watch your Netflix. I watch that through apps on my TV, so I don't know about. I don't do it through the website. So hey guys, so I'm going to be having some conversations about the social things that are going on around us that is not sports. I'll be talking about those on my Billionaires channel, and I'm just going to say hello in the chat so you can see the channel. Billionaire is how you spell it. BILLIONHEIRS. Mindset. If you have a difference of political views than me, I don't argue with people. I don't hate people because they like somebody that I don't like. That's not my thing. So if you go over there and you like somebody that I'm talking against, those are my views politically, but it doesn't mean that you and I can't come to a common place when we talk about sports. All right. So, and even I've asked guys questions here about politics, and they're like, the answer they gave may not be the answer that I like or whatever, but it doesn't mean that we can't talk football. So I just want to warn you now, if you go on that channel, Alpine said, not politics, Harry. So if you go on that channel and I'm talking about your favorite candidates, and that's not, you don't agree with me, just like we don't agree with certain things here on TLP Sports, just treat it with respect, and then you and I can have a conversation, because that's the thing about me. I'd rather have a conversation with you than let people separate us or divide us. If you and I don't agree, you know my heart. You know that I'm a good dude, and I know that you are probably a good person. So let's not let the fact that we in different corners in our political spectrums, let us not allow that to divide us even further. All right. I like to have conversations with people who disagree with me. That's why I run my channel the way I run it, where people are like, oh, you got people trolling in your comments, and all they said was, Daddy Ball, I don't like Prime. This team sucks. This team is going to lose. I don't know about, like, okay, that's your opinion. If we don't allow people to have their opinions and have conversations with them, it's hard for us to be able to go into places. And those are people that work next to you. Those are people that you go to restaurants with and you sit next to. You feel me? Those are people that are in a cubicle with you. If you can't allow somebody to have their own opinions and like what they like and be who they are, then how the heck do we live in this world together? You're letting people divide us, and that's not how I roll. You can have your opinion. I can have my opinion, but you and I can shop at the same grocery store without hating each other. You're like, oh my gosh, you like this person. Oh my gosh, you like that person. Nah, man. That's not how I like the world to be. All right. Harry B, take a little cue from the NFL and other sports league. Keep sports and politics separate. That's perfect. Yes, that's what I'm doing. And that's exactly what I'm telling you. That Billionaires Mindset is the channel that I talk about social issues, like what's going on with Diddy right now, and what's going on with the elections. So that's why I go over there. So if I make if I make a political reference, it's just for reference here. So that's what I do. I separate politics from sports, because sports is like that equalizer. Who just said that? Somebody just said that. All right. Sports is like the equalizer. Sports, yeah. Peter Investor says sports is the equalizer. Yes. Sports brings us together. Politics and religion divides us, because we have such strong beliefs that if I believe in Jesus Christ and I pray, because you are an atheist or you just don't believe in that stuff, then those emotions run so deep that it can divide you. And the same with politics. If I'm an African and I tell you that I don't like Trump because he said the African countries are, the S word and stuff, it doesn't mean that I hate you. I just don't like him because as a person, because of those reasons. So that's I try to keep it separate, but if you like him, that's fine. I have my wives best friend growing up, or her best uncle, or her best cousin. All right, he likes Trump, and him and I we had a couple of conversations. He says what he says, I say what I say. But you know what? At the end of the day, he's like, "Yo, Harry B, let me hold a little something. I ain't got no problem. I'm not gonna say, yo, you can't hold nothing. And if I need help, if I go to his restaurants and I'm like, yo, you're gonna have to break me up a low sum on that restaurant, he'll do the same. And that's what it is for me. I like to have conversations and talk about our differences, but still be able to live together with you. Not like, oh, I'm gonna hate you because you like somebody that I don't like. Nah. That's not how life is supposed to work. And you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't like that kind of stuff. Yeah, that's right. That's right, Surf. I mean, you and I can disagree, but if we don't allow people to use our disagreements for their benefits, their political benefits, then we can live cohesively in lives, in communities. All right. That's why we have such strong divides in communities, is because we have entities like media entities that their business, their money, it is beneficial to divide us because they get more money. If I can divide you and keep you over here hating this person, then that benefits them. And I don't like that. So I try to articulate that. I'm trying to grow that channel, and I'm trying to articulate that on that channel. And I just hope that one catches some type of traction, because those conversations I enjoy the most, because I'm a little bit free to really give you the common sense, the common sense that God gave me, and use my abilities, my gifts to really help people to understand, like, that people are using us. They are using us. I'm telling you, they're using us, and we don't know that. But we're supposed to be dumb. It's better for them to keep us dumb. What is that movie I watched last night where the girl, what is that movie that I just saw? The Uglies. Yeah, I just saw The Uglies. You know what I'm saying? And it ended kind of weird because I know they want to do a part 2. But that movie is like, people use us for their benefits, and it's better to keep us dumb and not knowing what's going on because it benefits them to make money. And you have agents that are out there to make sure that happens. And I feel bad for people that are being taken advantage of, because that's God's people. If somebody's not as educated as you are, and they're not as astute with topics and stuff like that, and you exploit that person because of their ignorance, not knowing, not necessarily ignorant because they're stupid, but just because they don't know as much as you do, you try to exploit them for your financial benefit or your political gain. You have no idea how much that saddens me. It saddens my heart, because there's so many people that happens to, with the Democrats, with Republicans, with independents. Anyway. All right, guys. I'll see you at the game tomorrow. It's late. I believe it's like 8 p.m. Eastern time. So y'all be hearing me scream tomorrow on the live. So y'all have a great night, and I will see you at the game tomorrow. Peace out, Surf. DCB channel. Peace out, man. Have a great evening. See y'all at the game tomorrow. Peace.